jump it up. But since we started seeing some states pushing theirs above that of the federal government, Kogi of all states took theirs to 72,000 or 71,000, 72,500. And we commended Kogi for what? For doing that. But let's just look at labor now. Nigerian labor, have we really enjoyed the benefit of being called a labor force?
Okay, if you look at in 1919, a body was formed shortly after the First World War, and that body is called the ILO, International Labour Organization. Now, the International Labour Organization was formed because the world needed peace, and they needed a realistic peace that is backed by justice, knowing too well that one of the areas that is keenly affected was going to be labor market. In a war, well, everybody is a casualty. But unfortunately, men are the biggest casualty because they pay with their lives. So you have a fewer population of men, more of women, more of children. So the issue is that if you do not protect this class of persons, they will be exploited, they will be discriminated upon, and they will be used. So the ILO was bettered by the then League of Nations. Now, the League of Nations moved on to becoming the United Nations. In 1946, the United Nations adopted it. Now, why did I bring this narrative? Labor is an international issue. Some nations have realistically tried to solve that problem because they have keyed into the conventions of the United Nations. By the way, Nigeria is a signatory to that nation. Out of the 193 nations of the United Nations, 107 of them are signatory to their conventions. Nigeria is one. Nigeria became signatory to it in 1960. And since then, I think we have rectified about 44 conventions. 22 of them are in force. I think 8 of them or thereabout have been abrogated. 1 or 2 have been denounced. Now, you hear things like equal pay, collective bargaining. You hear things like non-discrimination against women. All of these are all part of the ILO conventions. Other nations have gone a step further. The United States and other nations, what they do, they have separated the issue of salary and wages. But I think in Nigeria, where we are getting it wrong is when we think that salary and wages are the one and the same thing. They are not the one and the same thing. That's where the confusion is. We are talking about salary, and we're talking about minimum wage. Now, salary is an amount you get after doing a job for a particular time, say 1 month. But you hardly hear increase in salary, you hear minimum wage. Minimum wage is what you're paid for working per hour. I think if we get it right here, we can get it right everywhere. So when you now say minimum wage, you peg it per hour, it becomes easier for people to do away with redundancy. Meaning, if you have staff that are not doing anything, that only have productive hours for 3 hours, I could choose to pay them good amount of money for 3 hours, rather than making me pay something they call salary for a month for working for just 3 hours. It's a bit confusing, but I'll try to be as simplistic as I can. Now, if you put 30,000 naira into hours, you realize that the person is being paid approximately about probably less than 1,000 naira per hour. But can you imagine that if I am made to pay somebody productively, I could pay the person 10,000 naira per hour if he's going to work 3 hours, and he goes home with 30,000 naira every day, happier than going home with 30,000 naira and being redundant and not being used. By so doing, the public sector and the private sector will be able to manage it. Now, government says minimum wage, 30 days, you pay 70,000. I have staff that only productively in a day, they only work for 3 hours. I'm forced to pay that amount of money. I may not be able to pay that. But if I pay somebody 10,000 naira per hour, 30,000 naira in a day, and the person works for 3 hours and moves to the next place to go and work, the person will earn better. And I think if we go that route, we'll solve it. In America, Minimum wage is about $7.25. If you change that to naira, it's more than 50,000. It's about 12 to 13,000 naira. That's what they pay, and you're not bound to working for as long many hours as you can. Just work as what you can and move away to the next one. In UK, it's about £11. But in Nigeria, we talk about minimum wage, which I don't understand. We should be talking about minimum salary and get the point very clear. But until we are able to reduce this minimum wage to hourly pay, I think the quagmire between labor and government will continue.
Saying that, I know Fashla at some point tried to explain the difference between, they called it living wage.
Living wage, yeah.
Use the word living wage. But let's just play around what we are used to. Minimum wage. And if we say minimum wage, there was an agreement for 70,000 naira. We're waiting for the federal government to start the implementation. Although I heard they have started. So let's believe that 70,000 naira is the minimum wage.
Sorry, Perry, let me just dig something here. When you say 70,000 naira is minimum wage, I like your intro. Your intro began by saying President Goodluck Jonathan's era, we had 18,000 naira. As at that time, our budget was a little less than 5 trillion. Our budget today has moved. 2025 budget is pegged at 47 trillion. Now, you see the geometric increase between since 2012 to what we have now in 12 years. Now, check what is the ratio of increase in salary from 18,000 naira to 70,000 naira. I think whether it's realistic.
But then also, we know how our budget operates. It's divided into two. One is being financed from, you already know that.
Yeah.
We try to outsource our budget, right? But let's bring it home. Is 70,000 naira too much for federal government to pay?
I don't think it's too much. 70,000 naira is not too much. Yeah.
Is 250 too much for federal government to pay?
Well, as minimum wage,
Yes.
I think 250 might be too much. Reason being that, and I'm talking from the perspective of the private sector. Now, for a private sector and a small business owner, I mean, 250,000 naira might be too outrageous for him to pay. Now, for the federal government, for workers of like, let's say, civil servants and all of that, I mean, it's fine to pay that kind of amount. Now, how much am I generating to pay 250,000 naira, right? I feel 250,000 naira is way too much. Like he rightly pointed out, I feel the best way to go about it is the hourly payment. You don't need to make the minimum wage so bogus. But if people earn per hour, right? So I determine how many hours I can work and how much I can generate for myself per day. So that's the best way I think it will favor both the private sector and the government. Now, the private sector is the highest employer of labor. So you have to make it easy and convenient for the private sector to thrive and also create that employment. Now, let's say I have 100 staff and I'm generating an amount that cannot meet up. I mean, I'm considering a whole lot of things. I'm considering salaries, I'm considering cost of production, and a whole lot of factors. Okay? So, I mean, if salary outweighs my costs and all of that, how will I sustain? Do you get? So I feel that the minimum wage is not necessarily about having that humongous minimum wage. It's about pegging it at hourly work, like it's done in the West, in America and the rest of them. Okay, so I am a digital marketer. So most of my jobs are remote jobs. So I get jobs. I do jobs from America and the rest of the world, and I earn per hour. Okay, so it's on me. I can do 2 or 3 jobs and earn. As long as I can put it, the number of hours I put into the job is what determines my earnings. So I feel if you apply that, I don't know what is wrong with our system. have no idea what is wrong with Nigeria. It is not an impossible task to do, to make people earn per hours. But I don't know what our system, what the problem is with Nigeria. It just makes us very lazy because, I mean, go to the offices, go to most ministries and see what's going on. People resume work and they just sit down, some sleep in the office.
That's what we're
Once
saying.
it's 5 p.m., everybody goes home. Oh, we are done for the day. At the end of the month, they collect salaries. So it makes us really lazy.
Actually, let me come back to Patrick's one of his points. When you say 250 is too much for the federal government to pay, then many will say that's not balanced.
Okay, let me share this. I want to see it slightly differently. I want to differ from that opinion. I think even 500,000 the government can pay. Yes.
As well as the private sector.
Well, that's where the point is. Now, the thing is that we have money, too much money in the hands of the wrong people.
Okay.
Now, when you have a population of 100% and you have so much of our money in the hands of 5% who do not buy from the market, who do not enjoy our facilities. Now, you realize that the amount of money held by politicians is so humongous that they think that our market is too cheap for them. They travel abroad for medicals and spend our money there. For tourism, they spend our money there. For education, they spend our money there. And by so doing, they destroy the local private sector. The local private sector will grow if you have the right amount of money in the hands of those who have the purchasing power. He just mentioned how much it will cost for production. When you spend so much money for production and you don't have commensurate patronage, you definitely will go down. So if that money that we put in the hands of the top 5%, the 5% who are politicians, we spread that money down and cut their costs, we could pay even as much as 500,000. And when you pay that 500,000, the money filters into the market. The man who is in the private sector is able to finance his production because he knows that there is money, there is effective patronage. Now there is no money in the market. His cost of production is high. So even if you ask him to pay 30,000 naira, he won't be able to pay.
If I take us back a bit, at some point, many Nigerians preferred to work with the private sector and not the federal government. And this was their reason then. The package, one, was better off. Two, the working environment was better off. And then they did comparison. If you're working for the federal government, the pay was poor, the working environment was poor. So if Patrick says, no, because we cannot pay, there's some sort of contrast here now. Am I correct?
Yeah, you're very correct.
Because there's some sort of contrast.
Yeah.
As at 10 years,
People
7
want
years,
to work with private sector.
people preferred to work with the federal government.
The private sector.
Private sector. As a matter of fact, the shift came due to job security. That's why people now prefer to work for the federal government because they know that their jobs are secured. But the contrast is they prefer to work for the private sector, looking at the package, looking at the environment, and looking at some of the benefits they stand to enjoy.
Now, Peniel, you see, why does government exist? Government does not just exist for the federal civil servants or civil servants. Government exists for the entire Nigeria as a nation and Nigerians as a people. Now, government should make policies that will encourage production, will encourage the private sector, and not be contented with the mediocrity of dealing with. Now, they say minimum wage 70,000. And the man who is in the private sector who probably say, how does he get that minimum wage? Yet, when you increase that money to 70,000, we had this fuel problem. It was all jacked up. Now I am forced, I and him and a host of other people who are in the private sector are forced to pay that amount with no commensurate increase in our own income. So now, what did the federal government do? The federal government need to make policies that will distribute our money in such a way that we remove that power of excessive money in the 5 percentile and push it down to the 95 percentile. Because when you inflate the economy with that amount of money, making sure that there's money in the market, people can buy. As I speak to you now, Penny, go and wait for your voice up. You realize that people who were buying can hardly buy now because of things are very expensive. Companies are shutting down because their cost of production is outweighing what they are getting. That's the problem. After the government is contending with the fact that we're paying 70,000 naira minimum wage, who does that? So the government to go back and rethink. Our policies are not only to affect those who are in the public sector, but they should also affect those who are in the private sector. So if they do this, I can bet you, there's one of these African countries, I don't want to mention the name. What they do is that professionals get full payment. If you are a politician, you get half what the professional gets. Meaning, if you want to get money, go and get the profession. So I think if we apply that now, that 5 percentile will be shifted to the 95 percentile.
Patrick, I know you're from the private sector. You run your business. You have your members of staff who are working under you. But and to some extent, these snail-like pattern of negotiation seem to be paying off the private sector. Because one, they were very, very quick to jump at it. We like it. Give it to us that way. But now, at this point, if you look at payment pattern, Nigeria is one of the countries in the world that pay the low, very, very low.
That's a fact.
Right?
True.
If now also, federal government is saying, don't japa, stay back. But the package that the federal government is offering her citizen is not good enough for the citizen in their own country compared to the package they get when you've done your plus minus, made all your payments, done all your deductions, and you travel out of this country. You seem to be more like...
Of course, more comfortable. No, Peniel, what you're saying is a fact. And Nigeria would continuously keep losing its workforce to the West because working conditions there are way more favorable than they are here. I mean, why would I... Let's use the sports. Let's use sports for an instance. I mean, you have a Nigerian player, footballer in Nigeria, who's been here struggling all his life, trying to play soccer, and he's not going anywhere. He's not recognized. But finds his way out of the country, signs a deal with a big club, and starts earning big money, and you expect that player to return to Nigeria and do what? I mean, that travel out of Nigeria. I mean, your medicals are taken care of. Even though you pay taxes, people complain about taxes outside the country and all. But I mean, you have healthcare, you have good transportation system, everything is working right. But in Nigeria, my dear brother, you're working and your minimum wage is, for instance, your salary is 50K, right? Calculate the transportation that you pay from your house every day to work. At the end of the day, you are going home with less than 20,000 naira at the end of the month, if you calculate your transportation. So, if any Nigerian, trust me, even you seated here, Mr. Pena, if you have an opportunity to japa, I bet you would, and not regret it. Because Nigeria is not favorable for anyone. The system makes it very impossible for Nigerians to enjoy being Nigerians and being patriotic. Right? So, I just feel a few things need to be done. First of all, make the private sector, make the atmosphere conducive for the private sector to thrive. Okay? So make it easy for us to function. I want to set up a business. First of all, the process of even registering a business is almost impossible. You have to go through so many bottlenecks to get through to register your business. And when you start you start operating your business, for instance, I come from Lagos. The taxes you pay in Lagos, my dear brother, they are suffocating. They are suffocating. You pay so much taxes, and then there's a man who owns a nightclub in Lagos. You won't believe that because he put his signage outside, he's made to pay taxes every month for putting a signage outside. I guess that's supposed to be a one-off. If at all, I should pay for putting my signage outside. I have so club, but you pay that. And then you pay for sound. He pays taxes for sound. And then he pays his salary. He pays salaries for his workers. How do you want that man to sustain that business? And at a time where there is little or no money in the hands of the citizens to spend. So how will he sustain that business? And then people are forced to run to the government, to work with the government for job security sakes. Okay? Because trust me, the private sector is not where we're not secure. At any time, I can decide to fold up my business and all my staff will lose their jobs. So you tend to want to work with the government. And the government, my dear brother, they don't care about you. Working with the system is the biggest mistake any young person would do because you are just going to be stagnant for almost the rest of your life.
Pele, let me just add up to what you just said then. You see, in the end, Nigeria is the loser. We are losing because, check across the world, education in Nigeria is the cheapest. University education in Nigeria is the cheapest. Now, it's cheap because government subsidizes that education. So how then do you subsidize education? And when you now get people trained who would have added to the growth of the country, the jackpot, and you're comfortable about it, you're clapping your hands and telling yourself you're doing well. So I think if we are able to rethink our policies, let me tell you, nobody is against taking 50% of my income as tax. Nobody. Pay me the right amount and take the interest. They take the taxes. I'm good about that. And let the tax work. Now, if I am paid 500,000 as minimum wage or whatever is being called, and then you are taking away 250,000 from it, I still have 250,000. Now, if you can provide me free Medicare, cheaper transportation, more security, and regulate prices of commodity, I will be more comfortable. I don't care. So government will gain if government rejects its policy around this minimum wage issue and enhance. You know, there's something President Goodluck Jonathan's former President Goodluck Jonathan tried to do. They call it Muhammad Buhari, yes, the ease of doing business. I don't know what has happened with that. Let me shock you. There's something they call energy security. This is the only country in the world that claps its hands and says, oh, we have reduced fuel consumption from 75 million liters per day to 15 million liters per day. My brother, do you drink fuel? China spends 800 million liters of fuel per day. America 1.3 billion. The amount of fuel you put tells how much energy you consume and tells how much productivity you have. So I shouldn't be clapping my hands at, oh, we have cut down from 75, now it's 15. That tells you that we have reduced our productivity from 75%, from 75 million down to 50 million, and we're clapping our hands. Nigeria needs to rethink the policies.
Now, let's take a look at labor itself. Has labor really worked well? Because one would expect that when to whom much is given, right? They say much is expected. And then if you're being hit hard on, people expect that your response should be more than those who are coming to cry for you. But for labor, their response so far.
I think it's not a labor issue. It's a Nigerian issue. A Nigerian issue in the sense that we have allowed ourselves to be divided by inconsequential issues. Things like ethnicity, religion, and partisans. Rather than look at the things that should unite us. Poverty unites us. Illiteracy unites us. Poor medical facility unite us. We're not speaking about that. Recently, we had the issue of end bad governance. I thought that was a Nigerian project, not government project, a Nigerian project. Because people are saying, let us change the way you do things. Do things that everybody, but it's all labor folded their hands and we're watching. No, it's not. We didn't call it. You didn't call what? So you mean that you encourage bad governance? That's what it means. So now, when it now becomes minimum wage, Nigerians will allow labor, you go to the streets. After all, minimum wage is your thing. So until we now begin to realize that these ills should be uniting us, and we fight to correct them. Because if Labour had joined in that protest of no bad governance, if government goes well, some of these policies we're talking about, we'll be talking about them, because government will take up these decisions to encourage both the private sector and Labour, and everybody will be happy. But until we take away those inconsequential bad elements that divide us and be united among the things that should unite us, things like good governance should remind us, the need for good governance, the need for security, the need for good education, the need for effective health facility should unite us.
Just to add to what you said, and to agree a little with what you said, the essence of having labor unions is to mount pressure on the system, to enact policies that fits or benefits the union, right? So where I disagree is, I've heard that argument a lot of times. Why is Labour not always joining the protest? So I want to believe that Labour has its rules, its laws, okay? So Labour is not supposed to, it's like asking the police to join in the protest. So their rule does not allow them protest, and the military, so they cannot protest. So labor unions are not supposed to join certain protests. So theirs is their own interest, the union's interest. But where labor is failing is the aspect where they refuse to mount pressure on the system. So they have tools that they can use to influence the government for their own good, but they are not using these tools. Their leaders allow themselves to be manipulated and bribed, okay, and so go against the union's interests. For instance, Labour went into a meeting or tried pressuring the government to change or to agree to a certain minimum wage, and they went there negotiating 500,000 naira as minimum wage. After much, they dropped it to about 250,000. And then after a lot, they ended up accepting 70,000 naira, to the disappointment of most labor union members. So what happened? It's always believed that some of them have left that meeting with Ghana must go bags. So if the labor union sits up, and its leadership, if they sit up, they can pressure government to do a whole lot of things. You know how much Nigeria loses in a day if labor goes on strike. Yeah. The government knows it, the labor union knows it. So that is a very major tool that they can use at all times. But they refuse to use it. They would rather allow their leaders to be manipulated. So labor has a blame in this whole thing.
You see, when you say labor fights for its own interests, meaning bad governance is not a problem to labor. That's what it is. Because I think if someone has raised up something as bad governance, what labor should have done is, let us look at what do you consider bad governance, and how does it affect us? It is the bad governance that is not paying the right salary. So if you stand and look and say it doesn't affect you, it's like you're cutting your nose to spite your face. That's what I think it is. So labor should not hide under the auspices of trying to do what only pleases them, and not join in national. I mean, we're talking about bad governance. That's what we're talking about.
Patrick, let's come this way. While this negotiation was on, the president said something very, very striking. He said, unlike the previous governments that don't pay attention to labor, he said, but they have brought in labor and they break bread. That word, that statement was quite heavy. So if the president says that they break bread with labor, can labor be trusted to have done good negotiation on behalf of their fellow workers?
But I mean, you after all of that talked by the federal government, you still heard labor later say things like they were scammed, because increasing fuel price was not part of the deal.
Who scammed who?
No, I mean the government scammed labor, because they had an understanding. That was what Labour said later, because the federal government went contrary to its agreement with them. So you agree you pay us 70,000 minimum wage. We say fine, no problem, let's go with it. Few weeks later, you hiked fuel price.
But if you're going to negotiate with the federal government, What will you bring on the table? What should Labour have brought on the table? That's the question. What exactly did they drop on the table, and what was their joker?
Now, the point is this, right? You go to negotiate. Federal government, the strength of the government is labor. That's the workforce.
And the strength of Labour is what?
The strength of labor
Yes.
is the work they
Their-
offer.
their
Is
tool.
that is
What
that is
other
the
tool they
work.
use?
I mean, if labor is on strike, the amount of money you lose as a government, that is the importance. That's the usefulness of labor.
Good.
So if labor decides we are not working, the government suffers. The government loses a lot of money. Right? And so the government owes labor everything they demand. If labor says, look, our pay is not good enough, increase our pay, it is on the federal government to consider how much labor is asking. So labor said, we need 500,000 naira as our minimum wage. And the federal government says, okay, come, let's sit on the round table and have a talk. And then they started this discussion, and labor bent, came down to 250,000, and still came down to 70,000 naira. Okay, so federal government proposed 70,000 naira, and they now agreed on something. And then a few weeks later, you hiked fuel price, and then the 70,000 naira, you have not even implemented it in the first place. How do you want this labor to cope with 70,000 naira and a fuel price of right now currently is about 1,200 thereabouts? How do you expect labor to cope with that kind of fuel price?
How will Labour? Now that's why I asked the question.
Yeah.
If you're going for negotiation, two things you must put in mind. You must have a joker, knowing fully well there's a place you box your opponent, or you box your other person in such a way that he knows that he can't move, so he will budge. So if Labour went to negotiate and then had breakfast with the federal government, what does that imply? That's what.
Exactly what I said before.
What does that imply? So at the end of the day, when the federal government hikes the pump price, did Labour react?
Nothing was done about it. That's the point. You know, when I said something about some of these labor leaders being compromised.
So what justification does Labour have to say that they were scammed?
No, Penny, let me come in here. I'm a negotiator by practice. In negotiation, there is something called hard negotiation and soft negotiation. And there's also a tool in negotiation called Ventna, best alternative to negotiated agreement. Labour didn't put in their best foot forward. I think they had a problem with those who were negotiating, because if your Ventna was 250,000, why did you go to 70? The question is, government says we do not have money. You should point out to the government that you have money. There is no establishment of government that doesn't have an accountant who is a civil servant. Can we roll out how much you're paying to politicians, how much you're wasting in all that you're doing? If we calculate all of that amount, let us spend the money together. We'll tell you that you have the money. So I think Labour did not put their best foot forward. And again, for them to have broken bread, as you rightly pointed out, is an issue. Because in negotiation is like a war. Hard negotiation is like a war. Soft negotiation is where you try to create friendliness. Now, when you are going to this kind of an environment where one man is a lion and the other person is a rat, that's what I look at. The politicians who are the head of government have a lot of money to spend for themselves. Labour on the other side are the peasant suffering lots in the society. So when you are going to this kind of an arrangement, you don't go and drink tea or break bread. You don't. Because the matter you are bringing is a very serious matter. So when government fails to meet your demand, you picket the government. That's what it is.
Okay. Let's come this way before we just move away from this issue. We've been having this for a long time now. And then each time it happens, Labour will always have an alibi to defend itself. But at no point has Labour come out to say, during the negotiation, look at what was brought on the table, look at what they presented to us. Perhaps they tried to lobby us and we turned it down.
labor, like I said, labor, Nigerian labor has a problem. I think the best labor leader Nigeria has ever experienced is Adams Oshomole. I think so. I mean, as at the time he was a labor leader, he mounted good pressure on the system and achieved a lot of goals for labor, right? But the current labor leaderships that we've had in the recent years or recent times have just been what I call puppets. Sorry to use the word. But, I mean, you have a meeting with your team, you go into a negotiation with the government, and then come out with something totally different from what we expected. So, breaking bread with politicians is like dining with the devil. What do you expect? You go in there, you come out with Ghana must goes, and your whole mindset is changed. That is what is happening to labor in Nigeria. I can bet you that most civil servants or labor union members are not happy. As a matter of fact, they were not happy with that 70K decision.
Penny, let me add up to what you just said. There is this saying, a very fantastic, wisdomic saying, that if you hold public office, you hold that for three reasons. For duty, for honor, and for nation, for states. For duty, for honor, and for states. Now, if you miss out these three things, you have no business being there. Do you know why it was difficult for the pre-Buhari government, that's before Buhari government, why it was difficult for them to increase fuel price? Because, like you rightly pointed out, labor was strong. The moment you try it one moment, they will shut down and they will picket you. When we had some laxity in labor, such that we saw these things happening, and labor started with this, let us see, that was where we got it wrong. And today, I'm telling you with all authority that we have not seen the end to the increase in fuel price, because labor has lost it.
That's the truth.
We will just keep our fingers crossed at the moment. But then, still on labor. As it stands right now, can labor reproof any of federal government's decision?
No.
I doubt it.
No. I can tell you categorically no. Yeah, I can
so
give you
which means that the federal government can wake up tomorrow and increase the pump price.
My dear brother, it has happened several
times.
No,
and nothing. Labor has not reacted.
When
I mean, you have not used your tool of strike.
You've not effectively used it.
You have not used it.
And because people are no longer having confidence in what you do. Because it's like we escort you, like you said, we escort you to go and break bread. And at the end of the day, we suffer. You break bread and we suffer.
Can we say that is there labor in Nigeria?
In terms of the papers and the books, yes. In action, no.
So I think labor just needs to get its leadership right. You see, it's not bearing the name a labor leader is not enough. You need to be an activist. You need to be a stubborn activist to be a labor leader. You need to be somebody who can stand and challenge the system and not fear anything. You remember what happened to this labor leader? They tagged him with terrorists, whatever, charges and all of that. Threatened him, DSS picked him up. So I think he got beaten at some point.
When he went to...
And after then, my dear brother, what has been happening? Have you heard that guy again? He's been a little silent. So that is what Nigeria does to you. They will shake
compromise.
They will shake you.
When you compromise.
So you need to be rugged. You need to be stubborn. As a labor leader, you need to be very stubborn and be ready to take anything and be ready to die for that cause. That's the only way it can work. And because our politicians are not very okay.
And I think all of this stems out of the fact that there was breaking of bread in their negotiation. Because if I stand up and I know that I am carrying a huge burden on my shoulder, I have no hands to break bread. Pump and plain. Because see, a little compromise destroys the entire good work.
Of course.
Because once you have broken bread, except that bread didn't touch your mouth. Because if it touches your mouth, that mouth can no longer speak the truth.
For Ajero, right? He's had his own share anyways, so let's leave him. But for the labor that we're talking about now, should we even talk about them?
Should we even be talking about labor?
That's what I'm asking. Should we even talk about them?
We should not be talking about labor if government were doing the right thing. I ask you a question. Let me ask you a few questions. I am sure, okay, let me ask you the question. Who is the labor leader in the United States of America? Not labor as a party. The labor union leader. You don't know because you hardly hear anything about it. Because the government does what is right. You go to UK, apart from the labor as a party, do you hear who is the labor leader? You don't. In Nigeria, there's hardly any day you don't see a Joe Ajiro, you don't see labor, you don't see minimum wage. Means something is fundamentally wrong. And until we correct that thing that is fundamental, that is why we're saying end bad government. Because if you end bad governance, things will be done rightly. We won't be talking about labor here. We'll be talking about more productive things. But here we are as a nation, we spend over 3 months talking about labor and minimum wage. As if we have nothing else to do. I think it's a solid situation.
So going forward, we're on 70,000 naira.
We're on 70,000 naira, which cannot even fill up your tank. And that's what we are.
I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
I want to tilt a bit. So for River State now, no salary, right?
Well, the governor has promised to pay.
No, he will pay, but there are some people he won't pay. So what happens to them?
Well, what's happening in the River State is purely political, and I think I have told myself that I'm going to devote less time talking about political issues. Let the politicians settle their thing their way. Unfortunately, their decision affects us all. But I'm no longer interested in spending my whole time discussing politics and political shenanigans. No.
So why won't Labour fight for them?
That's the question you should ask Joajero when he comes here.
Because we're talking about labor matters now. Now we have some selected folks, 27 of them, right?
Yes.
27 of them.
Yes.
Because they are part of workforce. Now they won't be paid, right?
Do we actually have 27?
How many are they?
Do we even have any number?
No, how many?
Because, sorry, I said I wanted to discuss political issues. Because when people say we have taken a decision, we are all product of our decision. PENIEL, the champion Diala, you are a product of your decision. And if a man says, I am not, it's a decision he has taken. And more so the fact that if your party says, I don't know if you've seen what PDP wrote recently to INEC. PDP says conduct election, means the 27 are no longer recognized. So who pays what? So on what basis are you in the house? If your party says, your party has written to INEC, unless Demago says otherwise today, if your party has written to INEC and say conduct a by-election to fill the 27, it means you don't exist. So on what basis are we talking about salary?
Workforce.
No,
because they still go for meetings.
No, you would expect that Labour will fight for them, right? But I mean, I think Labour is being cautious because, my dear brother, politicians are like a very terrible ink that can stain your white at any time. I mean, fighting for politicians is like just playing with your career.
They will definitely throw you under the bus at the end of the day.
You end up landing yourself in trouble because the one you're fighting for might have strength right now, might have good backings right now. But the other one might have a higher backing that if it comes for these guys, it will rub off on you. So I feel Labour has to tread carefully in Nigeria, which is not ideal though, but I mean, I think that's what's happening. So Labour normally looks at, they are apolitical, they are supposed to be apolitical or are religious as well. So they should look at the working conditions, the remuneration for the workers and all of that. That should be their interest. But this whole thing that is happening in Rivers State is very political.
Well, let me just add
very political.
You see, there is, for the optic, that's why I'm going to bring this debate now. For the optic, the 27 lawmakers are not civil servants. They are not members of the Nigerian Labour Congress. They are not.
But they are workers.
But they are workers.
They are a worker. That question has been raised before. Who is the public servant? Is the public servant a civil servant? That's the question.
But
they are workers.
They are workers.
They are workers.
Labour should fight for the interest of its members. Ask yourself the questions. Are public servants appointed political office holders? Are they members of NLC? Before you now ask whether Labour will fight for them or not. They are not. If they are not, do they pay dues? Which chapter do they belong to?
But how about private workers?
No,
They work for private companies.
Labour says we fight for the interest of our members. And if you are not, you don't pay dues, you don't identify with any of our branch, why do we fight for
Do
you?
you know if they pay dues or not?
I think they will not, because they are a class of their own. And that's that definition of public servants, different from civil servants.
Well,
That's part of the problem. That's a part of the problem that we all have today. You know, these are people who are in the decision-making saddle, who would have taken decisions that would impress all of us. Now it is your turn. Bros, carry your cross now. Leave us alone.
Okay. It's been an interesting moment. Echwa, Tom, and Patrick Echwa. You see, why I brought River State is the fact that we can't shy away from River State, in as much as we want to withdraw ourselves, but then we can't run away from River State. River State is part of the state that is keeping Nigeria's GDP afloat.
That's true.
Right. So if we turn our eyes away from River State, it's like turning our eyes away from Nigeria's economy, and that cannot work on its own. But then it seems like the governor and his uncle have decided to shift their swords.
Who is his uncle, by the way? The uncle has a name, I guess. What's his name?
Echwa, Yaya Bello, and EFCC.
Now the rooster has come home to roost. You see, the truth is, Yaya Bello saga has really shown that we are not a serious nation in any way. How would someone be called upon? We didn't say you stole. We said we suspect. Come and clear your name. I think the onus would have been on him to quickly go and dust the books and say, no. Don't ever associate me with corruption. It would have been an honor. But it has taken us more than 3 months to settle a score with an individual. That shows others there are people who are more powerful than the law suggests. The Constitution says equality before the law, supremacy of the law. That is what governs our democracy. Not even the police, the EFCC itself, or any force could arrest Yaya Bello. It took them 3 months. Fine. So if it takes you 3 months to arrest a Yaya Bello, is that the reason why there's so much insecurity in Nigeria? Because I tell you, if you declare me wanted today, you will arrest me before the next meeting. So what is the equality before the law?
Where do you belong?
That's the question. The question is that, so the Constitution means that there are people that are unequal before the law.
But someone said it. He said, if you're in APC, your sins are forgiven.
Yaya Bello is in APC. His sins are retained.
Maybe the sin he committed was against the Prince of Peace. But if you listen to Ganduje, no, not Ganduje. If you listen to APC upon the suspension of Aregbesola, they were very, very specific. And you know Nigeria, they know how to take vendetta. They said he went against the rules of the party, and above all, he was disobedient to the president. That was boldly written. Yaya Bello was one man who stood down the president during the campaign. Even when others stepped down and said, look, Tinubu, go ahead. Yaya Bello refused. You remember when he stormed out of a meeting?
Yeah, I remember.
Screaming and yelling?
You see, PENIEL, I think that is part of the problem in Nigeria. Without sounding like one who wants to denigrate the office of Mr. President, which is a highly revered office, I believe that we have come to a stage where we need to re-dignify some of these offices again. Because there is so much worship around these offices that makes it literally impossible for anybody to make a suggestion. So I think the office of the president, just like the Senate president, I think is what you call in Latin primus inter pares, first among equal. The president is a Nigerian. He is like any other citizen. If he leaves that office, he becomes like any one of us, except someone is telling me something otherwise. So when people begin to make it look like I cannot say something, yes, the law, the seditious law is there. The act is there that criminalizes trying to denigrate the office of the president. But you see, law also has it that if I must obey orders, the order must be a lawful order from a lawful command. If I obey an unlawful order, I will be held responsible. So if Mr. President tells me to go shoot that man, would I have to shoot that man because Mr. President says so? So you understand what I mean? So I think we need to recalibrate these offices in the interest of the state and free up this space. Okay, now it's Yahaya Bello. And we have all the insinuations because we allowed it to be that way. And we have some people who have crossed over to this side, and because they are friends of Mr. President, so they are untouchable. No, it shouldn't be that way.
It has lingered for too long.
That's
now the
what I'm
question
saying.
should be, where is Ododo?
Ododo is the governor of Kogi State.
But all the while, he's been his defense.
Yes, you see that's what that tells you is that we are banking in a bank that is not justifiable, and politicians are always guilty of that. We keep banking on things. See, Ododo swore by the Constitution to uphold the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and if something like that has ensued, and they're saying come and give account, your principal or whoever, the former governor, it would have been Ododo's place to hand him over, because you are a product of the law, and not shield him. But again, we all know, like I said, politicians bank in an unreliable bank. Others should learn that even if you cover me today, what Mr. X has swallowed, if erosion does not expose it, wind will expose it. Someday it will vomit it.
Well, EFCC finally will now resign, right? After many months of battle with.
Well, I must commend the EFCC for that. I must commend the EFCC for doing that, for sticking on for as long as possible. It shows us also that.
Will you commend EFCC or you commend the presidency?
I can't commend the presidency. I commend the EFCC. The EFCC is a statutory body. That is its function. Now, is it
will you
until
commend EFCC or you commend the office of the president?
the office of the president has delegated powers to the EFCC. The Constitution has given powers to the EFCC to do its job. So if the EFCC does its job, I should commend the EFCC. Not commending Mr. Isn't that the problem? We keep making it look like you tar rope, Mr. President will clap out for you. You do this, we clap out for you. Why are you doing all of that? That's psychopathy for all I know.
Actually, because if EFCC actually were allowed to do their job, Yahaya Bello wouldn't have stretched Nigerians with this unsavory story. First, EFCC raided his home and an individual whisked him away.
That's what I'm saying.
With the apparatus of
the
state that the president controls.
That's why I'm telling you that.
That's
I'm happy.
And then secondly, Yahaya Bello went to EFCC's office according to his media aide and did what he did with the apparatus of the state that the president controls.
You see, the truth about it is that the president has given liberal hands to, it should be, that's what it should be. Give liberal hands to the police to do its job. Give liberal hands to the EFCC to do its job. He is the commander-in-chief, agreed. But Yahaya Bello is like you and I. He has nothing, he doesn't have any diplomatic immunity. He doesn't have any constitutional immunity conferred on him. So as long as that is the case, the EFCC had powers to arrest him or question him at any point in time. But so now that they are doing that and you're asking me to clap out for Mr. President, it means that the EFCC is at the beck and call of Mr. President. And it shouldn't be that way. Remember, the United States of America had a case against Donald J. Trump.
Good.
Yes. The President of the United States of America, Joe Biden, says since the Supreme Court could not stop him, let the people of America stop him. The Supreme Court of America did not even listen to what the American state were saying. They looked at the facts and what the law says. Yes. And they passed their judgment. Yes. So when we begin to look at agency of government are under Mr. President, I should have overriding influence over agency of government. That's where the problem is.
But then, you see, why I raised this is this. If you look at the instance you are given is a country where we try to copy democracy from?
Yes.
In the first place, if Donald Trump were to be an African, and Nigeria to be precise, would he have appeared in that prison?
This is the problem.
Good, that's one. Secondly, also, if Donald Trump were to be a Nigerian president, do you think that the election he lost, he would have lost it with the amount of authority or power he exerted?
You know,
Watching people going into capital to cause mayhem,
that
wouldn't have happened because he is the most powerful individual in the world. Why I said that is this, so maybe you don't quote me out of context. The president commands the EFCC. As a matter of fact, EFCC is under his office because his office created EFCC.
Yeah.
I'm going by what happened with the
Yeah.
EFCC. So in that case, how can an Ododo prevent the EFCC through the police from arresting Yaya Bello?
Okay. PENIEL, the champion Diala. Note it. Let it be said again, quoted and again, that the symbol of justice in Nigeria is blind goddess ladies justicia.
Is she still
blind? Blind.
Is she still blind?
I saw one she just followed.
Is she still blind?
No, blind goddess justicia. The essence is that we have taken away control to the law. Ododo used an instrument he had advantage over, and that's immunity. Whether he survived the immunity, let us leave. It is left to be known in the next 4 years or 8 years, as the case may be. Because that sin he has committed, unless we are not a state, if Lady Justicia is Lady Justicia that she is, that sin is written against him. After his 4 years or 8 years, as the case may be, the sins shall be visited, if we are a state.
Well, finally, what was his name? Yaya Bello has been settled. And someone said, suddenly the white lion is now scared of the chicken. Did I call chicken? No. The eagle. But then Yaya Bello has been settled. Ifeanyi Okowa has been settled. I don't know who they will come for next.
Who next?
I don't know who they will come for next. But it's rather unfortunate that for every governor who leaves office will always have one thing to do with the EFCC.
Yes, because the system allows them to govern, to lead, without the three cardinal points for duty, for honor, and for state. When we see, if we do not take away discretion from individuals and allow a system to run individuals, we will be having these problems again and again. We need to take away these discretional powers of individuals and allow the states. See, remember, all of these individuals will go, the states remains. So we must allow institutions who are state-owned to take prominence. Okay, the question is, why is it that whenever a governor leaves, something happens? Because the accountable institutions in the states are not effective enough. Recently, 16 states went to the court to go and proscribe the EFCC Act. I'm happy. Give it to the judiciary. They gave them a fantastic decision. The truth about it is, you need to allow the institutions to operate. You run a budget that is opaque, that is not accountable, and you think that the society should close their eyes. See, when a nation is calculating its GDP, you and I, somebody did some little arithmetic recently. They said by the debt profile of Nigeria, each one of us is about 600 something thousand. Somebody said, let me have the account so that I can pay my own share and let me rest. We are all tiny index into the bigger picture. So when we rise up and say enough is enough, do it right, be accountable, transparency. In those days, Peniel, politicians campaign on the basis of transparency, accountability. I no longer hear no jingle anymore. What's happening? Have you heard? Has any politician told you that it's going to be accountable and transparent?
It comes in phases. but it's rather sad, actually, that for every governor who leaves office, he will always have a case to settle with the EFCC. Just for the likes.
Between the period that the corruption allegations were filed to now, do you know how many regular Nigerians
That
have
go
been
to jail.
picked up by EFCC, tried and sentenced? So many. Sentenced. So many. But, I mean, because of Yaya Bello's influence, because of who he is, he's been walking free.
The question is that, did you see him with a banner? I know that when the EFCC arrests you or you are convicted, you hold a banner that tells the history of what. But that tells you that, see, there's something fundamentally wrong about us. And we need to change that narrative.
And truth is, this is
but
the
the
most...
question also could be, is Yaya Bello actually in prison?
That's the point I was going to make. This
With
is
what
the most,
just happened.
This is the most
The
you
last
hear.
2 months.
This is the most you hear about this case. And after now, it dies down. I mean, whatever happens behind doors after now, nobody knows. I mean, there should be something to behind doors after now, nobody knows. I mean, there should be something to deter others from doing the same thing.
Yeah.
He should be tried. I know a country where if you're charged with corruption case or the issues, I think you're sentenced to death. I think that happens in, is it China?
China is not significant to the non-death penalty.
China, you're stoned to death.
You're
Or they
sentenced
throw
for
you off
corruption.
the cliff, right?
Exactly. I know another country where they throw you inside a trash can. They push you into a trash bin
Yeah.
if you're charged with corruption. But in Nigeria, we celebrate corrupt leaders.
I
As
can
a matter
bet
of fact,
you.
even you, Peniel, in your community where you come from, if you have a senator who is there in the house, the day he visits home, you would ask him questions like, "Oga, what have you even done for us? What did you bring? You didn't buy." I mean, if you go there as a senator, you should come back with Prado jeeps and all of that.
That is it.
So we encourage, we celebrate corrupt leaders. So I just feel that Nigeria's legal system should be rejected. The whole system, the entire system. And I think the major problem is independence. These bodies are not independent.
That is the question.
They are not independent. It is he who pays the piper that takes the tone. So, I mean, you can't be paying me a salary and expect me to be loyal to someone else. I'll be loyal to you. The EFCC is loyal to the executive because, I mean, your salaries come from there. I mean, if EFCC were independent, I'm very sure Yaya Bello would not spend a day on the streets. He would have been tried and jailed a long time ago. So that's our problem.
I think the challenge again, like you said, independent and funding. You see, in the United States of America, they invest so much money in crime detection, prevention, and enforcement of the law. So much money. Now you are asking an EFCC, according to the former chairman of EFCC, God rest his soul, who said that they were giving 2 billion naira, and you are prosecuting a matter that is 80 billion. With 2 billion, you are prosecuting. That 2 billion will be added to the 80 billion and you will extinguish it completely. So I don't think we take corruption issues seriously. Mm-hmm. If we pay attention to corruption issue, we should invest heavily in anti-corruption fight. Because it's a cankerworm that is doing nobody any good. It is wrecking this nation. Like you rightly pointed out, there is very little deterrence that we are applying to it. The day Yaya Bello is coming out from the EFCC, I can bet you people will go there to jubilate and celebrate him. Sure. Arrest everybody who does that. Arrest everybody who does that. There must be deterrence. But when there's no deterrence...
How about the day Farouk came out of prison?
We saw the kind of car he drove.
He even drove the car home by himself.
He saw the people who came to welcome him.
So, but the judge, when he came back from prison,
he was celebrated.
They had a Thanksgiving in church.
Well, nothing is wrong with Thanksgiving, but
this show is wrong with Thanksgiving. Everything is wrong with
Thanksgiving that you didn't die while you were
Say
incarcerated.
it again. You were supposed to go.
If given a second chance, he would do worse. So why are you thanking God?
You left prison and you went to church for Thanksgiving. To do what?
Thanking God that you are alive.
That you
the Nigerian prison system is another debate altogether. So if you go there and you come back, but where I feel...
all Jews are Kalu out of prison, and what happened? Senator. The whole National Assembly went to his house to break bread.
No, I think the challenge we have is we have a corrupted mindset. Extreme. A mindset that believes that capability is ability. They are two different things. You know, capability takes over ability. That I have money, I can pay for anything, doesn't make me have being able, that I am able to do the things I ought to do. So until we start celebrating the abilities of Peniel, you are here. This is not a matter of capability. This is a matter of your ability to do what you're doing. If it is capability, you can use money to get what you want. You understand? So let us move away from thinking that capability and ability are the same thing. They are not the same thing. Let us celebrate ability, and when Osimhen score a goal, we celebrate his ability, not capability. Capability is when you use resources that you have to get what you want.
Well, we just hope, like we've always hoped. Now I'm trying to be hopeful now. I'm trying to pattern my hope very well.
No, hope is the only constant thing.
We just hope that we'll get it right. But while we're at it, the truth is, Nigeria is the only country we have. And the level of arrogance, perhaps, if some of these institutions wield their authority very well, right? If they wield the authority very well, I don't think some of these people will display this level of arrogance. I don't think so.
I do agree with you.
And if EFCC have not compromised in any way, some of the cases that they've been losing, where you go to arrest someone, he will evade arrest, and a governor will come in and say, hey, get out of the house, or whatever it is, I don't think it will happen. But then, unfortunately, we're all looking for we're all living in the jungle where everybody's looking for. But whatever it is, we hope Yahaya Bello will account for.
Nobody says he has stolen. People just say we suspect. So just
the allegations.
The allegations. No. And the law says
the school did a refund. Please come.
The school did a refund does not mean that he was guilty.
The court of law.
It's only the court of competent jurisdiction that have the power to convert a suspect to a convict.
You see, at the same time also, you see, I think our laws, perhaps our laws too, are not helpful. Because
yeah, I agree with you. Because I'm one of those people who are working on trying to say, let it be that you are guilty or suspected until proven innocent. Because see, when you push the burden of proof to the person who suspects you, is a whole lot of problem. Because at the end of the day, the person finds difficulty trying to prove that. So what we should do is to reverse it. If you are caught in a crime scene, you are guilty as suspected until proven that you are not the one. So when that burden,
I don't agree with you on that.
Ross, it's a very long legal challenge.
If you reverse it, it means you'll be facing the consequences until you're proven innocent.
No. That doesn't mean that you are facing the consequence. You are guilty as suspected until you tell us why we should let you go. By the time you put that burden of proof to you, it becomes difficult for you to escape if you are guilty. But if you are not guilty, you can always prove your innocence.
You know how a convict is treated, right? Someone who's been declared guilty.
That's another discussion too.
So if you say you're guilty until proven innocent, it means you will be.
No, you're guilty as suspects, not as you. You see, there's two things. There are two things here. You are guilty as suspect and you are guilty as convicted.
If you are trying to play the devil's advocate here, right? How about the people who are caught in the act of 1 cup of rice, and on the spot,
I'm not an advocate for.
I'm not talking about jungle justice. Yeah. On the spot, the moment they take you to court, the magistrate does not wait for you to go home and come back. The next news we hear is that you've been sentenced to 27 years.
So let me.
So why now do we have to?
No, let me share something. Politicians are very smart. Now, when you are innocent and you are caught, they say the state will prove that you are guilty. When it becomes election, they push the burden to the candidate. Why will INEC not prove that what they conducted was right? They push it to you. They tell you that INEC, whatever INEC did was correct. You prove that INEC was wrong. Yeah. Why not apply the same law to the same principles? If the state must prove your guilt, let INEC prove their election. So they tactically take their own away and tell them, no, in the election you will prove that INEC did the wrong thing. The other one, they say, no, the state will prove that you did the wrong thing. No, I think
it's wickedness.
It's a big challenge.
How do you pay money in dollars and millions for a child that you've never given birth to? And then the school had to do a refund back to the state coffers.
Yeah, these
I
are
just
all
wanna
indices
say,
that the law will have to take its
Nigeria,
course.
the person that swore for Nigeria did a wonderful job. I'm telling you.
And
the
you
truth.
said such a well, okay.
No, let's.
But that's really that's the level of wickedness we've attained in this country, where leaders, quote and unquote, people who claim to be leaders, do not have one single conscience.
Yeah, Penny, let me share with you. The vast majority of Nigerians are suffering today of no fault of theirs. But because we have leaders who do not care. You just raised the issue. Some leaders have so much affluence that they don't care what the market says. And yet, you're passing by, seeing a woman with the baby strap on her back. She has not eaten, the baby has not eaten. The baby is crying, the woman is restless. You go to the hospital, a woman is dying, is crying, the son is in the hospital. He doesn't even have 1,000. Yet somebody is paying. That is the problem. The problem is that we have consciously, how do you put it in English again? Leaders without conscience. Let us go back and, let me blame the people here. The people have transferred believing that capability is ability, and that's the problem. You have money, so because you have money, you can spend money, so you are able to be a leader. That is it. We have to go back to reject some of these thoughts. INEC and the National Assembly, they are part of the problem now. So now we need to find a way. We must have a way to exclude this class of people who think that capability is the same thing as ability. If you have plenty of money, please go and use your money for charity. Go and use your money for yourself. Let political dominance not be created by how much you have. Now, INEC have rules. They say, this election, you must not spend this amount of money, beyond this amount of money. We hear some tickets are running in hundreds of millions. And everybody just keep blindfold ourselves like the justiciar and believe that everything is well.
INEC is about, they say, maybe they will change this year, 15 billion.
That's
but,
the problem.
but if you calculate, but that's for all the electioneering process.
No, not that the money going to INEC. They tell every candidate,
as a politician,
councillor, don't spend this amount of money.
But they also know that it is, everything falls under the party. So it is not an individual who spends the money. It's the party. So there's a peg, 15 billion. You can't go beyond that. It's a cap.
But
So
you and I know that is a child's play.
But you and
So why are we lying to ourselves?
how can they trace the money?
That's why I say they should create a trace. That's the problem. The problem is that we have allowed institutional framework to individual discretions. And as long as you have these individual discretions, people have different emotions, different thought patterns, different beliefs. So they will act according to what they believe. If I spend 1 billion, I could think that that's transparency. But that's why we have a system to check me and create equality among all of us. That if you say it must be 1 naira, all of us are entitled to spending 1 naira and nothing more, nothing less.
How many politicians go to the bank to withdraw money during the election?
Do you also know that there's Money Laundering Act that prohibits holding money in excess volume?
Where will you see the money?
Where are you spending the money from?
Where will you see the money?
Where are you spending the
I'm
money
asking,
from?
where will you see the money?
The man who is spending that money and he's not going through the bank, where is he bringing the money
You
from?
can't barge into a man's house.
We have rights.
You don't.
The law.
You go get a court
Order, that's it.
Who will give the order?
So our problem is
Who will give the
Daniel
order?
will not change, don't worry.
No, you see, so a bailiff will you just walk to the court and they will send a bailiff with you, right?
You see, somebody said that Nigeria requires put it inside one container, put hypo, or not hypo, put any of the detergent, plenty of the detergent, all manner, mix all of them together, shake it thoroughly for 1 year, release it, then get the cleanest water, clean it and release it. Otherwise, our problems are historical, they are perspective in nature, they are mindsets, they are religious, they are political. Everywhere you go to, we are sick in all ramifications.
But it is not fair. During the Buhari's era, I saw the amount of money that was damaged in the sack. You didn't see it.
Yeah, we saw that.
That was messed
But the question is that where did they see that money? Who has that money?
Another question is, was that all the bag?
We hear 10 Ghana must go in the airport, a Koi gate here and there, but we don't hear when it is settled. See, the only way I live in the village boy, you Naja boy, village boy. If you steal meat from your mother's soup, they will give you a name.
That was
and you will dance around the village.
That was then.
Then you dare not even encourage the next person to even look at the pot of
But
soup.
that was then, not now anymore.
Where we are going to, the person say, if I am going to a place I do not know, at least I know where I came from.
Some of us have forgotten where we're coming from. Because if we really remember where we're coming from, I think some of these leaders that behave the way they behave won't behave the way they're behaving.
I share your...
Why will someone... I'm still wondering, but... No, I asked someone yesterday, I said, when you drive into Kogi State, there's one very big... You know it. Is it still there? He was looking at me. I said, is it still there? He didn't say anything, but you see... Anyways, people don't mind this one.
But you're still smiling.
Yes,
After how many hours? 69 hours.
Yes,
the grace of God waiting for your body.
Yes, I am smiling.
Hey, at this time, if you give me 24 hours, I don't go whiz again. If you see my face, all this camera will shut. See, almost 70 hours, and you are still smiling.
Yes.
Hi, boy. I like your Nigerianness. Congratulations, my brother. On a very lighter note, I think you deserve much more than this award. You deserve, you see this award. This award is not national honor. Do you know the difference? National honor, somebody stays there and looks at you. That guy, let me give you national honor. This one you're doing it to. This one you are here. You know nobody's doing it for you. And that is the difference. And that is why it is called the Guinness World Record. Congratulations, my brother.
Thank you very much.
I can do spirit of the Nigerian. He was talking to me. He is in the social media. You see, if you see the exploit Nigerians are making in Nigerian youth, let me put in context. Nigerian youth are making in the social media, you will marvel. Because in this country, we have abundance of talent. We have abundance of thoughts. But what is lacking is giving them the opportunity to exploit those opportunities they have. And yet you say, whatever you call them, because they put something on their head, you arrest them. That is an unused talent that if given the opportunity, this guy could be in the banking sector, stopping criminals from stealing money from the bank. But because you didn't give him the opportunity, nature apply a vacuum. He must apply himself anywhere he finds himself.
What if he was kicked out of the bank too?
That's a problem. That is the problem. The problem is that the system should celebrate excellence and not mediocrity. Peniel, if we must give national honors, it is based on what you are doing, what you can see, not that you are a politician, national honor given. That's why we will say Chamanda Adiche. All of them say, no, we can't do with this.
But you see also, we are, how do I put it now? We are all part of our problem.
Yes,
we all make up our problems. Because for now, if you want to survive, politics is just it. You go meet a politician and tell him, look at what I'm doing. And once he gives you that endorsement, you are good to go. And the question is, why?
That's the challenge. That's
why?
the challenge.
Why?
I give you a typical example. Some boys came to me, about 5 of them. They had interview the next day. Out of the 5 of them, 3 of them went out partying. 2 of them read through the night. They came back after the exams. The 2 who read said, they did very well. They are very sure they will get it. The 3 that went to the party, incidentally went to the party with some big boys. When the result came out, the 3 got it. The 2 didn't get it. I said, this is Nigeria. And they can't report to anybody.
Who will you report to?
That's the question.
Someone asked me, say, Penny, have you met this politician? Have you met this politician?
You're looking for a job, you're looking for anything. I say, go and meet your senator, go and meet this politician, go and meet that. Penny, it shouldn't be that way now. What is wrong?
Why
Who did
should
it to
I
us?
do that? There's
Why
a goal.
should we be doing that?
When you have a goal, go for your goal.
This is a goal.
Let's go for your goal.
And the result is eminent. It's speaking for itself. You don't need anybody to speak for you. The result is there. Look at it there. 69 hours you have not slept. It's a result. Politicians will tell you, this our politician has not slept for 48 hours. He's been because of a problem. Meanwhile, he's chilling. And we're telling ourselves lies. If you have not slept for 48 hours, we should see results. Penny has not slept for 69 hours. We're seeing the results. We're seeing it here.
Actually, let's go back to River State. I'm not done with River State. But it seems like at least maybe someone is beginning to talk to them. The tension is down now.
Yes, because you cannot hold injustice for too long. Truth is like a cock. It stays in the water for as long as you are ready to hold it there. The day you get tired or you die, the cock will come out. So when I got one of the latest decision of court over River State, I said that's the truth. That's what it is. Nasarawa, a case in Nasarawa had gone up to the Supreme Court that said very clearly that matters of local government affairs that have to do with, state elections, local government election, chairmanship and council should stop at the High Court. It's a tried law, it's there, and yet we still had the effrontery to go and I don't know why the Court of Appeal did not make some certain pronouncement. But I'm happy they made certain, they didn't make all of the pronouncement. They would have made the most of the opportunity so that those people who brought that matter will pay for bringing that matter there, where you know what the law is. It said, the Supreme Court said it very clearly. Are we not back to square one?
So why do we, back to what we are saying, politicians will always be politicians. They just want to explore every means they want.
They take the best and the brightest, our academic gurus, to conduct the election. Wow. And then they come in. Then the academic gurus start complaining. This one, no salary. Strike, as to this and that. I said, until we are man enough to confront our fears, our progress ladder is still very far. We need to be man enough, like right upon all of us are part of the problem. Unfortunately, the reason why all of us are part of the problem is that those who are not ready to reason with others are like the baggage that we must all carry. If you leave now, go to the newspaper stand, you see guys still arguing on very glaring issues. The man has not fed his family. His children's school fees he has not paid. He has not paid his house rent. He is there arguing, this one is that one is that. This is the problem. This is the problem, the mindset. And then, because we have these mindsets that is so bad, we now say, leaders, please guide us. Unfortunately, those who are supposed to be guiding us seem not to even know the way. So we're in double jeopardy. But again, you see, if they find a way and lead all of us, we will all be happy. Lee Kuan Yew was asked, what would you like? We'll give you all the money as loan, and you'll be the richest man in the world. I'm celebrated as a Singaporean president who is very rich. Or we'll give you this money, you go and transform your people, and you now have Singapore, one of the richest nations, and the citizens as rich as that. Please take the second option. At the end of the day, both Lee Kuan Yew and Singapore and Singaporeans became happy for it. So when a leader takes the right decision, he is not only going to benefit it, it's going to give him satisfaction. His people will be liberated. He will be happy and celebrated. So I call on our leaders, without any form of trepidation, let them take the right. You see, we have more than abundant information in the space. If I need a solution, I go to the net, get whatever I want. I am sure you did some work to be able to get to this level. So we must see them doing work to be able to give results. And please, if you are unable to give results, please shape yourself out of the system. So that because what they do at the end of the day is that they want to make sure that the ship crashes because they cannot do it, and it must be them. It doesn't work that way. When President Joe Biden had issues with contesting the election, they prevailed on him, and he saw reason. And he said, I'm not worth all of this. There was reason. President Goodluck Jonathan, former President Goodluck Jonathan, said the same thing. The blood of Nigerians are not what my office is not worth the blood of Nigerians. And he stepped aside. See, this do or die affair, we must discourage it. I have been in a place. I was the immediate past secretary of the ICMC. And I realized that I'm in school and I was holding this ICMC. clogging the ICMC. I stepped out. And when everybody said, no, I said, no. Instead of me to be the problem, let me just step out so that the association can run. It is bigger than me. I am just one unit of the association. Let our leaders start thinking in this direction. Nigeria is too blessed. In less than 1 month, or in about 1 month, we have a Chidima who is second runner-up and who by the grace of God will become Miss World. We have a Peniel breaking record. Heda Basi was there. Our boys are doing exploit everywhere. The only challenge we have is that our leaders are not showing us the way.
Well, we've shown ourselves the way.
But it makes your work very, very difficult. It makes your work very difficult. When you step out of Nigeria now and you are discussing with somebody, the first information they bring for you is one bad news in Nigeria. And that's painful. It's painful. What I do is if I'm out and you bring this bad news, I bring a good news. You come and tell me 30 people were killed in Benue. I'll tell you Chidima almost won Miss World.
You know, I had a conversation with a young man. It was the first night, right? First night. He's a Nigerian Zambian. The mom is Zambia. His dad is Nigerian. From Gombe State. But he's lived all his life in Canada. And then he flew all the way from Canada to Nigeria just to come and do humanitarian service.
That's the Nigerian spirit.
And you know what? When I told him, what do you have to say to Nigerians on this platform? He said one word that broke my heart. He said, God bless Nigeria.
Simple.
And
simple.
Afterwards, I made a promise that for every time I'm going to sign out, it is God bless Nigeria.
God has already blessed Nigeria.
And
So-
God wants to bless
You know, if you go to US, it's just one word.
God bless America.
No matter what.
But you don't hear God bless the president.
They don't say God bless the president.
Remember, when Donald Trump had issues, he had an altercation with the general commanding the army. And they said they didn't swear to uphold or protect only the president. But they swore by the Constitution of America to protect Americans. Can you say that in Nigeria? Can you
No,
try
what
that?
caught my attention was when he told Donald Trump that if he loses the election, he would not hesitate to walk him out of the White House.
Let me tell you how American work. Let me tell you how system work. Do you know that the American system is so automated that on the 20th of January of the day of swearing in, whether you are sworn in or you are not sworn in, you become the president of the United States of America. You can do swearing in later on. The system will confer on you and then remove the person who is there. That's why somebody said, what are the consequences if Donald Trump fails to leave? He said, the moment that 20th clocks that moment, the Secret Service stop taking order from you, the presidency stop taking order from you, the entire America stop taking order from you. You cease to be the president of America. That is system working. Can we? We are waiting for INEC to give us election. When the election will start, the INEC, somebody, discretion. It should be a date set for election. That date set by justice, blind, doesn't know whether I will be ready or will not be ready. That date is already fixed. I work with that date.
7th
But
of
here,
December.
but here,
Ghanaians-
INEC will look at their calendar. Mr. President will be having the daughter married. No. Vice President will be going to Hajj. No. What kind of thing is that? What kind of how
7th of December. 7th of December. Ghanaians will be going to the polls.
the Ghanaians will have this fixed date.
And then the
You know
election, in less than 72 hours, results will be announced.
It's known.
American election that took place, what's the population of America? In how many hours did they release their results?
Peniel.
Ours was done.
Peniel.
1 week.
At this
results now.
21st century, when ICT dominates our spheres of life, our laws has it very clear that no election shall be done by election. This is an aberration. And yet we have over 300 and something members of the National Assembly who have not seen it to say, come, everything about our phone is electronic. Everything about life is electronic. Then our laws now says election shall not be done by any electronic means. That is an aberration.
Who wrote the law?
When these things were written, electronic means was still a doubt. People were not sure. The banks were not using it. But now it has become part of our life. So why shall we extricate it from our practice?
If they use the electronics, who will it favor?
The Nigerian people.
Why would it favor them?
We are not asking anybody to be favored. We are asking that let the Nigerian state be favored. That's what we are asking
That's
for.
until now. Somebody told us that he's going to build a unit in his house.
That is it. That is it.
On the floor of the National Assembly, and then he brought 4 of them and displayed all of them. And the same man was convicted of killing, of murder. What happened?
So we need to leave discretionary powers and let the states rule us. The state is the only constant thing we have. All of us will go, the state will remain.
But we don't have that kind of mindset. We want to be forever.
That's why this program is necessary, because it's building the consciousness of Nigeria.
I think Nigerians.
Let me just say this. Patrice Lumumba, professor, a crusader, anti-corruption crusader. Once I was asked a question. You complain the corruption here, bad governance there. What are you doing to change it? He said, talking. And I keep talking, hoping that someone will listen. So what you're doing is we keep talking, hoping that someone is listening.
People are listening. That I know.
I know Nigerians are equally the problem, apart from the leaders, because despite what Nigerians are going through right now, check out the next elections. You still see people selling their votes. You still see people collecting 2,000, 5,000 naira to vote for the wrong candidates. So we are even a bigger problems than the people we elect. You know, so I think until Nigerians wake up, I personally think that we haven't had enough of this suffering. I think Nigerians need to suffer well. When we have suffered very well, the thing has hit our bones. At that point, we'll begin to think aright. You see, the Northerners are already learning at this point. The youth of the North are learning already. But I don't know what happens in 2027. We have no idea, but already they are talking. They are mobilizing themselves. They no longer listen to their leaders anymore like that. But we are hopeful that they will carry on this spirit to 2027, because that's the only way a change would happen.
You see, let me say something. You see, the society is responsible for the quagmire we find ourselves. Many years ago, when the faith-based organizations were offering services like free health care, free education, politicians will come to you and say, we'll give you free health care, free education. But the moment there's this faith-based organization sees those things and started charging exorbitant fees, politicians no longer tell you any free education, free health care, because you have no choice. So politicians have learned the hard way. We should learn the harder way, knowing that for every move we make, politicians, that is their job. My brother, which school do you go to learn politics? These guys, they have a DNA, it's there, they learn it.
Okay. During the valedictory session of the 9th Assembly, Rochas Okorocha stood on the floor of the House and said, Ahmed Lawan. I'm going to call him because he said it. Ahmed Lawan, we need to show me. Come and show us the way. You need to be studied. How did you do it? That you were busy doing presidential primaries and now you're a senator.
These are the aberrations that we're talking about.
On the floor of the National Assembly.
Legally speaking, there's something we call in law judicial precedence. You know, we have the constitutions, we have acts that are made by the National Assembly, then we have administrative laws made by heads of organizations to run their affairs. In the judiciary, there's something called judicial precedent. That's why I say judges are making laws. Whatever the judge says is the law becomes binding as the law. So now, when you create an aberration, that's why the most sacred people that we should always hold responsible for how the society runs are the judges. Because the moment a judge makes one mistake, it becomes historical and becomes a reference point. Tell me how you go with the same mind and go and make reference to an Akpabio election or Ahmed Lawan election, where it doesn't just convince anybody. It doesn't really make complete sense. So it leaves a lot of doubt as to are we in the hands of the right people? When you have a medical doctor who is performing a procedure in you, and things that you glaringly know he is progressing in error, you will shout. because you know them. Now, if you have, there's a rule that says that if you want to have any medical procedure, the doctor should set you down and tell you what the procedure is and how he will do it. So you become guided. So if we now begin to see people in this category, like you rightly pointed out, how did you do it? You were busy running presidential election. Now you are in the National Assembly. And the constitution, the law says, no man shall be two arms.
The electoral act says,
No man shall run for two offices at the same time.
if you
It's
are
very
not
clear.
present,
So how was that possible?
say if you're not present during the primaries, you must be there during the primaries.
The issue is that in this election cycle, there was only one election cycle. Presidential election, National Assembly election. And you were in both. But the law says no.
Maybe he was omniscient.
So we need to address those things. And then before a judge would have given that decision would have been thought through, because that decision will become historical, like I rightly pointed out.
Was it thought true? Because
I don't
even
know.
the excuse
No, we don't think through anything.
that's me. The excuse he gave was, it was really annoying. The judgment was annoying. He said, "Why didn't you consult?"
It's really unfortunate.
Technical.
It's really, I look forward to a situation where, because it's only the Supreme Court that can override itself. It is allowed. He said it was late Justice Oputa, Justice of the Supreme Court, that once said the infallibility of the Supreme Court, it is not because it is a perfect body, but the infallibility is because of its finality. So now there is something in law we call judgment given per incuriam, that is justice given as an error. The Supreme Court can look at its books again and try to correct that, so that does not become a reference point. Because as it stands today, that judgment can be cited. It's a reference point. And when it is cited to somebody, I wonder how you cite it to a student who is thinking faster than you are. How would he comprehend it? And you want them to believe that we are in good hands. I think, again, our leaders should think. This generation called Gen Z, I respect them. These guys are thinking like the computer age. That's why they can pinpoint errors here and there. Before you say, they have told you where you're going to. So at this point, we need leaders who are thinking faster than them to be able to lead this country and not be pointing us to all of these errors that we find ourselves. Time will tell.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. Okay, I've been speaking with TAK-A-THON, the uncommon voice of the masses. He's a political analyst, and of course, Patrick TAK-A-THON, a digital marketer. Don't ask me why are they answering TAK-A-THON. After this, when they leave this building, ask them.
So, Peniel, let me say this to Nigerians. If you can think it, then you can do it. Peniel told me about his project when it was just at the thought point, and we spoke about it. Today, he has lived his dream. And one of the greatest things that gives me lots of joy is that he followed his timeline. He told me what his timeline was. And today, Peniel, you have done it. So any Nigerian, all Nigerians, or Nigerian youth, dream it. Work hard. You will get there. There are so many Peniels all over. Please, we want to see you. Don't forget about what our leaders are doing. We want to see you up there. Let us celebrate you as we celebrate Peniel, the champion, Diala. Let me stand up and shake my man. So that when I go to the studio now and I'm talking, I was just telling them backstage. I say if I travel out and somebody asks, who are you? I say, I am Peniel's brother. Guinness Book of World Records. 100 hours. I am. So if you don't know me, you will know me. Congratulations, my brother.
Thank you, man.
I appreciate you for making us proud.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Peniel,
Yes.
congratulations once again.
Thank
You
you.
know, there's this general notion that in Nigeria, those who do legit things don't succeed. But you are breaking the record, doing it legitly. You are inspiring the youths, and we're proud of you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you.
So I'm going to come back here on the opening of
That's on Sunday.
On Sunday, so I will be here. We will pray. Church go there here. We go there. Because it is worth celebrating. It shows that when a chick says, I want to lay an egg and turn it to a cock, it is possible. So Peniel has just done it.
Thank you.
All right
very
then.
much. Thank you very
I
much.
appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, well, Etratom and Patrick Echua. Don't worry, they're still very much around. We'll be having it back to back to back to back to back to back to back. And so I'll just tell Prince Joe to just hang on a bit. Okay, you're welcome back. And this is still Peniel Diala, longest marathon interviewing. At this point, we have our guests, but I'm sure will be joining us virtually all the way from Lagos, Barrister Peace Anamnese. Good morning to you, Barrister. Hello? Good morning to you. How are you? Hello? All right, Barrister Peace. Now you're up. How is Lagos?
Lagos is doing well. And Abuja, good morning.
Good morning to you. Abuja is good. Abuja is fine.
All right, awesome.
All right, Barrister Peace, for the records and for the purpose of those who are just meeting you for the first time, can you just introduce yourself, please?
Thank you so much. My name is Peace Anamnese. I provide multifaceted services across legal, real estate, and of course, business sector. I'm a legal practitioner with over 17 years experience in property law, litigation, risk management, company secretary services, and compliance. I'm also a YouTuber, and I've authored 5 books. In fact, recently my last book will be launched 9th of December. The name is Reimagining Real Estate Landscape in the Temporary Market. So I'm the managing partner of Peacefield Solicitors and Advocates, and also the lead consultant in UPAX. UPAX is a real estate consulting firm into corporate training for real estate investment. So over the years, I lead my firm's services and investment and corporate governance and training. And I have proven years of services, years of experience as a real estate consultant, real estate corporate trainer, and a legal advisor. And I've advised on a number of both low and high practice profile property deals, international and national. And of course, my expertise spans across real estate practice, including but not just limited to real estate due diligence. I do perfection and verification of title, contract drafting, joint venture development advisory, property acquisition and land documentation. I'm currently the president and the founder of Female Lawyers in Real Estate Practice. And what more do you want to know? I'm a mother of 4. I'm married to a lawyer too. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So that means at home now, you people, how, since you're married to a lawyer, you greet with, according to chapter 1, 2, and 5.
I say good morning. I submit to you, my lord. My Lord Emperor, I hereby submit to your lordship.
All right, Barrister.
Yes.
Women in real estate business.
Yes. It's actually female in real estate practice.
Okay. Female
Yes.
in real estate practice.
Female lawyers. Yes. Female lawyers in real estate practice.
Barrister, please.
Yes, sir.
Female lawyers in real estate practice or real estate, because it's real estate business. You're still doing business.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Female lawyers in real estate business. How has it been for you?
It's been awesome. In fact, as a matter of fact, FELUREP is 4 years today. Today is our 4 years anniversary.
Wow. Congratulations to you.
Yeah. Thank you. FELUREP was founded 29th November 2020 as a solution to real estate market risk and as an advocacy for mitigating real estate investment risk. Our vision is actually to act as an engine for change in real estate sector that position female lawyers to identify market trends and mitigate transactional risk while bridging the gender gap in the real estate leadership sector. So this initiative came as a result of a bad real estate transaction I handled in 2013, where I was still under 9 to 5 employment. In 2013, my company bought a property somewhere at Okwebi in Ikeja. So when we bought this property, normally the trend is that you go to the lands registry to go and conduct a search to verify the title and the ownership, the people that are selling are the beneficial owners. So when we conducted this search at lands registry, it was showing that there is no encumbrance, no mortgage, no litigation, everything was fine. We advanced initial 100 million to the sellers of the property. And normally, the tradition in my company is that whenever we buy a property, we demolish before we pay the balance. And the reason, the rationale behind the demolition is to actually confirm if some people will come and show interest. Because if you demolish my property without my consent, I will come after you. So why we do that is to demolish and find out if the actual sellers are the real owners. So when we entered the property to demolish, some people showed some interest and said, what are you people doing on our land? That this land is even in litigation. I said, no, we have bought this property. We have advanced 100 million to so and so family. They said that family is in court with us. In fact, is awaiting the final judgment of the court. We were shocked because from the lands registry, there was nothing like that. Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, very well. Okay, so we actually traced the court. We went to court. We discovered that indeed there was an ongoing litigation over two families because there was two certificates of occupancy emanating from the same property. I find that very, very unusual. The same land registry. And then we followed up to the case, and then when the judgment was given, it was given in favor of the other family, not the one we bought for. And so we lost that 100 million because it was a court of appeal judgment. And there was nothing we could do at that time. But we used EFCC, arrested that family, put them in EFCC custody. After 2 weeks, we realized, come on, your money is not coming forth. We released them back to go to the bank and make transfer. By that time, the 100 million had already, I think it was remaining about 30 million because they've already started sharing the money among themselves. And, so when I left paid employment, we couldn't recover the whole sum of the money. So when I left paid employment, I was asking myself, what value should I bring in the real estate sector, having played in real estate sector for decades? What value? And I said, okay, that I need to come up with a robust due diligence because that transaction pained me very well. So that was what gave rise to female lawyers in real estate practice. I had actually wanted to register lawyers in real estate practice. It was denied by CAC, Corporate Affairs Commission. When I put in female lawyers in real estate practice, that one went through. I don't know, for whatever reason. So we have to, put our vision together in such a way not to bring in any form of segregation against male lawyers in the real estate practice, but to focus on the initiative and the reason for establishing it, which is just to mitigate real estate investment risk and be able to protect investors' funds. And of course, rebuild the confidence of investors in the Nigerian real estate market. So that was what gave rise to real estate, to female lawyers in real estate practice. So we exist to rebuild investors' confidence in the real estate sector. And you know that real estate sector in Nigeria is saddled with risk resulting from different activities of market participants and the players in the industry, from investors to developers to construction professionals, lawyers, real estate service providers, even estate agents. Some people, you see somebody will lose a job today, tomorrow the person will tell you, I'm an estate agent, I'm a property consultant. Meanwhile, they cannot tell the difference between CFO and deed of assignment. Okay, so why investment and development in the real estate sector is on the increase? There is need for laws and policies regulating the activities and operations of people in the real estate sector. So that was why female lawyers in real estate practice, we came up and then we established ourselves. We increased the scope of real estate due diligence in Nigeria so that when you are buying a property now, you don't just limit your search to lands registry. You need to take steps to check, number one, the courts, where is the property located, and then what is the court division there. For example, for us in Lagos, if it's a property that is located at mainland in Lagos, then you go to Ikeja Court Division under their land litigation. If it's a property that is located at Island, you go to Iwoshere High Court Division under the Land Litigation Center. So you check through the name of the property, use the certificate, the name of the certificate of occupancy or deed of assignment, as the case may be, to be able to confirm if the property is under litigation or not. Because we don't really have like a database of where the lands registry in different states in Nigeria are working together with different court sessions to streamline the process. So until then, we don't really have that, even though Lagos State started that, but they are not updating the list as they should, that will help someone to make an informed decision. So that's number two, searching at the court. Now, if it's a property that has to do where the beneficiaries are the children of the deceased, that's children that are selling the property of their father, you need to search at the probate court. The probate court will be able to confirm that they confirm and that they are presenting to you actually emanate from the probate court. And whether it has been registered at the lands registry as last title on record. Another place where you conduct search is Corporate Affairs Commission. The Corporate Affairs Commission, what it will do for you is that if it's a company that is selling, that's when you need to check with Corporate Affairs Commission to check if there is a debenture registered. You know, some of these companies, most times they use the title to mortgage loan. There's a debenture on it, and then they will register it. And some of if you buy property, you might be caught up with such transaction. Another place where you conduct a search is Asset Management Nigeria. A lot of people are not aware. Some people that borrowed a bad loan in the days of Osanusi Lamido. And, I think Osholi Bank was among the people that gave out some loans at that point. And then some of these companies use part of the loan to secure real estate properties and investment. So when AMCON came and took over the assets of this company, so they took over everything that they had. And remember, AMCON was established to take over the assets of a company, not their liabilities. So whatever they need to do to get back the loan, whether they have to sell the property. So when you are buying property from a company, or where you see that, there's a distress sale, there's a property for audition and all that, you need to check whether that property, especially if it's owned by a company, or sometimes high net worth individuals in Nigeria, that their names are other asset management corporation. You need to check from the legal department whether the property you are buying is also from there. And then another place where you conduct search that people are not even paying attention are the local intels. I call them the local intels. People around that property. That mama that is selling akara, that has all the details of everybody on the streets. That baba that is selling drink, that has the details of. So when you ask them, they say, this property, it belongs to so and so person, so and so person. So they help you. So these are the comprehensive due diligence agencies that we have put together. Any member of FELIREP that has been with us from inception will be able to give you a clear-cut due diligence exercise when you are buying a property. And like I always tell people, getting a lawyer to do a due diligence for you is not just any kind of lawyer. If I am pregnant and I need to see a doctor, I cannot go to a general doctor. I will go to a gynae. If my baby is not feeling well, I go to a pediatrician to take care of me. The same thing applies in legal practice. If you want to buy a property or any real estate investment, there are lawyers that their sole practice is in real estate. They understand the law. They understand what they need to do. They understand where they need to go. They understand the survey attached to your title to know how to go about it. And finally, where you also go to search is Surveyor General's office. And the essence of the Surveyor General's office is to confirm that the survey that is attached to your title is actually genuine, is certified, and then it does not fall within the ambit of where is government acquisition.
Interesting.
Thank you.
That's good. Barrister Peace.
Yes, sir.
You say you're celebrating 4 years today, right?
Yes.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
So for these 4 years, what have you or what have this organization succeeded in doing?
All right. Thank you so much. Yes, we operate a threefold mission in the real estate sector. Okay, so I would like to categorize our function over the last 4 years to different stakeholders and players in the industry. Number one, to the government. What we do, we play a part with the government, with professional bodies in the real estate sector, and of course with developers. Okay, so our services to the government is to advise on existing laws and push for review. We have had our first annual conference pushing for the review of Land Use Act being the primary law regulating real estate transaction in Nigeria. Currently, we have set up like a group working on it. They'll be able to identify some of these provisions that needs to be amended to meet up with the present contemporary market. A lot of things have changed. Before now, we do not have shared office spaces. We do not have greenhouse, smart homes, and all that. So there is need for our laws to be reviewed up forward to be able to meet the present day market. And that's what we have been pushing for, and then we believe that we'll get to that, because one of the things we intend to achieve by next year is to get the Senate to be able to look at our white paper on our past conference and some of the webinars we have held on this. And also, still on the government, meeting with stakeholders. We are currently working with what we call LASRILA in Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Agency, working together with them in sensitizing the public. Because, we pass so many laws, but people that are affected by these laws do not even know the provisions. So part of what we're doing with the government is holding stakeholders meeting, be able to interpret some of these laws, help them to understand these are the penalties, the consequences, the things that you need to do. For example, for those that are building into construction, to help them understand some of these our building codes. And then before you build, the necessary requirements, the documentary requirements you need to present, because a lot of people, they just have money. They just want to go into real estate, but they don't know the law. They don't know the provisions of the law. So this is the way we are helping the government to continue to sensitize the members of the public. And of course, we also help the government to provide adequate information on benefits, on costs, penalties, and consequences for not complying with existing laws and policies. And these are some of the things we have been achieving through our past webinars. Then to our professional bodies in real estate. So there is there's an ongoing collaboration meeting with REDA, Real Estate Development Association of Nigeria, and then also NISTRUCT, that's for structural engineers, and some other professional bodies, so that we can bring standardization in the sector. During our conference, all of them were present. We want to bring standardization in the sector, because we realize that a lot of people are just there. The professional bodies are just being in existence without actually bringing some form of standard in the real estate sector. If you are if you go to UK, US, you cannot and you will never practice as a realtor without being qualified, without the license. You can't even be a developer without a license. But in fact, the other day, my cousin called me, I'm into real estate and all that. It's because he has money. Does he know anything about real estate? No. Has he undergone any skill for him to be equipped to do that? No. And that explains the reason why we keep having building collapse. We're still having substandard materials. This is what we are doing, collaborating for standardization in the sector. Also, we are helping them to set up and draft set of rules and regulations that will be guiding their professional bodies, especially the professional body that does not have any. And also to collaborate to control unqualified persons from providing real estate professional services. To the developers, remember I mentioned that we have threefold mission. 1 to the government, 2 to the professional bodies in the real estate, and then 3 to developers. So our services over the years, we organize and conduct in-house training on different laws, regulations, and policies as it affects their operations. So part of what we are doing is also training like in-house lawyers on compliance, training their officers on legal provision for strict adherence, because some of them employed lawyers that have never been into real estate practice. And if you do not know the law, you will not be able to advise on any transaction. And also to help them in legal drafting for different kinds of agreements and land documentation. Because this is the only way we can mitigate risk. You'll be able to spot a transaction that is peculiar and then carve out a clause that will meet up with that particular transaction. Okay, and then different training on application on case law principles in their daily transactions. So these are the things that we have been doing over the years to ensure that we bring standardization in the real estate sector. Thank you.
Okay, Barrister Peace. While you were talking, you said something that caught my attention. The rate of building collapse, especially the ones coming from Lagos, is really on the high. It's really on the high side.
Yes.
What are you doing to sanitize the real estate business, at least to reduce the number of building collapse that we have been witnessing in the past few months in Lagos State?
Thank you so much. And that will take me, I'll answer this question with this new book I mentioned that will be published on the 9th of December. Like the title of the book is Reimagining Real Estate Landscape in the Nigerian Contemporary Market. Now, what is my point? What am I canvassing on in that book? What I'm saying is that there is need for mindset retraining. There is the issue of mindset. I mentioned in that book that the issue of building collapse cannot just end simply because we have laws. We have different laws. But the only thing that will make people to comply is because they have the mindset to make things work. For example, who lacks integrity, someone who naturally does not have duty of care, will carry that kind of mindset into real estate business. Now, in real estate business, we have two kinds of mindset. Those who are value-driven and those who are money-driven. Now, with that kind of mindset, anybody who is value-driven will ensure that before they start any building project, they will get all the necessary approvals. And then they ensure that they build according to standard. And you know that the Land Building Agency Code, Regulation 2019 of Lagos, make provision that before you commence any building, you must get necessary approval with your title document. And then a lot of people don't even have a title, not to talk of other approvals that are required for them to get their permits. And then when they build with substandard material because they are money driven. They want to make sure that they get so many ROI in return. But that is the problem. And until government, in fact, I'll be speaking at Lagos State Real Estate Conference. Lagos State invited me. It's part of the thing I will also be speaking to let Lagos State, in as much as we have different laws, let also establish some training programs on mindset. People need to understand duty of care. People need to understand what is my neighbor's principle. My neighbor's principle in law says that if I know that my activity that another person will be affected negatively by my activity, I should not do that. Now, recently in Lagos, there is someone that was approved to build only five floors in Lagos. Because the foundation is for only 5 floors. That is the approval that was given to him by Lagos State Building Agency. Right now, as we speak, he has gone up to 8 floors. How can a foundation meant for 5 floors be able to carry building for 8 floors? Of course, it's going to collapse. And that is the reason why governments need to continue to ensure that not only building according to standard, but for them to understand the impact and the negative impact this will adverse effect it will have on the investors and buyers eventually. So part of what that book is going to address is for Lagos State government to collaborate with professional bodies, particularly real estate developers in Nigeria, to begin to sanitize the market and begin to, deny access and license to everyone who is building without being a member of RIDAM. And I'm happy that the current RIDAM president is passionate about what he's doing. And by God's grace, we're going to do a lot in 2025.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Are you working hand in hand with NIBRI? NIBRI.
Okay, no, not at the moment.
Okay. And so far, so good. The challenges, any challenge?
Of course, there are so many challenges that we are facing. Part of the challenges that FELIREP is facing and also real estate, so I will take it differently. For FELIREP, part of the challenges we are facing is our ability to have access. Because if you want a law reform, but you don't have access to the people that will do the law reform, that effort is as good as nothing. So part of what we need is access to the right people in government, access to be able to hear us, access to be able to collaborate with us, because we are ready to work. FELIREP is across Nigeria, and not just across Nigeria, we have FELIREP in US, in Canada, and in UK. So we are ready to take up the real estate market, but we need access. We need access to the right people who will hold us hand in hand and, be able to, listen to us and understand the mitigation risk we are trying to achieve in the real estate sector. Now, for the real estate sector, the main challenge in the real estate sector is that we have too many laws, but no enforcement, no implementation. And apart from that, lack of advocacy. And that's why FELIREP is like an advocacy team, an advocacy group, trying to advocate for people to understand, this is what you need to do. These are provided. Do you know that there is a provision in the environmental law that says that when you cut your grass and then you burn it the same time at the daytime, you are liable? I think like 6 months. But how many people are aware of this? A lot of people are not aware. And that's how you'll be walking on the road. You see people cutting grass and burning at the same time during daytime. Supposed to be nighttime. But these are the little provisions that are hiding in different laws, but people are not aware. So advocacy, compliance are the major challenge. Thank you.
We just clocked our 70-hour mark.
Wow, awesome. Awesome.
Yes.
Congratulations. You have done well. It's not easy.
Thank you very much.
You have done so well.
Thank you very much.
It's not easy to be talking for hours. It's not.
We're still counting. It's 100 hours. 100 hours is the mark.
You will get there.
By God's grace, we'll get there.
Yeah. Yes.
Normally, usually, sometimes you will hear them say corruption is fighting back. Looking at the standard you have set yourself out on these organizations to achieve, any fight back?
Of course. I won't mention his name, a public figure. One of the things he said, Omo Igbo, you are trying to find a battle that is bigger than you. This battle has been existing before you came. So what does that mean? Tribalism, political tone, telling this small girl you cannot get anywhere. Why? Corruption is actually at the root of review of Land Use Act, because Land Use Act is basically like putting all properties in this nation in the hand of the governor. That is exactly what it means. Now, for me to get it, the section 22 says you need to get the consent of the governor. And I won't mention name. One governor said after his election, that he has spent so much money during during his campaign, and that he knows where he's going to recover the money from. He's going to recover it from the land.
Hello? 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 Okay, we'll get back to Barrister Peace. We'll get back to Barrister Peace. Just a moment, and we'll get back to Barrister Peace, please. Okay, we'll still go back and try and get her again. Network a little bit challenging. Okay.
My network, I'm trying to connect with all the network. I don't know what is going on.
Okay, Barrister, please go on, please.
Okay. Is it okay to continue from here?
Yes, go on, please.
All right, thank you so much. We were talking about corruption.
Yes.
So I was mentioning a governor that said that he's going to recover all the money he spent from the land, and that's where he's going to. So you see, the Land Use Act, before the Land Use Act, the real estate was in the hands of families, villages, it was a communal ownership until when Land Use Act came. It was actually supposed to come and then, ameliorate and, of course, solve the problem that people were having about boundaries, disputes over land and all that. But when you look at it, has the Land Use Act actually solved the problem? So there's more of corruption. A lot of people are benefiting from it. So it's become so difficult When you talk about some of the assessment that these developers pay, you see that most of the reason why they hardly register with the name of their company is because registering in the name of the company costs more than registering as an individual. And there is nobody that wants to buy any property that is not registered, because that is your assurance of buying a good property and, of course, securing a good title in the real estate transaction. So corruption is actually at the hem of affairs when it comes to real estate transaction. Thank you.
That's one can really relate, looking at what is going on in that sector. But then, for female in real estate business, like I do put it, right?
Yes.
How much have you empowered the female folk?
Okay. So I'll answer that question in two ways. One, how have we empowered our members that are female lawyers? Because we have female lawyers who are not into real estate. So female lawyers who are into real estate, for those that have subscribed and those that are aware, we do what we call knowledge sharing session. So during these knowledge sharing sessions, we discuss different topical issues as it relates to real estate. And the essence of it is to equip them. Because it's just like you can't send a child out to go and carry out a task without giving that child the sufficient information.
Sure.
So what we are doing is that, because part of our plan is very soon that it will become like a body where real estate companies, if you need a lawyer, they will refer you to female lawyers in real estate practice.
Okay.
So part of the things that we are doing is to ensure that all our members are well and adequately informed regarding market trends, understanding the dynamism in real estate practice, so that whatever complex real estate transaction you are faced with, you'll be able to break the complex issue one by one, then handle it in accordance with the provisions of the law. I give you an instance. Part of the thing we also achieve is that in theory, when we're in school, they will tell you when you go and you search for a property and the property is under a encumbrance, like a legal mortgage, you don't have to buy it. But in practice, I can tell you that you can buy if you are ready to break the complex issues, break it down with each of the problem, bringing forth the solution to it. Now, if a property is under legal mortgage, because I've handled such a complex transaction before, if a property is under legal mortgage and the client has looked at the risk and believed that this is the risk that he or she can take because of, one, the location of the property. No, location is king when it comes to real estate. And they've calculated and say, okay, if I'm able to go into this transaction, this will be my ROI. I'm ready to proceed. So if the client is willing to proceed, what we need to do is get to the bank. Which bank is holding this? How much is the interest on this? Are you going to knock it off? We are going to pay you so and so amount as full and final payment. And the bank says, okay, because the bank is in business. If they have to recover their money upfront, they would do that, rather than either going through court, even legal mortgage, or even eventually foreclosure. So you will see, when you come into contact with such transaction, you have a negotiation with them. After negotiation, you said, okay, this is what I'm willing to
Hello?
ahead and make the payment. And of course, the title document will be delivered to you, and the legal mortgage will be taken away from the lands registry. So, but in theory, they will tell you it's an encumbrance. You're not going to go there. But in practice, this is what female lawyers in real estate practice. That what we do, we look at problem and we provide solution to it. We don't run away from transactions that are complex, because what we understand is that these are problems, and all they need is that they are looking for legal solution to it. And once you're able to provide that goes on. And also for our in-house lawyers that are in real estate practice. So one of our directors is a director of corporate governance and compliance. Part of what she does is also to, sift some of these laws comply, how to put the compliance calendar. So we go through that training. In fact, we had this kind of training, I think, like last 2 weeks, and we keep having this kind of training. We also have one of the board of directors who is into land title and due diligence. So each of our board members were selected based on their expertise. We did not just select people to just be on the board. We selected them based on their expertise as it relates with operations in the real estate sector. So part of what they do is to now use that their knowledge to be able to train others. And apart from that, what we're also doing is that we are partnering with some of these women who are already up there, the likes of Uzomaka Ochogwe of Afreeland Properties, and so many of them, who also once in a while will bring them for a webinar to train us on what is going on in the real estate sector, and then like a mentoring webinar. So this is what we are doing for the female lawyers in real estate practice. Now, when real estate business, so there are some kind of webinars that we do, we make it public, and this is how we bring them in to help them understand what is going on in the market trends and how they can take their business forward. Thank you.
Interesting. So in other words, you're playing dual role.
Yes.
Provide services and also empower, female lawyers.
Yes.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Because of our time, I'd like you to just throw out one or two advice to women out there. Maybe lawyers, not lawyers, but your gender, women, who are listening to you now. What do you have to say to them?
Thank you so much for that question. Anytime I have opportunity to be with women, one of the things I ask them is that, how many properties do you have? I told one woman one day, I said, the hair that you are carrying on your head is enough to buy a property somewhere. Put a hair just to belong, to be in the class, where you can use it and buy property. There are so many things women are not aware. They are not aware of crowdfunding. They are not aware of land banking. They are not aware of land flipping. They are not aware of REITs. And these are ways that even if you don't have the bulk of the money, you can put it either by crowdfunding, just like the name is crowdfunding. So you pull as a crowd, put it into real estate. In the next 5 years, if you put 300,000 there, you might be getting as big as 5 million or 10 million. Because real estate will always appreciate. So one of the things I tell women, I said, when God created Adam and Eve, the first job, the first career God introduced in the world was real estate. We put Adam and Eve to tend the garden. I said, where is your own portion on earth? So you must secure your own portion, irrespective of the fact that you are a woman. And sometimes society made it to look as if women are denied of their property rights, but it's not so. You can own a piece of the earth, and that's it can be by REITs. REITs are when it's just like the same way you buy shares and then you get your dividends. That's how REITs, real estate investment trust. That's how it works. Land banking, a large people put money together and then buy some land somewhere. After some years, they will start selling it. Ibuka Wosika bought a property sometime, how many years ago? I think about 5,000 naira. To resell, she resold in millions. And this is what we're talking about. Women, if you are hearing my voice, Christmas is coming. A lot of people have marked out how many hair they are going to buy, how many. Please, you can become a property owner in different ways. And if you want to, one of the ways you can become a property owner, you can contact. It's my desire that by 2025, we'll have a lot of women who are property owners. Thank you.
All right, Barrister Peace and Omnese.
Thank you.
It's just that, you see, I'm not a woman now, so...
No, you too. No, everybody hearing my voice should be able to own a piece of the earth. Okay. Because if God casts you now, where is your own garden that you're attending to? Where will you show him? We need to show God our own piece of the earth.
That's what I'm tendering here now. All right. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
On your 40th anniversary.
Thank you so much.
And I wish you all the best too. It's weekend anyways.
Yes. Thank you.
I wish you in Abuja would have actually popped whatever will pop on Sunday together.
It's okay. We'll be there. We're supporting you. Just continue. We'll beat the 100 and even more.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you
for
very
having
much.
me. I appreciate it. On behalf of the board and the entire members of Female Lawyers in Real Estate Practice Association Nigeria, we want to say thank you for having us. We appreciate you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, bye.
And do enjoy your weekend.
You too, bye.
All right, bye-bye. As the voice of Barrister Peace Anonese. And she said, as a woman, stop carrying your piece of land on your head. Anyways, before women will come for my neck today and say, Penia, was it? Penia, was it? Penia, was it? I didn't say it. Barrister Peace just did. And we're still talking. Still on the 70-hour mark. We're not giving up yet. My next guest. My next guest. Someone you would love to hear her voice this morning. She's an entrepreneur. She's a beautician. She's an event planner. Just name it. She is a complete woman in the business world. Promise. Edit. Promise. Edit. You go that way. I need it, my dear.
I'm so proud of you. Look at you.
I'm prouder.
You can't be prouder.
You're proud. Me, I'm prouder.
I'm more proud. I'm so happy for you. Look at you. Over 70 hours and you're still on.
Pro.
Even give you no handshake. Professional handshake.
I don't understand.
Congrats.
I don't
Congrats.
understand.
We're getting to 100. Are we?
Life and direct.
Definitely.
Life and direct.
Please don't give up.
Nah,
We're
nah,
here.
it's too
If you want
early,
me to
no?
talk from now to tomorrow, I'm here for you.
Away. Yes. Let me introduce you to Pojo Event CEO.
By the grace of God. Thank you.
Pro.
Hello everyone. I'm glad to be here supporting. This is my guy. My guy's guy. If you know, you know.
If you don't know, forget about
about
it.
Yeah.
Promise, what's up?
Nothing much. I'm good. I'm here.
You're looking Pojo-ish, man.
Thank you. You're looking good though. You're looking fresh and I like your outfit. This is really nice.
Representing Nigeria and Africa, man.
I was going to ask you who made it, but I'm like, let me not turn to the interviewer here. Let me calm down.
No, at this point, no problem.
Are you sure?
No problem.
Yeah, interview me.
It's 50-50 now.
Are you sure?
When you're done with your own, I'll take over.
You take over, Abi.
Like, sure you want to stay for the whole day?
Oh yeah, now let me start.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
I'm good, man. It's just the chicken breast I'm waiting for.
It's chicken breast you're waiting for.
I'm telling you.
Please, can we have 10 plates of chicken breasts for Peniel? If possible, don't worry, they'll bring it. Anything you want.
Anything I want.
Yes.
Okay, 10 plates of chicken breasts.
Aside the hunger, how do you feel deep down?
I'm good, man.
You're good?
Very good.
Are you happy?
Just keep that one first for now.
Let's keep the excitement.
For now, no. We can't get unnecessarily overexcited for now.
Yeah.
Just keep it on the low.
I feel you.
The mark is too far.
It's not far. This is 70 hours, 50 minutes. You're almost at 71 hours. It's just
It's still far, man.
just 30 more hours
It's
to
still
go.
far.
Or 29.
It's still far,
It's
man.
not far.
It's still far.
You can't do it.
Today is Friday.
If you can get to 70, Trust me, you can even get to another 200, sir. It's 200 plus 70, that's 270. You can do
You
this.
say what?
I know you can do
You
it.
say what? You say what? You say. If I do 200, Guinness Book will call me now.
Well.
Okay, come here, come here, come.
I'll give you a special award.
Come.
Who are you? They'll ask you questions. Who are you?
No, let's just.
Are you human?
You want us to, so that the next person who is coming can have something to break.
I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
We need someone to break something, not that you just keep it there like, no.
Yeah, but you can put it up there now,
that
so
won't be
nobody can get to that or even get close.
No, that won't be fair. We want another Nigerian to go and psh.
Are you sure? Is that what you want?
It's a Nigerian thing now.
Oh, I like the fact that Nigerians are actually very determined people, breaking records. I mean, the Guinness Book of Records have been there for so long, but maybe most Nigerians were not really familiar with it or they didn't hear about it until Hilda broke the camera.
She just went and opened.
Literally.
She opened the door for us.
Opened the door for Nigerians.
And man, we're not
And
looking back.
everyone is talking about Nigerians on social media. Oh, a Nigerian did this. Oh, a Nigerian did this. And we've been breaking different records, not just, the cooking or cook-a-thon, she called it. People have been doing lots of record breaking in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And look at you, the Niger boy.
A babe did this one.
A babe did this.
A Nigerian.
A Nigerian babe.
Yes, 55.
Okay. So you see,
So I've broken her record.
you've broken a record and you're going higher. Fantastic.
We've kept her own by the side.
I'm proud
So
of
we're
you.
moving.
I like this Niger blood that we have. If you're a Niger person, you don't understand what you have. Our blood,
It's very red.
it's very.
Our blood is redder than red,
Our
man.
blood is very special. Like there's something in our DNA that puts us out there, that makes us stand out from the rest of other races, other continents. Africans, we're the best. If you're African, count yourself lucky. And then if you're Nigerian, just forget about it. You are too special. Too special.
Abi.
Yes, Lord.
Pojo to the world.
So what's up?
You're not doing interview now.
I'm not taking over your show, please.
You're not
Let
doing
me-
interview
let
now.
me-
so
let me
no,
relax,
I'm
let
not
me calm
challenge.
down.
You're not doing interview. Don't worry. Be asking.
No, do the ask you.
You're
Let me
not
not
doing
take over
interview now.
your show.
After 70 hours. You want to take over after 70
Let me not
hours.
take over. Do your thing.
Don't worry.
You know we're in this profession together, so
I'm relaxed.
let's not show ourselves. I'm
No.
a guest today. I'm not presenting.
Pojo to the world, girl.
Yes.
Po, 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 po.
Yes.
So what's up?
Nothing much.
Nice, Pojo.
Pojo is doing very okay.
Okay, just of recent,
Yeah.
you decided to shut down Abuja.
Yes.
Shut down Abuja. Boom, 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 boom,
Shut
boom,
it
boom,
down.
boom.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
So just tell us more about it.
So recently we had the Pojo Trade Show, and the Pojo Trade Show is an event where we merge entertainment and commerce, business and entertainment practically, and where we had a field and vendors, different vendors, the macro, small, medium scale businesses come together to showcase what they sell to the public, the general public, and then they come there to purchase from them. We had a whole stage, we had entertainment, we had dancers, we had performers, we had this, let it not skip my head right now. We had the carnival dancers there, we had this acrobatic display performers, and we even had artists perform for us as well. We had fire breathers. It was a whole bunch of entertainment in one ground, and it was fantastic. That was the first time. It was the first edition of the Pojo Trade Show. Trust me, when I started, I didn't know what to expect. I was like, okay, let's just do it. One thing with me, if you know me, you know when I want to do something, if my mind is fixed on it, I will definitely
No
do
going
it.
back, man.
There's no going back. I will make sure that I get to the root of it and literally make it a success. So the Pojo Trade Show happened on the 8th of November 2024 at City Park, and it was amazing. It was amazing. We had media coverage from AIT, from ITV. Those were our media sponsors, and also Love FM as well. And Red Bull also was one of our successors, and it went really well. I have some, we have some videos. You can check us out on social media, Instagram to be precise, at Pojo Events. Follow us up because the next Pojo Trade Show is coming up in April, and that one will definitely be bigger than the first edition.
Oh, I'll be there.
You better be.
I'll be there.
I didn't disturb you because he was preparing for his marathon, so I was like, okay.
I'll be there. By then, I'll be done with the marathon and like, hey, Pojo to the world, man.
Definitely.
Guinness #1 guy, man.
Well, a special VIP session for you. I need a world record breaker. You have to be in one. You get it.
In one cage like
Yes,
that.
no kids. Yes, no VIP session in front.
VIP lounge.
Yes, especially for
And
you.
I almost wanted, I said, no, man, Peniel.
Maybe I will.
I was still running around, man. I was still running around. Just looked and said, hi, Peniel. You just go and collapse, so you've never started the marathon.
No, that's why I wanted you to relax, to rest. That's why I didn't disturb you. It's like, let me let you do sleep because he's preparing. You're not supposed to be here. So let's not tell the world out. That's our little.
Can we leave this?
Yes,
thing?
I leave it.
Can we just push it behind
Yes,
us?
yes.
After now, we can go and sort our issues out. So what's up, man?
Nothing is happening much, but a lot is happening, if that makes any sense. Yes. Right now, with the way our economy is going, most Nigerians are turning to business. Most people want to do business. Anything that concerns buying and selling, and they're making, putting in the capital, and they're making turnover profit. That's what most Nigerians are doing. And looking at me now, as a professional broadcaster, I'm like, I need to have a side. I need to have a side hustle in
Side
this
gig,
country.
please.
Oh, we call it side gig. I call it hustle. Side gig, whatever. You need to have something on the side that you're doing that will support the
The
lifestyle.
ministry.
You know this.
After this, I'll come and join you.
Please do. So that's why I turned to business, which is the event planning and management business. Because I know that people will always have events. There's always weddings going on. There's always a conference, always something happening, a birthday party, and Nigerians, we like to celebrate. I don't think it's not. I don't think it's just a Nigerian thing. I think it's like an African thing. We celebrate literally everything.
But Nigeria is exceptional.
Exceptional because we are extra. That's the truth. We are very, very
If you
extra.
are hungry, do you know with all of these things that I won't call that name, please don't, before you go and prove that name I don't want to go to. There's one name they are calling.
Don't call it, please.
Yeah, sure.
Please.
With all of it, this is that I've been here since, we've been here since Thursday, right? Since Thursday, yeah. Thursday. No, Tuesday. You know what's wrong with you? We've been here since Tuesday, 26th. Because today's Friday.
Yes, it is
So
Friday.
my ears have been shut away from every noise, outside noise.
I'm jealous of that. I wish I could run away to somewhere that I don't know what's going on social media. I don't want to know what's going on in the economy.
I don't even know what's going on with my phone as we speak right
Please
now.
don't.
I'm away from my phone.
We're protecting your sanity.
But then, else, we just say, food everywhere, man. Food, people are sharing food inside this economy.
Yeah, so Nigerians will celebrate. We're just happy people. Like, if something is going on, if something happens, maybe someone just broke out a deal and then it's successful, bam, celebration. If someone's wife just gives birth to a baby, celebration. If you just bought a new house, celebration. Even on Love FM, we have a program called Celebration.
You see, you buy a car, whether Tokumbo,
Whatever
or
it is,
third hand,
second hand, third hand,
fourth
whatever,
hand,
you must celebrate that.
no tire, but you still bought the car.
Nigerian people, we just love celebration. You must celebrate. Whatever you're doing, celebration. New house, new car, you must. Even you, when you finish your world record, we're celebrating now. We're turning up.
Turn it up.
I'm gonna pop some things for you. Yes, pop bottle water now. That's what I mean.
I take it.
Pop it. No, it's not now. When you finish.
I thought you wanted it.
It's
No,
not.
they say they're coming here on Sunday to come and do pop it up, man.
Exactly. That's where they are. We are coming.
Okay, we are coming on Sunday, right? Coming on Sunday morning.
Yes.
No, is it morning?
Sunday.
Sunday, yeah, Sunday.
Whenever you say you're tired. Whenever you say, okay, let's wrap this up.
I don't understand.
Yes, now.
I don't understand.
Whenever you say, let's wrap this up, okay.
I
we'll
don't
be here.
understand.
If it's Sunday morning, afternoon, evening, whichever time you decide, just tell us.
Okay, we do it January 31st.
It's funny, that's good now. That's even better. That makes more sense. That's even better.
January 31st.
Yes, now. Just carry on till November is almost over now.
November is ending today.
Exactly. No, it's not ending today. It's ending tomorrow. So after
Oh,
tomorrow,
God.
today is Friday.
Ah.
Today's 29th. So tomorrow, the month is over. So you just have one more month now. So.
Tomorrow the month will be over. Sunday, evening.
Yes, and we are there. We're good to go. Get you. Don't mind him. He has the energy. He can do it. Can do it. Peniel is strong. He knows that. Should I tell you what's in the secret? Radio days. When I can't make it and I call Peniel, I'm like, who can I? And I'm thinking of who to call to cover for me on air. Bobo juice. I'm telling you guys the truth. See, anyone that comes out of my mouth is the truth. Nothing but the truth. And if I'm looking for who to cover for me, I just think in my head, I say, who will be active right now that will be ready to do it without stressing me, and I know that the person will do it properly. First thing that comes to my head is Peniel. Oh, Peniel will be active. Peniel will leave his house by 5 a.m. and before 4 a.m. 5 a.m. Gets to the radio station as early as he gets there before even 6 because he needs to do this newspaper review and they take the news very early. Oh my goodness. And then he stays there, finishes his programs, and he still remains in that place till evening. And then he calls his Colonel, I can't make it, please, can you come up with me? He's like, oh, okay. First of all, you ask him, you say, okay, so what are you giving me now? And he give what are you giving me? It's not even something, you know. He will tell you, I'll ask, okay, what do you want? Say, buy me lunch or buy me juice. Why are you so cheap?
International finishing.
Why are you so cheap? And when I hear, what do you have for me? What's in it for me? I'm expecting to hear something like, okay, how many million, or, you know, can you give me like 100 billion or $100 million or something? Penny will say, can you buy me food? Can you buy me lunch? What kind of lunch? Rice? Oh no, and also, what's that? You like juice? Exotic, cheap.
God of mercy. Even
He
another
likes
thing.
this exotic juice.
Can you imagine?
Yes,
Promise.
that's you.
I'm not you're selling to the world like
But he's strong. Back to what I was saying. He's a very strong guy. He's a strong guy. Don't worry. I know what I'm saying. I've experienced it. I have seen it, and I am testifying. Peniel Diala is a strong man. So when you told me you wanted to go for this, I'm like, it's nothing. You eat this for breakfast. You know, you eat this for breakfast. No, nah, you can go to 200 hours. Come on, Penny, I know you can do it.
you're giving me cough.
Drink water.
It's somebody's name. Oh. Okay, all thanks to Aquadana for keeping me hydrated, okay? They said when I talk, I should drink Aquadana.
Yes. It's good. I drank aquadana when I got here.
Oh, drink.
Fantastic water. Tastes really good. I'm not saying it has taste good. It tastes really good.
That's nice. Aquadana is good.
Very good.
So, promise, what drove you to event planner?
Yes. Okay, event planning, not business itself.
One at a time.
One at a time. I would say I found a niche in what I like because growing up I have always been the one to organize things. I've always liked perfection. I've always liked organizing. planning organization. I'm the firstborn. I'm the, okay, they're not going to do more than they call it Aga of my family. So if you know how firstborns are, they're always very organized, always planned. Whatever they want to do is set and cast on stone. If they say they're going to do this, they will do it. So growing up, I have always been the one to do that. I've always been the one to look after everybody. Yes, my parents were there to look after, everyone, but I was always like the second in command.
Okay.
If something goes wrong, okay, promise, check on promise this, but I noticed that I was always 10 steps ahead, because when something is about to happen, I analyze the consequences, the effect it will have, and all of that. And if it goes wrong, there's always a plan B. For me, I have a plan A, plan B, plan C, just in case it doesn't work out, we can jump to the next plan.
Can you imagine?
So yeah, it's like it's inbuilt. Although I had to go acquire the skill, I had to go learn. Coban School of Planning here in Abuja, that's where I attended, for, to acquire the skill, just to, get more knowledge on what I'm actually going into, because it's not just a passion, it's also business. And with business, you need to be enlightened. You need to know what you're going into, have your business plan, and strategize, basically. So yes, I was driven to go into event planning because that is my niche. Organizing is a niche for me.
And here you are.
Here I am.
Ojo Events.
Yes.
CEO.
And we started in 2021. So Ojo Events is 3 years old.
Wow.
This year. Yes. Clap for me. If you're watching, clap.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
So where's the cake?
The cake. We cut the cake since in April. I remember it was launched in April 2021. So yes, in April 2024, we made us 2 years.
2 years. And this year, 3 years.
3 years, sorry. 3 years. Yes.
That's the chicken breast.
You are this chicken breast. You are this chicken breast.
It's not my
You
fault.
didn't add juice to it this time around.
No, just the chicken breast for sweet
Water.
sauce.
Drink water. Drink water. It's
No,
healthier.
leave water first.
Leave juice.
The chicken breast with plenty sauce.
That will make you happy.
And then chopped onions and pepper inside. Yeah, I'm wondering what I'll eat after this.
And if they hear you now, they'll think you like food. Look at Benny. Very fit. If you can see some fit. With the amount of food he eats.
I'm wondering what I'll eat after now.
One will wonder why he still looks like this. Because he's actually fit. He doesn't even look like what he eats. I'll put it that way.
Promise.
Yes.
Okay, promise. From now to the next 10 years, where will Pojo be?
Pojo will be in a very good place because we have plans to do so many things. So with Pojo Events, we're a planning and management company. We manage corporate and social events for our clients. But we also want to have events that are Pojo owned.
Okay.
Just like the Pojo Trade Show. So aside from the Pojo Trade Show, I'm not going to reveal what's coming, it's a surprise. We have other events that we will be bringing up that will be Pojo-owned events. Yes, so most event planning companies just manage and plan events for clients, right? But we want to be different. We want to have our own thing, our own events. So in 10 years' time, Pojo must have grown really, really big. We should have organized thousands of events, thousands and thousands of events, if you ask me.
Like in 10 years,
Yes.
thousands of events.
Thousands of events. That's the target. Yes.
And by then, are we going to recognize it?
Yes. I don't understand. If you don't recognize, when do you recognize?
Do I know?
Eh?
Do I know?
Recognize?
Amambi?
Why would you recognize it?
Amambi? But you know one thing about business,
Yes.
certain people you see, just you're in business. They say, yeah, you don't look it, because people just look at the likes of Dangote or Tedola
Yeah.
Alakija, just name them, right? But for you, what Pino?
I look like a baby girl, I mean. Don't worry. It's just this beauty, this whatever you see, it's just masking the what's upstairs when it comes to business. I don't play. They know me. I don't. So yeah. Well, that's what you said is right. Most times people do not think so much of a good looking lady, beautiful, they call it slay queens now. When you are looking beautiful and shiny, they'll say you're a slay queen, you're a slayer. Exactly. So they don't think much of it, of people that look like me, because they feel like all we know is apply makeup, wear bow straights. I was hearing your other guest when she said, don't buy hair. I will buy hair, okay? Are you kidding me?
Don't carry your land on your head, dude.
We'll carry the land on our head and then we'll still have the landed property.
Okay.
That's the idea. Find a way to balance it. You can still be beautiful, you can still wear your bones straight, apply your makeup, look hot, look sexy, look presentable, responsibly. I did not say go and look like what we cannot explain. Exactly. You can do all that. Invest in yourself, invest in your beauty, invest in your looks. You can still do all that and still be in business and still make money the legit way. Business money is like blood money if you know what you're doing. You remember those days that somebody will leave the village and go to town and come back in December with a brand new car, house. People will say it's blood money. Sometimes it's not blood money. It's legit money. You're making so much money. In business, volume is where you make your money. So when you have the volume in business, trust me, you do it. So girls, ladies, women listening to me right now, should I be talking to women? Let me talk to ladies. Because women...
Talk to your Pino.
My young ladies, invest in your beauty. Don't let anyone tell you, oh, you are looking to... It's even better you look like this. You look so beautiful and hot and presentable, and then you have something in your pockets and you have something upstairs. It gives you more value.
So after this show now, I'm coming to your place.
Come now. You're invited.
There's volume.
There's volume. Definitely.
I'm coming to collect volume. I'm coming to collect volume. Boom, 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 boom.
Of course, you should. You should. Don't worry.
I don't look worried, man. I don't look
You're
worried.
making moves. This is a doorway to greater things for you. Definitely. You will have more. You Penny, please. Don't be disguising for us. We're on national, international TV. Don't disguise. We know you.
Don't worry,
We know
people.
your capacity.
Don't worry, people. Today, I'm here with promise. We'll be doing off and on. We do off, we do on, 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 we do off.
Only me. Okay. Should I dedicate today to not eating? Just drinking water just for you.
We have plenty of practices, don't worry. We have one of
No. That's the way of sacrifice. It's my way of contributing now. My sacrifice for I didn't eat before coming, so I'm like today I'm going to be in a Guinness World Record mode. Drink just water and come. I can be my clear head and have this stuff prepared here.
Don't worry, we're 71.
You see, I told you.
It's 71 hours, man, and we're still clocking, man.
Yeah, 71 hours, 14 minutes.
We're still clocking, we're still clocking.
I'm so proud. You have no idea. I'm very proud.
Ah,
You're doing great.
who are we?
You're doing great. What do you mean? Who are you? This is Peniel Diala.
Humble
Niger
us,
boy.
humble us,
Yes.
humble
No
us.
problem. Be humble. We are the proud ones for you. Let's be proud.
But then all thanks to my crew, my guys out there. Just they're the reason why I'm still sitting here. If you remove them here, I don't work out. But then, guys, thanks. I appreciate it.
You guys are doing a good job. I hope you guys can hear me. You're doing a good job. Great job. Well done. Well done.
And to all my guests also, thank
Yes.
you. and you guys also made it worth
Definitely.
worth the while,
I
man.
must also commend the quality of guests. They are superb. Well done. Well done, Penny. Show us the way now. I don't want to show us the way for this time.
We'll still have more guests coming in. Still have loads of guests coming in, and as they're coming, we'll be giving it to you back to back to back to back to back to back to back
Definitely.
until Sunday.
Back to back is a hit.
Back to back to back to back to back.
It's a hit.
I know many of us love gospel. Don't worry. One man you love to see. You saw Terry G some night ago. There's one young man you'll be seeing, hopefully tomorrow. You love him. You will love him.
Are you serious?
You will
Should I
love
come
him.
tomorrow?
You will love
So
him.
this young man.
You will love him.
Ha! I
You
can't
will,
wait till.
you will love him. You will love him.
Penny,
Yes.
don't make me leave my house. So, is he coming? Is he really going to come?
He will fly down.
Shall be here to see.
Okay. Enough.
My guys.
So what's your message to these guys that are listening to you?
Yes, my message to everyone listening to me, if you want to go into event planning, entertainment, yes you can. But first of all, you need to acquire the skill, discover your niche, and then when you do that, then you can have your business plan. When you have a business plan, you build a network, and then also develop this relationship with vendors, because as an event planner, the vendors are your strength. When you have a good relationship with your vendors, they will be able to give you a very good price that they wouldn't give a direct client, coming to them. So yes, develop that, know people, find a way to know people, because especially in Abuja, you need to know someone. If you know someone, that someone can introduce you to someone else. It's networking. So you need to do that. And also, your event has to be 10/10. There's no 5/10 or 7/10 or maybe 6. It has to be a 10, because if you flop, that's it. The reviews that your event is going to get, I don't think you're going to like it. So it has to be a 10. Plan ahead. You need to be very good at it. Acquire the skill. Get the right knowledge. Look for a planning school or wherever. Yes, you may have the passion for it, natural talent, but you need to acquire, you need to be more enlightened in it, get more knowledge on that, because yes, it's planning, but it's also business as well. So, and for people listening and are feeling very motivated by PENIEL to break a record, please break a record, especially if you're Nigerian. I'm really encouraging you to do so. Break that record. Don't relent. Don't sit down to think about the what ifs. What if I don't get people to watch me? What if nobody's supporting me? Just start. Start today. Don't relent. Don't worry. Start today. The people that will support you will support you. One thing you need to understand about humans is once they see that you've started, they will definitely support you, because they've seen that, okay, you've pushed yourself. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Let me calm down first. Let's not get religious.
Wow, promise. Thank you, man.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Yeah, come on. With this all you have, you do better. You definitely do better. I want to take pictures with you. Brandy, can you take us a picture? Thank you.
promise edits. A minute break and we'll be back. I will introduce my next guest to you then. Change it to 296. Okay, you are PENIEL DIALA, longest marathon life interviewing here in the FCT, Federal Capital Territory. Today is Friday, 29th November 2024. I just had the CEO of the Projo event in the person of Promise Edith. Wow, she's a young woman doing great in the world of business and entertainment. My next guest is here already, and he's a leader by excellence. One major thing we all are kind of clamoring for is good leadership. Good leadership. Everywhere you go to, people are clamoring for good leadership. Nigeria is not an exception. One. Second, people have said one other problem we have is mentorship. How can you be a good leader when you're not properly mentored? So, ladies and gentlemen, Reverend Joe Ibokwe, please. Good morning, sir. That's still morning. All right. You know what? Looking great. Have you taken some water? Yes, I am. I'm still taking it. This is my best friend now. Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, friends, our viewers, our crew, fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. Okay, sir. Up to you. Introduce yourself, sir.
Well, you started. My name is Dr. Reverend Dr. Joseph Ibukwe. I'm a youth mentor. I'm a leadership consultant. I'm also a minister of the gospel. So I'm a journalist. I'm a publisher. I'm also I'm just to help society get better. Yeah.
We hope we get there someday.
Yeah, we will. With people like you. People like you are daring, who are trying to make a difference. We get there.
Thank you, sir. Well, leadership is one major issue that we keep talking about every day. And that we can always narrow it down to our lives, where the country is, and where the country is going to. So basically, Nigeria leadership system, scale of 1 to 100.
What do you want me to say? I don't want to skip anything. But I want to first start that leadership is starting with you. Because what you've taken, leadership is about taking responsibility to do something differently. You have started with leadership. If everyone in our society will begin to take responsibility for doing something different and doing it well, that's leadership. So leadership is not about what we do ourselves and taking responsibility, understanding what we're supposed to do, doing something about it, and then for the betterment of everybody. Now, if we go into the bigger picture of our nation, or Africa, or our communities, or whatever, the thing is, we should be able to know what every society has its needs. It has placed some people in positions of responsibility to applies in either society, in the nation, the prosperity or the poverty or the lack or the deprivation of that society also depends on the quality of leadership. So it is, of course, right now, if we are disorganized, if we are, confused, you can just draw the line straight to leadership. In the same way in the home, if that home is disorganized, you draw the line straight to leadership. In an organization, if that organization is not doing well, draw the line straight to leadership. So it is like that. I cannot therefore tell you, draw a line. I want you to draw the line yourself. Because if you're watching me, you draw the line yourself. If you're prospering, if you're having the best, you're having your electricity, you're having water running, you have good transportation system, your security is good, if all these things are working for you, then draw into leadership. But if they are not working, then also draw into leadership. So I cannot, therefore, draw it for you. Let's say I am here to condemn anybody. So you draw it yourself. It's about leadership. That's it.
Okay. Let's just look at Nigeria.
Yeah.
All right. At every point in time, we keep saying we want a leader, we want a leader, we want a leader. So, for you, what kind of leader does Nigeria need at this point?
Well, every society needs a TL leader, transformational leader. That's what every society that really wants to progress needs a transformational leader. And transformational leaders are leaders who think in terms of solutions to problems, who are pragmatic, who are result-oriented, but values-driven. Results-oriented, values-driven. So, what Nigeria needs are result-oriented people who are values-driven. What it means is that they must have values that are human-oriented in terms of values of honesty, values of integrity, values of fairness, values of excellence. These are values. Not values of people that try to shortcut the system, undermine the system, so that they can come to a position of leadership. So whether it is Nigeria or anywhere in the world, any society that wants to develop and prosper and maximize its potential leadership needs transformational leaders.
You know, I'm picking Nigeria because Nigeria is my case study.
Yeah, sure.
And is my constituent at the
Yes,
moment.
absolutely.
We all are crying and begging for, like you said,
Yeah.
TL leader, transformational
Leaders.
I love to just break things down. I love to break things down. They said the buck starts and ends on the table
Of the leaders.
of the leaders.
Absolutely.
If we cast our minds back the past 8 years and fast forward it to where we are today, what kind of leaders have we produced?
Well, Nigeria has given itself the kind of leaders it deserved. And what I mean by that is that we're supposed to be running a democracy, and democracy is a system that allows you to select the kind of people you want to lead you. So when the people, either out of ignorance or greed or whatever, decide to pick the kind of people who want to represent them as leaders, that's what they get. So Nigerians have consistently given themselves the kind of leaders that they have. They are not important, they are from this system. However, even though these people are, even these are leaders are from this system, they can decide to do something different. Because no leader that emerges from this system does not understand the problem of the system. Why is it that somebody become the head of an organization? It is so that you can make that organization better than what it was before you got there. It's as simple, you don't even need to go to school to know it. So when we select our leaders for our nation, whether at the local government level, whether at the federal level, at the state level, because we run democracies, those people who emerge as our leaders, however they have emerged, they ought to understand that leadership is a part of responsibility. Whether they rigged or they did not rig, the question is that now they are in a position of leadership. So, and what leadership translates is taking responsibility. That means, what am I supposed to do to help the people get better than before? Get better now than before I came. So the people that have come on board, they have not been asking themselves this question. And if they ask themselves this question, they have not been taking action to be able to effect answers to the question they have found. I'm being philosophical. But it is the way it is. We are not as prosperous, we are not as developed as we ought to be, because those who are occupying public leadership in our environment in Nigeria are not transformational in perspective. It's as simple as that. Transformational leaders are not people who are ethnically oriented. They have ethnic origin, but they don't come to public leadership to take care of their ethnicity. Transformational leaders have religious inclination, but they don't come to the public leadership to promote their religious inclination. Are you together? So they are people who are there for everyone. Whether you are from the ethnic orientation, your interest is protected. Whether you're from the religious inclination, your interest is protected, because a leader is supposed to take care of everybody. Now, Penny, do you go to market?
Of course I do.
Good. Is there any market for people from your tribe in this Abuja? That only people from your tribe are there so they can go and buy? Nobody else will go there. No. Oh, is there any market in this city that is only for people from your religion? Yes, no. So at the end of the day, we all have the same basic needs: food, shelter, security, what else? Water. These are basic human needs. And then, of course, education. So when a leader comes into space, he should think, how do I make these things available to everyone? Because that's a basic every human being needs. So leadership is about making sure that people who are being led are taken care of in all these dimensions. Like I said, whether it is national leadership, corporate leadership, religious leadership, or any form of it, even family leadership, is to make sure welfare is the ultimate. So, Nigeria is not as welfarist, it's not as prosperous, it's not as socially stable, not as secure as it ought to be because of what? Low quality public leadership. And it cuts across whether the local government, whether the state government, the federal government. Even the institutions. When you go to organizations, they have buildings, massive buildings. Now, those structures, are they maintained? Someone is supposed to make sure they are maintained to serve. So, that's how it is.
You know,
That's what it is.
and that's what I wanted you. I just allowed you to. You can actually express yourself on these. Barack Obama, being the president of the United States, said he took his time to read so much about Nelson Mandela. He studied him, so he called him his mentor. If you meaning that for one to make good leadership, you must have someone that is above you, you're following. In our case, this is the president of the country, and we saw how he performed as president. His choice of words, when he speaks, his courage, his reaction, his disposition to things. I'm a Nigerian, that's why I'm very particular about Nigeria and the kind of leaders we have. Our leaders, from political angle to social angle, but they are most importantly the political class. Do they even have mentors?
You know, your last guest was talking about something that if you want to enter into business, you need to go and learn the skills, you need to go and acquire knowledge. You see, you can't come and give someone what you don't have. Leadership training is so fundamental, and mentoring is an aspect of leadership development. And mentoring can be structured, it can be unstructured. Now, the people that you see they are mentored, the people that are in leadership, they have mentors.
Sure.
So it is the bad ones, well, I don't want to use the word bad, good. So what you see is what has been. So the people, as we're having young people now, the people they are looking up to, the people that are looking up to right now, they are receiving mentorship from them. So if the people right there on top now are behaving badly, they are indirectly mentoring other people. So when those other people get there, they will also behave badly because they are, he has been looking up. Now, you can't give what you don't have. You cannot give what you don't have. If you're not transformational in your inside, you cannot offer transformational leadership. So mentoring, therefore, becomes something that those who are in public leadership, if they are transformational, they will mentor people to become transformational. If they are not transformational, they will also be received. Like I said, mentoring can be structured or it could be unstructured. It could be indirect. Those who want to make a difference will go out to look for those who are making a positive difference. I'm here today because I'm interested in what you're doing. In fact, this is the second time I'm supporting someone doing a marathon Guinness Book of Records.
Wow.
Yeah, the other time one lady was trying to do a sing-a-thon.
Okay.
Sing-a-thon. You know, she did it in some way. So I supported her. So I'm interested in people who have initiative. In the same way, when it comes to public leadership, which we are talking about in Nigeria, the young people who are aspiring to become public leaders in the future, if they want to be different from what is happening now, it means they have to shift their focus. Don't make these people to be their mentor, because what they're offering is not as they ought to be. Now, so that's the way it is. If you can choose your mentor may not choose you. Your mentor necessarily don't have to choose you. You choose your mentor.
Sure.
It's not Nelson Mandela Obama chose Nelson Mandela. So what it means therefore that if there's any young person or anybody who is watching me right now who wants to be in public leadership, in government or whatever, and you want to be different, so it means you have to choose your mentor. And there are mentors all around the world. They don't have to be from your immediate environment. Just take a look at those who are doing something you would like to do. Read about them, study them, follow them, find out what they did, find out what they're doing. That's just the way it is. It's very simple. But if you don't want, you just want to continue with what they are doing, they also look up to them, they also become your mentors. So mentorship is very important in leadership, in business, in entrepreneurship, in whatever thing it is anyone is doing. Mentorship is very, very important. So, very important.
That's great. During the Ninth Assembly, Professor Lumumba was in Nigeria, and they invited him to address the Ninth Assembly. And one remarkable statement he made was, he asked, "Are you honorable or dishonorable?" Are you honorable or horrible members? And that word, that was a very big question. Let's just take a look at our National Assembly. Can we call them distinguished? And can we call them honorables?
Well, there are two ways to look at it. By reason of the position they occupy, we call them honorable. By reason of the responsibility ought to discharge, we call them honorable. However, by their actions, we can call them something different. That's the way it is. Now, when you call someone honorable, it means the person is, if it is a dignity, it is a dignifying status the person has been given. Now, it is the responsibility of that person to affirm that responsibility, affirm that honor, to demonstrate, make sure that that honor that has been given to him is practicalized. In other words, if we call someone a distinguished senator, can he go to himself and talk to himself in the inside of himself and ask himself, are you truly, truly distinguished? Are you truly, truly honorable? Because if I call you dishonorable, you appear as if I'm dishonoring you, and it appears as if I'm insulting you. But you yourself should ask yourself, the way I'm acting, when you break traffic lights because are you honorable? When you know what you do budget, you do what they call budget padding, are you honorable? So you don't need me to call you dishonorable before you know what's honorable. Because if I call you dishonorable, you will take it personal. And I'm not going to personal sincere. But you should ask yourself, am I really honorable? So in other words, the question you ask them is a question of conscience. Gentlemen and women, you are referred to as distinguished senators. Gentlemen and women, we are referred to as what? Honorable, right honorable. Now I'm asking you this question. Are you really honorable? Are you really distinguished? That question is a question of conscience. And so it's a very back to them. Ladies and gentlemen, are you really honorable? Are you really distinguished? It's entirely up to you to answer. But when I say honorable, I'll call you distinguished. But in your heart, are you distinguished? When I say honorable, I'll call you honorable. But are you honorable? The things we do, are they honorable? So that's it. It's a question of conscience. So some of our conscience anymore don't know what that is. So that's it.
Looking at what we have made them do, I can't think of the word judges. I can't think of the word judges. Because as they say, the fruit is never full of its true. So whatever they have turned out to be, we chop them out of their way. And some of us too are just time bomb about to explode. Just wait for them to explode.
some point, it was like we need the young folks together, young people there, young people there. And then we've seen young people get together. So someone existed, a young man from the state. And what he did on social media was despicable. It was horrible, it was terrible. He did not give respect of offices of the IGP. But police, it's so many other things. And that's so important. So many ways to be honorable. Interesting. We still have it now. Yeah. Now, you get back to the question you asked me again. Let me look at this way. You said that we are part of their money, part of their success, and we actually use the kind of data that we have. Now, when someone comes from public and assess the meetings around it, that is not very, very good. We need to have our culture, our law. And one of them is that we place expectations on public offices, expectations of people in good force, not as a consequence, but as a private sources. What I want to get from him, okay? What I want to get from him. So we made it so this is identity and one of them and all of that. So it was also to offend them directly. If primary responsibility is not directly for you, but for the consequences in the business. Sometimes the basis of personal pressures to take fast and that's it. And the company is someone that they can remember well. So that's one thing. And one is that I said at the beginning that nobody can give more than I have. So since you see a manifestation of those inside of them, what that opportunity exists itself for them to manifest in there? Many of them, if I use the same it may seem as if I'm trying to dishonor anybody. But if someone is dishonorable, there's certain things he's not going to do, there's certain ways he's not speak, there's certain things, if someone is honorable, there's certain ways he's not going to conduct himself. There's a public way of conduct because we are honorable persons. So if a person is independent, there's something is dependent. No. So that kind of what happens to our public offices. That's the training is that, as I said, most of the people who assume public leadership don't go for training. You start having training broadcaster, media source. Everything in the business we do, we need to receive some training. People receive training to become managers, administrators, whatever it is, but in leadership, where do people go for training? This training for leadership. The fact that you had your PhD doesn't make you a leader. The fact that you have a master's degree doesn't make you a leader. So you need training. That's why we exist. That's why positions like exist. We run training for individuals who want to provide positive space. So they can understand the interests, the nuances, the behavior, the conduct, the lifestyle, the vision, the values, the courage, the commitment, and all that surrounds leadership. Question is, this is that campaign leaders, where the system training, certified training. There's none. So when you get there, you begin to do the result of your heart. You can get it. So that's what works. That is the way it works. Society needs to take leadership very seriously. You know that Nigeria's global leadership. Question is, what are you doing about it? You are changing one system. And that's what we do. That's not it. Your business is one leadership. You are changing it. What is the quality of those businesses? What qualities do they have? What character do they have? What do you understand about leadership? Do they have a training? Have they had a any systems that you use as to leaders? No. So when you get there, you begin to do the result of your heart. You can get it. So that's what works. So when you get there, you begin to do the result of your heart. You can get it. So that's what works. So when you get there, you begin to do the result of your heart. You can get it. So that's what works. So when you get there, you begin to do the result of your heart. You can get it. So that's what works. So when you get there, you begin to do the result of your heart. You can get it. So that's what works. So when you get there, you begin to do the result of your heart. You can get it. So that's what works. So when you get there, you begin to do the result of your heart. You can get it. So that's what works. So when you get there, you begin to do the result of your heart. You can get it. So that's what works. So when you get there, you begin to do the result of your heart. You can get it. So that's what works. So when you get there, you begin to do the result of your heart. You can get it. So that's what works. So when you get there, you begin to do the result of your heart. You can get it. So that's what works. So when you get there, you begin to do the result of your heart. You can get it. So that's what works. So when you get there education. Education can change. It's not a marathon process. When we talk about Islamic State, we have discussed this principle. And we have set up a system to raise the leaders for the space. But we don't know these are problems. We don't know anything to do this. Change the situation. Everybody says, change this president. Remove this one. When this one goes, what was this restoration about? Continuing to become someone else of restoration. It's about what qualities you bring for yourself. What character? What attributes? So finally, every structure you see. Every structure you see. This basically is a structure. Okay? Every structure you see. Set up on a substructure. This substructure rests on a substructure. What substructure is the foundation? With this building cannot stand if the substructure is not strong. Get it? Now, in the same way, the substructure of a organization is character. The substructure of an organization is character. If there is no character, the substructure you will see, his president, his minister, his head of service, his general, those substructures physically transaction those things are nothing except the word, the substructure is strong. How do you measure substructure? I said substructure is what? The substructure relationship is what? Character. Then how do you demonstrate character in the public space? Responsibility. And what's responsibility for a leader? It's about understanding what you're supposed to do. Taking action to do what's right. Understanding consequences. And then taking the blame. Sometimes when you do something, the outcome might be positive or negative. So what you do, you accept the blame. You don't shift the blame. The environment we live where I have one leader comes on board. He blames the other ones. He never accepts what is responsibility. Okay? This is what we have different. Always have a different so, as I said, Nigeria is the greatest. The potential of Nigeria is incredible. But this potential can be managed. Except we have what? Good quality public leaders. And the substructure, the substructure of our relationship is what? Character. And the motivation of character is what? Responsibility. So our leaders have a responsibility. No, when let's ask the past government, they did this. Next government, they said the past government, everyone is responsible to someone else's. And as all as you get the this is how we are going to do something far to change the system the way it is supposed to. So, that's it. What's our key indicators that we need to see this process and this is I'm not going to manage this strategy. We still talk about 2026. I think our key things we have seen these people that we form and manage our charges. The thing is, we have said about what I want to do. Our people know what they want. But they are not willing to pay the price for what they want. Everyone is clamoring for good news. And we know that the leaders of men who have character. We know this. We know who have character. We know who are not lying to us. We know who are cheating us. We know who are sincere. We know them. It's as if we know them. So what you should say is that they put themselves. Don't even have character to reject those people. you know the people who are good. In our relationship, we know those who are good. But those who are bad, and then come, oh, I want president. You are the one that's asking them, give me money. I want to come and serve you. You come asking me to give you money. So that's sex. This is the problem. Someone is presenting themselves to serve. You come asking me money to give you money. So I come and serve you. It doesn't change. It is that people give you money to support him to go for campaign. Instead, they go money from campaign. This is the problem. You don't collect money from politicians. You actually give them money to make them campaign. Because once you collect money from them, you have sold your conscience. So when they get them for them, who you nothing. So to speak. If I find the life of me, out of Daniel, and rivers. But if maybe you feel protected because campaign requires money, requires resources, if you feel supported, you want to serve, okay, you want to serve, fine. Let's raise money to society to go around and convince these people. If you give them the resources, the society, our Nigerians know what we want. But we are not ready to pay the price for what we want. What business? We are not ready to pay the price to have business. Good leaders are noise makers. The noise makers are not the good ones. They are the ones who are hard one. And people are ready to money from them. And then they will go to the power. So when they go to the power, they start happening again. So this is in our system. And as long as our people don't I can't lose those like that. Because if they get away, I'll touch it. So what about it? But if you feel like that campaign, you support them with resources. So that when they go there, you have every reason, moral reasons, whatever the cause. Excuse me, we support them with resources, time, because it's a resources. Now they go worse to serve us. But that's not what it is. What was the example? Let's keep people. As I said, we want what we want. We want what we want. So I'm asking you, your paying your price for what you want. Right? Good. Those other ones on the streets. What are you paying to get what you want? It's as simple as that. Nothing good comes easy. If you want good leaders to pay price, what do you pay? Find out those who are good in our system, support them to get close to relationship. It's as simple as that. Stop collecting money from politicians. Once you collect money from them, you have right to access to stuff. That's the truth. Even themselves, we have one moral conscience and my brain is not something. Because after I paid you, after I've given you money, you collect the money from me. It becomes a transactional thing. I paid you. Then I paid you. Since I paid you, I have a right to do my investment. So our leaders get into it as an investment that is based on transaction relationship. In other words, I've given you money so that you can vote for me. So when I get into power, I recover my money. Okay? Now, if I don't do well, you have no moral right, therefore, to ask me. But if we think in terms differently, we want people to serve us. So we support them to get in there. So when they not get in there, they don't do well, we say, hey, excuse me, sir, we supported you to serve us. Now you're not doing well, we cannot say, come back home, you can't serve us again because you've not done well. Because it's with our money that was supported. So we have to change. When we change, the leaders will change somehow. Because I talk about leadership, I talk about followership. I talk about leadership, I talk about followership. The followership has its own challenge, all of us. Then the leadership also has its own challenge.
You know, for many people,
Yes.
when we look at the way America runs her
System.
system, we kind of fall in love with it. envy them. But then, replicating it here now becomes the issue.
What is the challenge?
The idea of the electorate funding an individual, which of course, if that happens, to some extent, subjects that individual to the terms and conditions of the electorate that sponsored him or her.
Yeah.
At what point can Nigeria start that?
Right now, when the people, right now, we can start that right now. How? Let's reduce our hunger, our thirst, our demands on politicians. When they say, I want to serve, okay? Stop demanding rice and beans from them. Stop demanding clothes from them. Stop demanding money from them. Because when you place those demands on them, and you make it as if as a condition, well, they'll find a way to give you that. But when they give you that, that is it. You've settled yourself. As I said, societies, now you talk about America, they built themselves that way. When you talk about Obama at the beginning, Obama talked about Africa when he said Africa needs was strong institutions, not strong individuals. They built institutions that enables them to run their system. We don't have institutions in this country. What we have are individuals who are in positions. Those individuals are even superior and more powerful than institutions. No society prospers, becomes great, maximizes its potential when individuals become more powerful than institutions. It doesn't work. Institutions are supposed to be stronger than individuals. So, once our individual persons, our citizens, first we need political education. We need political education. People, citizens must understand that their future is in their own hands. Huh? Their future is in their own hands. It's not particular because every society produces the leaders that they have given to themselves. Stop collecting money from politicians. Stop demanding rice and beans from them. Stop demanding clothes and shoes and bags and tomatoes and Maggi and all those from politicians. When you make a demand of those things from them, they will give it to you. But you have already settled the matter. It's your business. Once you stop placing that demand on them, then they will now, we are ready to work. We are now ready to work. So you can place a demand on them also when they get into public leadership. So first, citizens must do their part so that they can have the moral right and justification to place a demand on those who are in public leadership. Well, I'm not also excusing those in public leadership. They also have a role to use their conscience, just as that man asked them questions. Are you people truly honorable or are you dishonorable? Let them have a question themselves. Excuse me, the way I'm conducting these affairs on these chambers, as a minister of the Federal Republic, the way I'm handling this affair, am I truly honorable? Ask yourself, don't wait me for you to ask you that question. Because if you ask you, let's say there's a press conference and the minister is there, and I raise my hand and I ask you, please, Mr. Minister, can you really say you're honorable? He will feel insulted. True or true? He will feel insulted. He will take it personal. But let him ask himself that question. The way I'm conducting the affairs of this ministry, am I truly honorable? Honorable minister of this, honorable minister, are you truly honorable? So until we get them themselves to begin to ask themselves that question by themselves, that is when, from leadership angle, the change will also start. From the angle of the citizens, the moment you stop asking those people for Maggi and tomatoes and rice and beans and corn, when we stop asking them those questions, then also we have the moral right to be able to make a demand on them to use public resources for our public benefit. So,
quite interesting. I would
So-
have actually loved that we just continue this conversation. But then, speaking with you most times, a whole lot to learn. And I believe for everyone listening, they must have picked something today.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so.
I know they have.
I hope so. Yeah.
I know they have. And I hope that we'll put it to use.
Leadership
beyond,
education.
beyond, beyond listening,
Mm-hmm.
put it to use.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
People, and that's the voice of Dr. Joseph Ibukwe. I don't like putting reverend, but you will say I should put reverend.
Well, so it's a pleasure being here. I'd like to say to all of our viewers, please, this is it. Tune in. Individuals who are making a difference, identify with them. Identify, that's how our nation moves forward. When people are creative, when they are daring to do something profound to make a difference, please rise and support them, no matter how small it is. Your support, you're doing well, could be something.
That's
Sometimes
true.
you need to throw in money. Sometimes you need to show your face. Let's support each other. Nigeria is profoundly blessed.
That's true.
Profoundly blessed. Everyone taking responsibility, doing what they can at their little corner. Then all our efforts will come together and be amplified and become that Africa that we say we are the giant of Africa. Let's put our hands together for ourselves. Woo! Nigeria is the giant of Africa, and that giantness is with you and with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joe Ibukwe.
you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Come on, please, come on. Let me have a photograph with my Oga. I want to be sure that when this thing clicks, woo! All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, that was the voice of Dr. Joseph Ibukwe, and he's a leader by excellence, like I told us. I just had to keep quiet, allow him do the talking, because that's what he's called to do. That's what he's called to do. I have more people on my list as we speak right now, and I will be calling them one at a time. But like we do, just a 2 minutes break, and we will be back after then, and I will introduce my guest to you. Okay, you're welcome back. It's still the Peniel Diala longest marathon interviewing. Today, you know, is Friday, the 29th day in the month of November 2024. I told us the guest list is just piling and piling and piling, and we're having a great time here in the Federal Capital Territory, wherever you're tuning from. My next guest is a great man who has toured West Africa, and he's very, very knowledgeable about West Africa. Mr. Kopep Dabugat is an international affairs commentator, civil society activist, governance and democratic governance expert, a freelance consultant. Dabugat,
Yeah. How have you been?
I'm good.
Yes, you look as if you are just waking up. Not knowing you seem to have been awake for about 72 hours.
Hey, please don't get carried away.
Oh, good.
How have you
great.
been?
I've been fine.
Wow.
Good. Yeah, it's good to see you doing some great things. I mean, attempts like this are done once in a lifetime. You know? And I think I must commend your effort, your initiative as well.
Thank you.
And we are here to support you.
Thank you very much. All thanks to those guys out there.
Yes. Please, well done, guys, for the good job you're doing and for the support as well.
Yes, Dabugat. West Africa.
Yes.
In West Africa.
Well, making reference to the fact that the main characteristic of West Africa at the moment is one of chaos or seeming chaos. Not necessarily that the terrain is on fire, but the fact that a lot of things are happening that create a lot of uncertainty. And let me start from the political and diplomatic angle, talking about ECOWAS and the great controversies that arose, particularly sometime last year, when 3 of the countries decided to withdraw from the ECOWAS. And incidentally, these 3 countries have been under military rule, are still under military rule at the moment. And part of their disagreement was that ECOWAS has not been forthcoming, has not been supportive of their efforts to combat terrorism, to address the concerns of poverty, address issues of environmental degradation, and generally the problems that they face on the ground within their countries, but rather only concerned about ensuring that the ECOWAS bloc stays the same. And I think under this agitation, part of what they demand is a reform of ECOWAS, some sort of rhetoric that throws up the need for reformations of ECOWAS. What this reform is going to look like has not been clearly articulated, not just by the people throwing the complaints, but even by ECOWAS itself, and even by the citizens and the civil society. So there's a lot of discussions going round within the ECOWAS bloc about the nature, the goals, and I would say the outcome of the ECOWAS as an institution. No doubt internationally ECOWAS is celebrated as an example of a working institution for regional integration across Africa. And indeed, ECOWAS has done a lot to advance the cause of regional integration in Africa, coming up with frameworks, with initiatives that provide, a a sort of proof of concept for the whole of Africa. And a lot of the things that ECOWAS has done has tended to drive the thinking at the African Union level. But coming down to the basics, the ECOWAS region is actually alien. Beyond that, you will find that there are the little differences that are always accentuated between the Anglophone countries, the Francophone countries, the Lusophone countries. There are often also the smaller rivalries that occur between different countries based on issues of migration. For example, Nigeria, all over the region, we have a lot of Nigerians moving around trying to establish businesses, but some of these countries actually employ protectionist policies that prevent Nigerians from establishing, and which is contrary to the goals of the ECOWAS, contrary also to the protocol on freedom of movement, freedom of establishment in ECOWAS, which has been fully implemented, but not fully taken root. We see also, in terms of governance, we see West African countries featuring on the top list of the negative indexes, like the top countries within the poverty index in West Africa, the top countries within the terrorism index in Africa, the top countries, with homeless children in Africa, the countries with the highest threats of polio in Africa. I could go on and on, but there are other things that we can also talk about. We need to begin to look towards what needs to be done.
Interesting. Having enumerated all of this, let's look at ECOWAS and the role she has played. I have Burkina Faso, we have Mali, we have Niger, and Senegal, of course, all are good, but even at that. But let's take a look at Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, and their recent affiliation and their dissociation from their home of ancestry, many might say, those that colonized them. Talking about France. We can see where where Burkina Faso is tilting towards. That's Traore, right? We can see where Mali is tilting towards. We can see where Niger is tilting towards. We can also see where Senegal is tilting towards. Like, they have a clear mission. They're all tilting towards Russia. So, is this a threat to ECOWAS? And then for ECOWAS, is ECOWAS trying to live in fool's paradise?
Well, thank you for that three-part question. I think basically what is happening is something that is long overdue to have happened a long time ago. And it is I would say, a crystallization of the subtle agitations that have been there on the ground against the domineering influence or involvement of France through the colonial legacies that it has left behind. I think among the countries that embarked on colonialism missions, including Great Britain, France, Germany, Belgium, Spain, Portugal, and Germany until the Second World War pushed them aside. among these countries, France has been the one with the most, should I say, serious and the most compromising colonial legacies. One, for each of the countries, France left behind or left it in a state of having what they call a colonial debt, which is a debt that the country automatically owes France for colonizing them. Secondly, it has pegged these countries' economies to the French economy, in that they don't have central banks. The French Reserve Bank is their central bank, and their currencies are pegged to the French francs. And thirdly, there are also provisions for France having the right of first refusal for exploiting their mineral resources, any mineral resources on their soil, and exporting them and all that. So these kinds of arrangements are very, very overbearing, and it has only been a matter of time for these countries to wake up. So what we're seeing, the rhetoric we're seeing in Mali, in Burkina Faso, in Niger, and to some extent in Senegal, and even increasingly in several other countries of the Francophone world, it's just a build-up of that agitation to the point of telling France off. And for these three countries, the unique case is that they now have governments that can stand up and say no to France. Traditionally, all the governments in these countries are usually, in the pockets of France. So the agitations have been silent, but among the citizenry, this has been an ever-present issue. But now it has been escalated to the point of policy. And that is very, very significant, not just for the Francophone world, not just for these countries, but for the entire, colonized world, including Nigeria, which was colonized by Britain, and which, by the way, we still have a lot of colonial legacies that bind Nigeria to Britain subtly. So I think that this is the beginning of a new path where African countries can choose for themselves which countries they would want to interact with on the international plane. And for these countries, the ready and willing partner is Russia. Russia is currently in a situation where it is trying to expand its own international influence as part of, the effort to, depolarize the world, making sure that the world now becomes freer, the international system becomes freer, countries become freer to interact with different other partners as they choose. But before now, that has been a problem for particularly the developing countries. They cannot freely interact because these superpowers have been able to put some of them in their pockets, have been able to reach some points of agreement, some treaties, some international conventions that bind them to agree. So this is an escape route for these countries, and it is the beginning of something that I think we'll increasingly see happening across the African continent.
But then within West Africa, these are people who are meant to be loyal to West Africa.
Yes.
But at this point, it's obvious that West Africa have lost her loyalty to her.
For me, I think the act of declaring that they are leaving ECOWAS was initially not so much of a decisive act. In fact, it was a decision that was taken in a hurry. I think it was more or less a declaration of dispute, of international dispute, because they mentioned that they were not satisfied with what ECOWAS was doing. ECOWAS was supposed to immediately switch into the mode of reassuring them, providing them the platform to air their grievances, providing them the opportunity to discuss their grievances and seek ways to address it. But ECOWAS took the stick before the carrot. You know, sometimes you have to dangle the carrot first before the stick. But ECOWAS took the stick and hit the carrot. So these guys simply, and they are military men, and you know, military men are trained to face any threat onward, you know, and so they decided to call the bluff and advance on their course. And now they are far off. They've established a alliance of Sahelian states, and they are even defining a lot of institutions to back that up. So it's a river, a water that has passed under the bridge a long time ago. How do you bring it back? You know, you have to now, if you need that water again, you have to now go downstream and look for how to channel the water back, which is a very difficult thing to do.
But
So yes, looking at the Treaty of ECOWAS, it doesn't forbid these countries from going to establish their own alliances. If they wish, they can sign pacts, they can sign agreements, they can even, you know, decide to become one country. The ECOWAS treaty does not forbid that. But I think it's just the way that it is being interpreted with political undertones. Internationally, every country is free to establish whatever relationships it wants to. So,
with the kind of relationship we've had in the past,
yes,
looking at the size of these countries, they should have been countries that could have listened to ECOWAS any day. And if you now look at their positioning, quite strategic. Niger and Nigeria, we share border. And if Niger is beginning to pay attention to Russia, is it not dangerous to us? That's one. Two, when these whole states, when these three countries merge to say, look, ECOWAS, we don't have any business with you, coupled with the fact that we're sharing boundary with Niger, is that not a big risk for us?
The fact is that, first of all, we need to call a spade by its name. Russia is not an evil country. Russia is just one of the countries in the world. No, you know. So the fact that Russia is coming into the scene does not mean that anybody is in danger. It just means that it is an unusual thing to see Russia within this terrain.
But you and I know that nothing goes for nothing.
Oh, of course.
Good.
Of course.
And already we have seen the position of Russia and Ukraine. We have also seen the position of Russia and other European countries. We have also seen the alignment of Russia with South Africa. So if you put all of this into cognizance, you just know that there's something very unusual about these Romans.
I think it's just, I had mentioned it earlier, it's just the way that the world is reshaping itself into a multipolar world rather than a unipolar or a bipolar world whereby you have the Eastern and the Western Bloc, or the unipolar whereby you have the US, pushing everybody around. Now the BRICS are coming to say, okay, we also combined our economic strength, our military might, and our industrial power, can provide a shield for other smaller countries across the world. And I think that is now where the romance of Russia, Brazil, China, South Africa, and the rest come out. And increasingly, you see this BRICS bloc is being joined by several, other countries, particularly countries in the Middle East, some other African countries, are beginning to. So, it is a.
And Nigeria is finding a way to join too.
Nigeria is finding a way, finding it hard to join, because it has, conflicting foundations. But down to the basics, you see, with the kinds of governments that are in Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali at the moment, you find that these countries are looking to prove themselves. These governments are looking to prove themselves, having taken over power from governments that they labeled as corrupt, governments that they have labeled as, parleying with France to exploit their people. So they have to prove themselves. So, and if they are going to exit from France, they have to bring what looks like an alternative. You would see that when these countries, when the governments, when the military governments were taking over in these countries, you will see crowds of citizens coming out on the streets,
cheer them on,
brandishing Russian flags, and supporting these governments. So it's a narrative that is being spread to say, okay, we are tired of France, we want a new partner. Russia may not be able to satisfy all their grievances with France, but at least Russia coming in has given them a new leaf for negotiation. Now they can negotiate a lot of things. A lot of contracts on mineral exploitation where obviously France was ripping them off. A lot of military assistance arrangements where France was giving them just the bare minimum to survive. A lot of technology transfer where whether it was the US or France or Germany, they were always being shortchanged. So, by all intents and purposes, this is a better deal for them at the moment. But in the long run, how does it pan out? How does it help these countries to develop and to move out of the poverty that they are in? Because, take it or leave it, over the past years that the ECOWAS has been in place, these countries have heavily benefited from the ECOWAS. So it is not a question of saying they are leaving ECOWAS and forming their own bloc anymore. The populations are already fully integrated, very, very much integrated. Northern Nigeria, southern Niger is basically the same people, southwestern Burkina Faso, northern Togo, northern Benin are one people. Mali, Cote d'Ivoire are one people. So how do you hope to push, to say you are separating? It's just an illusion. It's just an attempt to negotiate.
When this whole thing started, West Africa, ECOWAS saw them as bluff. Not until they decided to pull out
Fully.
fully. And if you look at the trend afterwards seems like, as far as they are concerned, they've gotten their acts right. Traore is like a demigod to Burkina Faso's, right? Same as the one in Mali and Niger, and the latest guy on the block now. What's his name again? The guy in Senegal.
In Senegal, right?
So if we keep saying it's a bluff, and we're seeing the acrimony going on in Africa at the moment on the issue of BRICS, South Africa is pushing for BRICS, pushing and pushing and pushing. Nigeria has been discarded on that. As a matter of fact, it affected the politics of Nigeria's seat at the UN, right? Where Nigeria was denied that seat. If we keep saying it's just a bluff and these people are busy penetrating, I hope we'll not wake up one day to regret this act.
Well, Nigeria, you see, the situation of Nigeria is also a complication in that Nigeria is a natural leader in Africa, but it has refused or has failed to take its position, you know, and play. I mean, you cannot imagine with the Nigeria and its, you know, international power indices expressing an interest for a position, whether at the African Union or within the UN system, and then it fails to get it. That tells you that Nigeria is not doing, you know, it's not, you know, holding its eggs in one basket. Nigeria, by the way, gives a lot of international aid across Africa, across the Pacific countries, across the Caribbean countries. It gives a lot of aid. It has what it calls a technical aid corps, where teachers, lawyers, you know, technocrats are being recruited and sent to those countries, you know, to go and support the bureaucratic needs of those countries. As I speak to you, there are hundreds of thousands of Nigerians out there working to provide aid to these countries. But you see, the problem of Nigeria is that we do not have an accountability mechanism for that. We do not hold these countries to task to say, okay, we're giving you this, we need this from you, we need this commitment from you, we're giving you this aid, we need this level of commitment from you. We need your support in international fora. We need your support in this, you know. And a lot of them end up, in fact, brazenly supporting other countries against Nigeria, despite the aid that we give, you know. So Nigeria is not exploiting its power, you know, indices very, very well, and it needs to begin to wake up and do that. You see, that's one. Let me talk about that in terms of ECOWAS. Nigeria, by all intents and purposes, is the leader, or I would say, in fact, somebody said the owner of ECOWAS. But that is just jokingly. Nigeria's economy is over 40% of the total economic power of ECOWAS. Nigeria contributes 45 to 48% of the resources for the running of ECOWAS. Nigeria's population is over 50% of the population of ECOWAS. Nigeria's industrial power powers up, you know, system in ECOWAS, and yet we are here, always having these challenges of, you know, trying to rally people. I mean, Nigeria is supposed to be able to look at those countries and say, hey, come back to ECOWAS by sheer, you know, power of its of its resources.
You know,
But no.
I've asked you, not once, not twice, when former President Olusegun Obasanjo was still president of this country, we had this aura, we had this command, we had this say amongst African countries, even South Africa. But over the years, our influence has been dwindling. All we do is we spend money, yet there's nothing in return for us. The president of Nigeria is ECOWAS chairman. So by all standard, he should his office should be able to down certain tension in West Africa. But right now, as it stands,
unfortunately, the first act of the president on coming to office in terms of ECOWAS was to say we are going to go to Niger and dislodge these people. And so the military junta banded with these other countries and they resisted. You see, ordinarily, the first act would have been to say, okay, please, let's come to the table and negotiate. But Nigeria just came up and the head of ECOWAS just came on board and said, okay, we are moving the troops to Niger. And that was a problem. That was where, for Nigeria in this entire debate. So even the National Assembly opposed the president and told the president to stand down. Nigeria is not going to embark on any of such adventurism. So I think internationally, after Obasanjo, we have been getting a lot of small things right. Little things here, little things there. And that is what has diminished Nigeria's clout internationally. But ordinarily, what Nigeria can achieve internationally, the building blocks are still there. Nigeria will never lose that, if it is in terms of Africa, in terms of population, power, in terms of intellectual, power, in terms of even military power, Nigeria will not lose that. But now it's about how all these are harnessed and channeled towards the goal of the country. And I think also it is important for Nigeria to look at its foreign policy doctrine and see how to operationalize the need citizens to be at the center of the foreign policy. And that, I think, is what Nigeria has not done yet. I have advocated for that in several forums to say Nigeria needs to wake up and begin to look at foreign policy as a tool to advance its own citizens' development, rather than just, okay, we go out there and we showcase that Nigeria has some power. But use that power to mobilize resources, to mobilize support for Nigeria within the international forum. You talked about the debate for the UN permanent seat, where Nigeria is strongly, pushing, for a seat at the table. That debate is still very far off to come into fruition, but I have no doubt that when the chips are down, Nigeria will definitely have a seat at the UN permanent representation. I think that's all I can say on this for now.
If we continue like this, if we continue this trajectory,
Yes.
will we see other West African countries following suit?
Following suit meaning supporting Nigeria or?
Supporting Nigeria, supporting the likes of Burkina Faso, supporting Mali, supporting Niger?
No, but it has already become a common trend across Africa. If you notice the social media space and even the news media space, you find out that there has lately been a lot of, you know, videos, a lot of memes from across the entire Africa, where there is this expression of, we are tired of governments that are supporting or colluding with the colonial governments, to continue to exploit us and keep us under conditions of failed development and all that. These are already out in the open. It is a public, issue that citizens are already talking about. So in every country across Africa, I think we are just waiting for the build-up to reach that point where governments, even civilian governments, can begin to talk about that. Take Senegal, for example. During the campaigns for the last presidential election, part of the rhetoric that the current Senegalese president expressed was that he was going to completely delink from France. While that has not happened, ECOWAS, or should I say, the fact that a presidential candidate, who knows, tomorrow, next tomorrow, we may wake up and see a pronouncement from Senegal, that will make internationally will cause a lot of our uproar, so.
Obvious that these West African countries do not like the marriage between them and France.
Mm-hmm.
And news has it that the photographs of Emmanuel Macron in offices in Senegal have been pulled down.
Of course, yes.
So, which is just a clear testament that, look, we don't want any affiliation with you. And this is more like what the citizens of these countries have been waiting for all
Yes.
this while.
Yes.
And ECOWAS is still acting as though they are blind to all
As though it
this.
is a proxy of these
Yes.
countries. In fact, the countries have accused ECOWAS as doing the bidding of France.
The fact that for Russia, you see mercenaries are moving in from Russia to these countries.
Yes.
So, which automatically means that there is an alignment that is building between Russia and these countries. And ECOWAS is just folding its arms.
Well, ECOWAS has been put at bay. So what will ECOWAS do? The only thing ECOWAS could have done earlier on, that could have happened earlier on, was to have engaged Russia directly.
Why Russia? Do you have any business with Russia?
No, but Russia had already had some foothold in these countries.
Why didn't ECOWAS?
Even before the country.
ECOWAS had been issued, just like the chairman of ECOWAS said, he will release soldiers, shut down their airspace and all of that.
But how? The countries were also mobilizing their militaries to face the ECOWAS.
We all know that they
countries.
couldn't have done anything meaningful.
No, but
Looking at their size and looking at the amount of weapon that ECOWAS possesses.
But even internally, within Nigeria, there was already opposition from northern Nigeria,
Sure.
saying that we will not allow you to pass through our land to go and fight our brothers in Niger.
But that is just mere rhetoric. You don't say no to government when government wants to do whatever it wants to do.
I mean, we have all the Boko Haram and the terrorist forces in the north.
You understand Nigeria very well.
They can actually, if these forces are repurposed, to face this,
to show our might, like you said.
So it's
Nigeria keeps sponsoring ECOWAS
And I think that was part of why Nigeria was hurriedly given the chairmanship of ECOWAS. Because ordinarily, it wasn't Nigeria's turn to become the head of ECOWAS. Remember, a few months before President Tinubu came into office, Buhari was the chairman of ECOWAS. So it needed to go around to other countries. But they chose to foist it on Nigeria so that Nigeria can now,
roll out their money, right?
yes, can now use its own resources to mobilize military energies to go and dislodge the parties in Nigeria, which I think Nigeria took the bluff. And I mean, for President Tinubu, I think there was, at that point, a legitimacy crisis that, it needed that international stature, to quell. Because that was when there was a case in court. That was when there was a lot of talk on TV. That was when there was a lot of rhetorics going around, even within the global, international discourse space about Nigeria's election, about the irregularities in the Nigerian elections. So this was also, I would say, a move to try and entrench the government's legitimacy.
If you look at the new group that just emerged, Lokwata,
La Kurawa,
La Kurawa,
yes.
we say it's a new.
They say it is a new group. It is said to be a new group, yes?
Say it's a new group.
A new
Imagine.
terrorist or bandit
Is it a
or
new
what
terrorist group?
what kind of group it is? Is it really?
So now they've taken over Boko Haram and bandits. And we're still sharing borders with Niger and Mali.
Well, this group we're told is a conglomerate of people from different ethnic groups, from Burkina Faso, from Mali, from Niger, from Libya, from Algeria, from Chad, And from the reports I have examined or I have gone through, it says that these groups are different villages and towns, propagate own brand of Islam, which, according to one Islamic scholar who interacted with me, told me that they clearly do not understand, the Islamic injunctions. I have no deep understanding of that, but and they are actually collecting taxes, extracting dues from these villages and towns in the name and terrorism. And to a very, they are able to create some level of stability. One is to what extent owe a leaf to these organizations. Because remember, there are people that are not even from this country, so they don't even have a stake in the country. So what are they doing here? It's either somebody is paying them, or they are getting some resources out of it. I would perhaps be quick to, lean towards the latter, which means that this the main impetus that drives them. Had anybody come out to say they are the sponsors, or we've not had any analysis to say this, and these are the sponsors of this group. So it's safe to assume that the dues that they collect, what keeps them here. Remember, these people are from countries and regions that are very harsh for existence, that are currently undergoing serious climatic and environmental, changes that create problems of resilience, create problems of food security, create problems of, of livelihood for their community. So it is not surprise to see that they are here and are contented with collecting the dues.
Well,
The
only
main
time.
questions that I think we need to ask is what next? Okay, Lakurawa is there in Sokoto, I think in parts of Kebbi, in parts of Zamfara. What next? We have seen what Boko Haram has done to the northeast. We have seen what the bandits have done also to the northwest. And these people are implanting themselves and even giving ultimatums to the bandits, to groups led by Bello Turji. What are we looking at? Years down the line, our situation. I think these are the questions that the government needs to analyze, that are, and in any case, dislodge them and build a sustainable security architecture within that region.
Well, that has been if the federal government could have done that, that would have been done long. We'll just wait and see what they will do. Acting Chief of Army Staff has been decimating them. We're just 73 hours and we're still running.
Good.
Thank you very
PENIEL
much.
Diala. This has been a good ride. I think it has been interesting for me. When I first heard that you were doing this, I was very excited because I've seen a lot of people attempting to set or break Guinness World, came close to any of them. So it's a pleasure to be here and know that I'm solidly in support of this project, and that is why you.
Thank you.
So thank you also, guys, for. Yes, let's proud to be part of this.
I appreciate.
Okay.
I appreciate.
Post a picture so that at least tomorrow I can.
We're still counting and we're still moving. And my guests are still here. I have an educationist. An educationist, and he's traveled wide today. Mr. Bangwell Kingsley. Yes.
What an honor to be here, fans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kingsley. How are
Yes.
you?
We're good.
Okay. 100
100.
school. Okay, this is for out of school children.
Yes.
Okay, out of school children are not out of capacity to learn, grow, and make positive impact.
Yes.
At Nosk Charity Secondary School, children pay 100 naira a day as fees, and they get computer literacy and problem solving skills. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
How have you been?
I'm good. I should be asking you 73 hours. So you're counting a few more. I won't say a few more, another 20 something.
That's 27.
Ah. Woo-hoo-hoo. We pray for grace and capacity. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, for the purpose of our conversation.
Yes.
Perhaps we go.
So, my name is Kingsley Bangwell, co-founder of the Knox 100 a Day Charity Secondary School here in Kuje, and also foundation
Child development.
youth development.
Youth development.
Yes, that's what I've done for 28 years of my life. So,
Ooh. Ooh.
yes, 8 years, yeah.
73 hours.
Yes, everyone has to follow what they are cut out for.
How has the journey been?
Very interesting, intriguing. Every other day, just looking forward to human capital development, working with young people as 18-30. But the National Youth Policy of Nigeria defines young people between the age of education project we now do. We work with 11, supposed to start at the age 11. So our project was to start at the age 11. So our project now works with young people from the age of 11 and putting that cap of 30. Yes.
You know,
Yes.
more like that's the demography that,
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
more like that's the demography that we need to hold and hold very fast.
Yeah.
And with the way the country is going, how have you managed?
Yeah. So that's a very the youth bulge are actually the strength and the future of every nation. Youth bulge defines where your country will arrive in the future. Be it the tertiary education bracket, be it the young that three segmentation will define the quality of your country, because no nation can grow beyond the quality of its human capital, right?
That's true.
And human capital is developed within this bracket I've talked about. 11 to 18, they are in secondary, then by 25, they should be done with tertiary, and then the next 5 years, they are young professionals entering, the market space or starting their stuff and all of that. What you do with that country, because your quality can be seen from that.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. That's why I asked, how far has it been with you? And then the turnout,
Yeah.
the support,
Yeah.
how has it been?
So,
The support,
yeah.
how has it been?
So working with this age bracket, it comes with a lot of challenge, but also comes with a lot of fulfillment. So let me start with challenge. So let me start with challenge. So first of all, we're a big country, 36 states. Then if you add the FCT, that's 37. You're talking about 200 million brackets are under 30. That is the biggest bulge of your nation. And in dealing with these age brackets across different states, across different cultural lines, right? What is norm and culture in the Southwest is not what is norm and culture in the North Central and all of that. So it means that when you're working with these age brackets, in developing programming, in developing concepts and projects. So I work in terms of when we do civic participation, we do leadership, we do Janet. You need to bring it to contest their realities, their socio-cultural context, and then develop programs that you feel fits into that. So that when you go to implement, when you go to execute, you're executing for an audience that will appreciate what it is you want to do. And so and then when you're planning program, it's the younger age bracket, you find them in school, right? Mm-hmm. So you now begin to look at, well, if it's in school program, undergraduate programming, then it means you need to go to tertiary institutions to find those people and put together whatever programming and package event you have with them. Then if it's those who are maybe young graduates, young professionals that are out of that space, you now ask yourself, what kind of programming works for those people and how do we engage them and all of that? So in the last 20, 25 years of my life, I've been doing youth programs, over 200 direct workshops physically attending. I've hosted within Nigeria and across Africa and Dubai. And so it is all over 200, 300 radio TV shows, produced a couple of movies, and done loads of online from hackathon and all of that. We're the first youth organization that hosted a live 1-hour live session Minister of Youth in Nigeria with 2009. Live 1 hour with a serving Honorable Minister of Youth, Senator Olasukomi, who was then the Minister of Youth. We did a live 1 hour with him. The internet broke, the platform we're using. And then this kind of stuff was not, we're based in Jos, we drove all the way. We wrote him and he agreed, like, wow. I mean, he said, yes, Nigerian want to interact and engage, with their elected representatives and all of that. So that's been the experience. So in planning for this group of people, then becomes a factor, because if you want to host a youth conference, for instance, one of the projects that we did many years ago, the fit to run for office. It was called Young Aspirant Leadership Tour for me. 2013, 2014, 2 years, right? Each of those programs had 100 young people, 100. So when you calculate doing that, right, putting them, so you're calculating transport, the training, we trained about 400 young, 19 northern states in 23. But yes, but you can imagine the cost of bringing 400 people. You can imagine the cost of bringing 400 people as a conference. And host the first one, 200 people, host another one, 200 people. So it has your person you're looking at, finding this. That's the kind of work I've done in the last young people to the African Union, young people across the assembly on internship for 4 weeks.
4 weeks?
4 weeks. They will come, spend 4 weeks at the National Assembly, and they will be attached to serving the senator, member of House, and all of that. It was funded, yes, they did that for 4 weeks.
There with you, we're all residents in Abuja.
No, from across the country. We'll provide accommodation, feeding, and all of that, and they'll come here and spend 4 weeks.
And then they will be attached like interns?
Yes, interns.
To a serving senator?
So a serving senator or member of House of Rep, yes.
Wow.
Yes. So these are some kind of stuffs that we've done as of Rep, yes.
Wow.
Yes. So these are some kind of stuffs that we've done in the last 20 something years of our work. Before 5 years ago, we decided to now narrow into education.
Purely?
Years ago, we decided to now narrow into education.
Purely?
Majorly. So 70% of my programming and work now is around it. Yes, so we run a physical school. We call the 100 Naira a day school.
As in Kuje now?
Yes, in Kuje.
This is great.
Yeah, I think you should visit someday.
Sure. Great.
Yeah.
I'll try and do that.
So this school is for, yes, you wanted to ask me a question. Kids, we call them out of school kids. We call them out of school children from poorest household, who ordinarily would not be able to financial intervention. People, practical example, to get into GSS1, 5,000 naira.
Per child?
Per child, 5,000 naira.
Per child?
Per child, as at 2019. That 35,000 naira covers certain essentials.
Okay.
Uniform. Because they say the school is free, but they are not giving you uniform. Uniform, books, you bring bucket, you bring broom, you bring a pack of plain sheets. Yes, it's a list, you bring it. Yes, you bring broom, you bring buckets and all of that as a new student. So, many poor families can afford 35,000 naira to do that. Now it's more. Now it's maybe 60 or 50 something thousand, because I'm trying to put a child in a school, right? So we said, okay, let's set up a school, because poor children who can afford this, what would they do? They're going to stay at home. And that's why we are saying we have about how many million, 4 times the size of Singapore, twice the size of Rwanda, the size of New York. You're saying that's a whole, a nation is not going to school. It's not going to. Said, okay, my co-founder and I, who happen to know my wife, Irene Bangwell, we went to Kuje to set up this school. So they pay 100 naira every day. So the first day at school, we say jokingly that it's cheaper and easier to start schooling at the North 100 naira a day school than the government public school. Because the government public school, that first day you need to arrive with that money, right? Our school, the first day you need to arrive with what? 100 naira. And you get sportswear, right? And then you're part of getting lunch, right? You get lunch, and then you also get, ICT, computer learning. That is what we have started in Kuje. We started with 30 kids. And today we have
30 already.
We started with 30 children in 2019, but today we have 170.
What's the landmass of the school?
So we're using a rented facility that has four flats of 2-bedroom each. Right, so if you put 2-bedroom and the parlor gives you an average of 12 room in. So our classrooms to SS3.
And it accommodates them well?
Yes, an average class is 20. An average class is 20.
What's the size? Is it up to this?
No, it's not going to be up to this. It's not up to this. It's So this is pretty big. This,
Wow.
yes.
Well, that's a great.
And it's government accredited, and we have about 40 teachers. We don't work with volunteer teachers,
Full time.
full-time, part-time, paid. What I mean, every teacher is paid.
Are you in partnership with any government parastatal?
Okay, so well, it's government accredited, so it means that we are in relationship with them. We have approval to write Junior WAEC, we have approval to write Beche, we have approval to write NECO. Yeah, so that relationship is there. They know us, we exist, they come for our events
They
and
know
all
you,
of that.
know them.
They know us, we know them, we relate with them, we invite them to our events and they attend, right? But in terms of partnership, it's been more of private organizations.
Okay.
Right, embassies supporting us because 100 naira a day cannot keep those kids in school. Every day for the term is about 6,000 naira. You can't pay for the uniform, right? If they pay for the whole year, 3 terms is 18,000 naira. You can't keep a child in school, and so we depend on partnerships, what we call education angels, people who come there and say, "I want to support a child to stay in school." So that way, we are working with embassies, we're working with private organizations, Nigerian businesses, and individuals, and I really want to thank people that have supported us, sponsoring them.
Really?
Yes, and we have now
In the school
have
now?
yes people sponsoring them, and we continually look for sponsors for the others.
And that's a huge one.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
a huge one.
it's
That's
all
really
it's
huge
all
one.
work, and we
That's
do a
a
lot of
huge
that work via social media. So we
That's a huge one.
yeah,
It's really huge.
it's a lot of work. Raising the next generation is a lot of work.
You still have PWs among them?
So we don't have any yet, but we have.
If there too.
No, they don't live. It's not a boarding school. It's a day school. Yes.
The day school?
Yeah, it's a day school. The kids come in every day.
And you feed them every day?
We provide. I mean, prices of things are going up.
Oh.
It sounds. When people visit, they're like, "How is this possible?
That's a whole lot of work.
How is this
you're
possible?"
doing.
Yeah, but
That's a whole lot of work
You know.
you're doing.
yeah,
Okay, I see you are carrying out vocational skills too.
yeah. So we're teaching the kids digital skills. So we have a computer lab. We're teaching the kids digital skills. So we have a computer lab donated by the island government. And so we have 14 systems in that space. Island government. And so we have 14 systems in that space. So, and they came, they saw the place, they saw what we're doing, they asked us of needers. So, and they came, they saw the place, they saw what we're doing, they asked us of needers. The kids, will write WAEC, they will write JAM, computer-based testing. The reason most of the kids from rural communities fail JAM is not because they don't know the answer. They've not been using computer. And that time bound and all of that. So these are challenges for those kids. So they said, all right, so they helped us set that up. So we're teaching our kids, not just for passing JAM, but right now they're learning, basic computer, they're learning coding, they're learning how to build websites and all of that. So these are the things that are going on at the Knox 109 Day School.
That's okay. So I don't forget, I'll keep this.
Yes,
So I don't forget, I'll keep this.
yes,
And I have conversation with my team.
yeah,
We'll find a time to come and
yeah, see what we're doing.
we'll find a time to come and visit. Then know time to come and visit. Then know which government will follow us. Know which government will follow us.
Bring in anybody you can. We've had one or two. Bring in anybody you can. We've had one or two. The former Minister for State for Education, Libraries Day or something like that. They came Libraries Day or something like that. They came to do it. So the Minister for State for Education came to do it. So the Minister for State for Education was there of the past government. Was there of the past government. Was there. Yes,
What's his name again?
was there.
What's
Yes.
his name again?
I
I know.
I
I know. No.
yeah.
Adamu
Yeah.
was Minister of Education.
Yeah, but it was Minister for State.
And Minister for State, what was it?
Yeah, yeah, it was.
Minister for State, what was it?
Yeah, it was some from the southeast. So came
Okay,
to the school.
that's an Igbo man.
Yeah.
from Abia
okay,
State.
Yeah, right. It was.
That's an Igbo man.
Yeah.
From Abia
okay,
State.
Yeah, right. It was. course, they did a project, so they was the first to visit the school as an ambassador. Has also been there. Was the first to visit the school as an ambassador. Newly Minister for Trade, was head of initiative of ease of doing business. Okay.
So you already have contacts.
Some of them have started coming. Yeah, she came to see something. There's something we do every term called hackathon.
Hackathon.
Yeah, solution hackathon. We do it every term. At the end of every school term, you break the student into group and tell them to solve a social problem. That's how we're helping. Build a prototype. So if you say you're trying to solve irrigation problem, you will build something to show us how that is being done, to present and all of that.
That's
So the
really
next, you can come and observe the next hackathon if you're free on 13th of December. If you are your team are in Nigeria, come and see what a hackathon looks like.
13th of December.
Yes.
Well, I pray.
Yes.
I pray.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we'll make our tight for it.
Yeah.
We'll make our time to come around.
Oh, great.
We'll make our time to come out. What has it been like? Like you have a pool?
Yeah. Yeah, so depending on the program we're running, so different program will have its different interests.
Okay.
So like our civic participation program, young people that are interested in politics always respond to that programming, right? Training them to run for office or training them to engage elected government officials. That was why we started sending some of them to the National Assembly for internship. Go and understand lots of that experience going to the National Assembly, decided to run for office, that process, one of our alumni and all of that. So we have that program and we have a pool from Nigeria who come for our civic program. But our civic program has now moved across Africa. You know, one of our flagship program called Canvasity is a 10 days youth leadership and civic training program in Nigeria. And that program will usually have an 20 African countries physically attending. That's civic, leadership program. So that is a standard program, right? Because of, we need to get the men included, young
Sure.
females. And so we have that program where young females come in and, look at leadership conversation, look at inclusion, and then gender-based violence issues and all of that. And then how they now can, be the champion of voice for that and more.
Female and more.
Female and more. I'm female and I'm more, I can do more,
Yeah.
than whatever stereotypes that you look at a woman from, that they can lead, they can contribute to development and all of that. So that program has been running since 2017. Yes, and that program has trained men, young female. So it has a training program. It's online, it's automated, they participate, and they do stuff like this 16 day of action now. They are gearing
This
up.
Orange.
Yes,
orange.
yeah. So they are already gearing up to do their stuff. They did program in 10 countries, 9 countries.
October.
Yes, October
October
11th. Executed projects across Africa, right, and across several states in Nigeria. We've implemented that program in over 300 secondary schools in Nigeria, Ghana, Tanzania, and a few other places. Go through a female and more mentoring program. So that has a community who are interested in that. So that's how we do our programming. You pick a sector, you pick a team. The young people that are interested in that will want to participate. And you build their capacity, you build their leadership, you facilitate exchange opportunity. Our Female and More program, a delegation had to go to Rwanda from that group, 10 of them who did community service projects. Outstanding projects. Went on a 5 days learning, 5 or 6 days learning visit to Rwanda, right?
Yes.
Next year, doing another trip, we don't know where they will go. But again, that's how
So
our
who is
program is.
sponsoring all this movement?
So different programs have different sponsors. Some are self-sponsored, right? If you package it well, the participants, the young people, yeah. So some of them we have partners, like the Female and More project had partnership with Ford Foundation for a while. You understand? So different partners show interest in what they are doing. The civic program had a partnership with a group in the US called National Endowment for Democracy. So they supported that. Donors, you approach them, and if you pitch, and if it aligns with their country strategy for your country, then
They buy into it.
they buy into it. And if they also do it the first year, it delivers what you promised, and you renew those partnerships and relationships.
That's really great.
I used to travel before. I never thought that they would have suicide bombers. I never thought so. A few years ago, from airport to City Gate, or if you take Zuba to AYA, that stretch, those 2 lanes, they're the best road in Nigeria. In terms of stretch, the best road in Sierra Leone is named after Abuja. So I was like, why I go name this Abacha now? He said, we'll beat you. That's, don't forget that Yakubu Gowon was 29 when he was head of state. That's why he said that we don't know what to do with money. That money is not our problem. I don't blame them, but they were young people, but they were not visionary people. One of the visionary leaders we had was Murtala Mohammed. In 6 months, he relocated. And people don't think. So this one they're asking for 10 years. One of the bill that was thrown out, Ugo Chinere, one of his bill, he was asking for rotational, rotational office, for presidency, for governorship and all of that. I love that bill. You know why? The problem of Nigeria is Wazobia. Because the 3 major languages, they are our problem. If you ask an Igbo man now, he tell you that he's marginalized. Nnamdi Azikiwe was president of Nigeria. Sir Alex Ikweme was vice president. Even in Emilio Kon's government, Bianca is serving, Dave Umahi is serving, the SCT minister is serving. So do you know that if you go to Benue, for example, the Zone C people, Zone C in Benue is bigger than Zone A, is bigger than Zone B. As in, listen, but the people there can't even think of becoming governor. Go to Southern Kaduna. That's why El-Rufai played the religious card. Ensure that he had a Muslim ticket, which is replicated now. Decimating the people in Southern Kaduna. They don't even have a voice. In Nigeria, we speak about 600 languages. There are 250 ethnic nationalities. There are people who can't even dream of being a director in Nigeria. But a tribe that is global, that plays significant, says they are marginalized because they have voice. So our problem is the 3 major tribes. That's why when I met with Paul Kagame, you know, he comes from the minority. He's the minority tribe in Nigeria that can fix Nigeria. Because they understand their realities is that they are dying. Their realities is that they are hungry. How can you come in a country that speaks 600 languages and you, a major tribe, you say you are marginalized? Do you understand what I'm saying? It's in context. These are the things that we need to talk about so that Nigerians can... Nigeria is not Wazobia. That calling Wazo is a problem by itself. It's a big problem. But the issues of Nigeria never stops. For me, is to create platforms like this where we can educate people, engage with people. Because Nigerians don't know Nigeria. I was talking to my southern brothers the other day and I said, do you know that Adamawa State has about 100 languages? Do you know that Taraba State has about 88 languages? Nigerians don't even know that. And yet they live in peace. Delta is the most multicultural southern state in Nigeria. And they just have about 25 or something. I said, yeah, babies compared to what is happening in the north. But we woke up this year and say, we know they grieve for anybody. So I no grieve for you. You no grieve for me. As Peter Obi no grieve for Tinubu, Tinubu no grieve for him. Atiku no say no grieve. After 8 years of Buhari, he still say he wants to be president. So as no grieve, we will kill ourselves. But when you go to places where people, they grieve for themselves, to grieve for people means that you are working in unity, that you accept them. But in our church, you say, make we no grieve for anybody. Kill ourselves, scatter ourselves. We are mumu people on one hand. So we are not growing. Person that say you know if you be president, but you say you must snatch it. So you are president now, okay, carry us now. Why people no go japa? So it's a leadership problem, and the moment we can fix this, there is no Nigeria. The day we get a correct leadership in Nigeria, there are over 20,000 billionaires of Nigerians who can come. We don't need any money from America, from any other people. Nigerians can fix Nigeria within 1 year with the right leadership, who understand the status quo, who understand law and order, who understand the micro and macro economics of things, who understand infrastructure, who understand what needs to be done to move a nation forward. Not this high-profile handout that they give to people in the name of programs to empower. And in fact, I was asking somebody, say they are sharing 20,000 to people, and we've not seen one person. Do you know anybody has collected money?
Which of the money?
Okay. Meanwhile, when the former, the humanitarian... better na baby now. The one, Sadia, is 44 billion. Better na baby now. It's not for just 500 million that her own is. Okay. You know? 44 billion. You'll be hearing billions and you'll be wondering. But yeah, this is what our people are doing. Then they steal our money. They go to Europe and America to go and spend it and come back. Our leaders need to be flogged on the streets so that they can get sense. They are our problem. That's why our people are jackpot. I feel pain, but I know what? I know that one day this thing will change. It's just that the people that understand this thing, they are very small. So it will take us a long time for us to grow out of this house. We keep educating people, you know. Martin Luther King died at 39 years old. He had worked for the last 20 years. So you see people from 17, 16, their eye don't clear. They understand politics, they understand leadership, they understand governance, they understand engagement with people. So they start working. It took 87 years for racial injustice to be broken. And I ask question, these are children of slaves, children that were taken from the shores of Nigeria. You know, say Beyonce, Jay-Z, all of them. Now your brothers away, your grandpapa sell to those people. They don't even speak any language, but they are the best of black people in the whole world. They've risen to the highest. So you are here doing tribe and religion with people. You see where we are as a people. But the point I'm saying is that it's going to take time. For apartheid was crushed between what? Before Mandela's ANC, it took about 82 years before apartheid was crushed. That's why I have hope. You know? One of the reasons why I know that we have very bad leaders, it was Oshomole when he was governor. I just bought the Okonjo Iweala's book where she talked about a lot of things. And she said there was a windfall where we got about, 20 billion under Jonathan dollars. And it was Mr. Peter Obi that was saying that they should save that money. Oshomole and all the people say, come on, useless. That's what he said, we should save money for the future. Let's chop it now, that the generation that will come, anything they face, they will take. Those people are still our leaders till today. People that don't understand that if you, I was walking through the tubes that are there. You see, so how does he say that is how long that house has been? 1640 something, 18 something. Houses that have been standing for the last 400, 300, 200 years. They've not painted it. You go through the tubes. They build things to last because the people that lived 400 years ago, what they're enjoying today in Europe, they build it. If we don't build it, the children, how are they going to, what kind of country are we living in? We're just thinking of ourselves. Yeah, people, they just want to steal money and go to Dubai and go and stay. Who will build Nigeria for us? As a geographer, I have a PhD in environmental resource planning. I was in UK, beautiful as Nigeria. The 7 geographical belts cuts across Nigeria. Do you know that if we want to produce whatever we want to produce to give the whole of Nigeria electricity, out of dustbin we have it. Out of sunlight we have it. Out of hydro, we are still enjoying the loan that Tafawa Balewa took from the US to build Kanji Dam. Now we are taking loan everywhere. We are just taking loan and just stealing. Remember the video that was in circulation when somebody posted his friend in Canada. In this Tinubu's administration, he was buying the 4th house in Canada. The man was so angry that he had to record this on YouTube. He was so angry. He told us, what kind of nonsense? In a country where people cannot serve, somebody serving in this regime is buying the 4th house in Canada. You see, as my voice is, because the anger, I don't know how to take. Do you need to live in more than one house? Why are we like this as a people? So it's an albatross, and this is why Nigeria is like God and devil, they together. So you turn this way, you can see the potential, but you hear and a devil, and yet they are coexisting together. So it's, you don't understand. So we are borrowing money and stealing it. My brother, this is why people are jackpot, you know. And it is not going to stop until we fix the issue of leadership. Because leadership is what the issue is. Leadership across board. Leadership in our religious circle, you know, and I will not mention him. One of the respected Baba said that it is because of this regime. This was last week, that if not, dollar would have been 10,000. I mean, you see, some people suppose don't retire. When they don't retire, then we begin to cause trouble. You know, we have all kinds of, you know. I'll tell you one thing. One of the things I've done in the last 6 months is that as I'm flying across Europe, LA, Chicago, you know what I do? I take pictures from the sky. I tell you, you see these long trucks. When you are taking the picture of these cities from the sky, all you are seeing are production centers, large warehouses, and And then you see the trucks, they are producing TV, producing warehouse, producing goods, producing. From the sky, you see, I call it conquered environment. The beauty of the airports and the is. But when you as you are coming down through the West African coast, you're just in Jakarta. If I'm God, I will not come to Africa. Because from the sky, God is up there, Nabi. As he's looking at this, all you are seeing is jaga roofs that have been corroded and things, and that's all you'll be seeing. So he's not even encouraging. Even as God is watching us, he's not encouraging. And nobody's going to do it. It is we. This is our corner of the earth. And guess what? Diala, I believe that if God wanted me to be a Chinese man, I will not be in Nigeria. If God wanted me to be an American, I will not be in Nigeria. If God wanted me to be an Oyibo, I won't be here. I believe in God. And Nigeria is predominantly a religious country. Yeah. We are Christians, we are Muslims, we are people, we believe in God. The fact that God put us here, it means that we are the ones responsible for the administration, the ownership, the accountability of this particular geographical space. The onus is on us to fix it. And we must continue to engage, to teach our people, to teach the young people to understand that the British people fix their country, Americans fix their country, Singapore fix their country. We must fix our country, hold leadership accountable, and ensure we fix our country so we can live in our country. Because we don't have tornadoes.
No, we don't have it.
We don't have cyclones. We don't have, all we have is human tsunami that we have. Human beings. The other day, just a few weeks ago, 180 people were fried in Jigawa State by the explosion. The government don't even care about it. We can talk about this over and over again, but these are the reason why if you are in Jigawa and your siblings are wiped off, why would you not? You will go out of the country now. You Japa. These are why people are living. And the response from government is not good enough. I can see their responses. And like you said, they are also silent because they are clueless. If you are clueless about the issues that concern the country, why are you seeking for power? Why do you want to subjugate people, suppress people, sit on people that you have no solution to their problem? Why? I'm using this platform to speak to the Nigerian youth. You might be sitting down listening to me, and there's something that used to happen, like you said, music took me to about 10 African countries. As I know Green Blue for Nigeria, I just went outside, musically. So I remember then when I attend concerts in my teens, I used to look at people when they are singing, and something used to tell me that, but you're better than that guy. You understand? He's on stage, you pay to go and watch him, but you know that you are better than him. That's the way I feel right now when I look at governors, when I look at presidents, when I look at people who are in position of power. And that's why we will never give up. The youth, you are listening to me and you know that you are better than your governor. Don't keep quiet. Continue to work. That's your position your governor is sitting on. If you know you are better than the president, don't sit down, don't keep quiet. Don't japa, join forces and continue to fight until we get them. You know you are better than your imam, you are better than your pastor. Kick them out. I'm speaking to replacement crew. You are listening, you know you are better than them. You know that you are better than them. Begin to build and connect with like minds. That is the only way we can build our country. We must get these bad people out of government. If we don't get them out, the status quo will continue. I'm telling you. This is what I travel around the world telling our people. Everywhere, and there's no anywhere you go, you find Nigerians. I tell you, make money and come back home. We must remove these people. We must remove them. They are local government chairmen, they are senators, they are House of Rep, they are very useless. We must replace them. Don't just curse them. Begin to work and make sure we replace them. We have too much value. We have people that will never succumb to the nonsense that is going on. We have them. It's just that they are keeping quiet. It's just like, let me give you an example. Because bad is so, no, let me not say bad in that context, because I don't hate gay people, right? Just want to give a very clear example. In the United States of America, San Francisco is the headquarters of LGBT and all these people, right? Good. But there are 0.001% 0.02% of the population of San Francisco. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just clear data. How come if Nigeria want loan or something, they will tell you that you must accept that you must infuse the gay rights. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about because we're a democratic nation. 2% cannot lord over 98%. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because that democracy is government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So until that community grow to become big before they can lord over us, it is not right that we are collecting loans and the condition you are giving is for 0.02% of people. It's not correct. I don't have anything against them, but it's not correct. In the same way, you can't paint Nigeria and say Nigeria is a country where there are bandits everywhere. No, the people doing banditry are a small percentage of us. The people spoiling Nigerians are a small. If you are a president or you are a governor and you are an idiot or you are looting money, you don't represent Nigeria. The population of Nigeria that are good people are more than the bad people. The bad thing is that the good people tend to keep quiet. Part of what people like myself are doing under what we call the Free Nigeria is foundation for restoring civic values, equality and education. What we're doing, we're propagating the knowledge, because everything's about knowledge. Like the scripture says, my people perish for what? For lack. When you don't know, when you are ignorant, you know you won't know anything. So we help the people, the good people in Nigeria are much, but we need to pull them to engage in civic discussions, civic participation, participate in electoral matters, ensure that, because if we do that, the bad people are very small, we'll remove them. There's a very good example that I always give when they say, when any people they are trying to tarnish a particular tribe, you know, I say, in the last election, for example, you know that Mr. P2B won Lagos State, right? It is because Yoruba people voted for him. It's Yoruba people that have voted for P2B. But you see, because we don't have people that analyze things and data, they want to tell you that no, it's Yoruba people against. No, you will not, because of maybe 10 Yoruba people that went about caning people not to vote in their polling booths. You want to take that to what? To what? To paint an entire tribe? The data is there. He won Lagos State. Because Yoruba people voted for him. They like him. That's why he won the state. Yoruba people Lagos is dominated by what? By Yoruba people. He won Abuja. Abuja is a multi, so it means that it's a place that has many people. This is data speaking. Because I have this thing we teach our people in our school, in the School of Free Nigeria. We said, if Ibrahim insults Ifeanyi, don't say Hausa or Fulani insult Igbo person. No, it's Ibrahim. Because there are 1 million Ibrahim that are right. Do you understand? If Ifeanyi destroys Olumide something, no, it is not Igbo that destroyed. No, it is Ifeanyi, and it is this idiot that did that. Because there are 1 million Ifeanyi that are their head, they correct. So if we get our people to understand how to break what the tools that these nation crafters have used to keep us down, because when they can't bring justice and equity to bear, you know, have you seen somebody when you are asking them something, the next thing they tell you is that, where are you from? What tribe? Because they want to put you in a box. When they can't understand what you are, they want to put you in a box. When they fail to gain something, they run back to religion or they run back to their tribe. And we must deal with that. We must systematically, intellectually, institutionally deal with those things so that we can move forward as a people and it can help to reduce the Japa syndrome that we're dealing with in Nigeria.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my brother.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I believe that this is deep. This is lovely. Thank you and thank you and thank you for making our time to come and have this conversation.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's really commendable, and
Appreciate it.
praying for wisdom, for strength for you.
Amen.
You know, to keep on is a very big challenge, and it takes the Nigerian energy to be able to do this kind of challenge. We are known for our resilience. We are known for our tenacity. We are known for every value that, you know, that epitomize humanity and the essence of living is what we see, and that's what you're doing. So
Thank you.
I'm so happy and encouraged to be part of what you're doing.
I appreciate
Encouraging.
I appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, bro.
Where our cameraman? Are we good?
We'll catch on where we're. Okay.
Thank you, doctor.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, and have a fruitful, a beautiful deliberation, and let's beat the mark.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay. this marathon interview. Today, of course, is Friday, the 29th in the month of November 2024. My last guest, Dr. Moses Paul, just spitting fire as usual. And for all Nigerian youths, for you to know that, hey, all Nigerian youths, just know that yes, just know that chicken breast is very good for you, especially in the afternoon. But then I have my wonderful guest still lined up. Still lined up. I have Evelyn Akaka and Victor Matthias. Evelyn Akaka and then Victor Matthias. No, stay here now. Hey, woman, now stay here. You know, I said I'm hugging people today. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Terra skills. I've seen this face before. I've seen this face. Yes. I've seen this face. Did I say I've seen this face? Okay, thank you very much. It's been a long walk, man. 74 hours and we're still counting. You understand, right? So, I have to my right, Evelyn Akaka. And then to my left, I have Victor Matthias, all from Terra Skills Learning Systems Limited.
Yes.
Evelyn.
Good afternoon. Fine. Yes. 3 days.
Victor. How far now?
Thanks.
My brother.
Yes.
My brother.
I need to congratulate you.
Brother.
It's not easy. It's not. But this is the Nigerian spirit.
Yeah,
Just
it's
like Dr. Moss said.
It's Nigerian spirit.
Yes. And this, I saw the current record holder. I think 55 hours.
Yes, 55 hours, 45 seconds.
Yes. So, and you're taking it to 100.
Pushing it to 100 now.
Yeah. So that's really a milestone. I want to congratulate you.
I'm moving it to 100.
Mm-hmm.
Even you want to join me?
Thank you.
No, you want to join me to break the record?
Oh, of course. Let's do it together.
You're not going to do.
I'll stay till 100.
You're not going to do. Okay, well, let me start from you.
Okay.
So you tell us for the purpose of what we're doing.
Yeah.
Just tell us who you are.
Okay. So my name is Evelyn Akaka. I'm the communications manager for Terra Skills Learning Systems
Just speak to your
Limited.
mic.
I'm the communications manager for Terra Skills Learning Systems Limited. So we are a learning and development organization. So primarily what we do is we train. We have both the B2B side and the B2C side. So I'll speak about the B2C side. For the B2C side, we train young people. That's essentially what we do. We train young graduates, we train entrepreneurs, anybody within the age bracket of 18 to about 40 years. So we have 5 training programs, tech training programs, which we primarily specialize in. We have web development, we have digital marketing, we have UI UX design and the likes. And so what we do is essentially we give people the opportunity to learn new skills. You go to university for 4 years, you study a degree for 4 years, you come out of that, but what do you have beyond that degree? I mean, a lot of people can testify today that what you studied is not what you're doing. You know, things are evolving, things are changing, and as things are evolving, it's also good to also upskill as well. So that's where we come in. We help young people upskill to harness the opportunities that are out there. So that's essentially what we do at Terra Skills.
Matthias,
Yes, sir.
it is the same thing you want to say.
Well, yeah, my name is Victor
Okay, so
Matthias.
okay, Victor Matthias.
Yes, so it's great to be here. I've listened to you over the years on radio. So, but I'm on the platform of Terra Skills. So
Okay.
basically, just like my colleague Evelyn said, we're a learning and development organization, and learning never ends. And this is also a learning session because generations from now will watch this, will listen to this, and they will be inspired because it's a learning platform that you're offering here. So it may be about Guinness Book of Records, World Records, what people may see this as, but it's beyond it because this is going to inspire a whole lot of people. So at Terra Skills, we also do business to business training. So what that means is that we do a lot of government trainings, train government organizations, we train corporate organizations, we do a lot of social give back, especially just like you said, we train a whole lot of young people. That's because our founder has this dream of empowering young people because they believe that young people are the future. And just like Dr. Mo was saying, there's something that is broken about even our educational system. So that you come out of school and then they're asking you for 5 years experience or 7 years experience and you're just out of school. And then a lot of our courses are theoretical and we know. So where do they expect you to find such an experience? But for you to be able to find such an experience, you must rely on certain platforms. And those are the kind of platforms we also provide. And then sometimes we just visit organizations and then we just, because it's part of our work, we want to see the culture there. And sometimes you see a lot of bad customer service, you see a lot of bad understanding of workplace culture. So that's why we step in to bridge that gap because sometimes I remember going to one organization and the way the gate man looked at us as though we were criminals. I'm like, this person doesn't even understand that he's the first gate to this organization. So he's the first salesman of that organization. So if I have a wrong first impression of you as the gate man, I already have a wrong impression of the organization entirely. And you go to certain places and the first person you're talking to does as though he's doing you a favor to talk to you. That's because many organizations do not understand the place of training. Training is very, very key. And we've seen how trained employees have changed the trajectory of companies, have moved companies from being down there to being up there. So basically that's what we at Terra Skills do. We try to ensure that as we say we want Nigeria to be better, then we have to imbibe the right skills because we see India, we see China. It's not just because they are educated, it's also because they're educated rightly and correctly. So and that's why they're able to offer the innovation and offer the inventions that they have for the world and the world is celebrating them today.
Wow. Evelyn, you said something, you talked about upskill. So let's
Yes.
start from there.
Yes.
How do you mean? Or what do you
So-
mean by upskill?
So we find that people graduate from the university. For example, maybe you study biochemistry, right? You're only confined to that scope of biochemistry. But when you come out, so we're talking about Nigeria now, when you come out of that university, you're looking for jobs in biochemistry, there might be none, right? So at that point, what do you do? That's where upskilling comes in, right? You learn a new skill. There's skills out there. You learn a new skill, but for us, we are focused more on technology because
Okay.
technology is the way forward now. You know, we're talking about AI, we're talking about so many things. Technology is cybersecurity. Technology is the way forward now. And so when it comes to upskilling, we've laid out 5 different courses where people can tap into. There are opportunities in this area. Digital marketing, for example, 30 years ago, you couldn't find jobs in that space, digital marketing space. You couldn't find jobs with social media management. You couldn't find jobs with, things are evolving. Now businesses are hiring, top organizations are looking for content creators. They are looking for social media managers. Why? Because the world is online. Everybody is online. Majority of your market, 90% of your market is online. So when we talk about upskilling, we talk about giving people the opportunity to harness new skills that can be profitable to them. So that's essentially.
Okay, so when you talk about upskilling, is it you're just directed towards AI? Just AI alone?
No.
Or digital marketing?
Yes, so we have 5 different areas. So there's digital marketing, there's web development, web development, there's UI UX design,
UI
there's
what?
UI UX design. So for
Like
product
graphics
yeah,
interface when it
yes,
comes to
product
design.
managers.
Yeah, product design.
Yes, and then we have back end development as well. Yeah,
As for
4,
the many
5.
one.
Please take my memory.
Okay, the last one should be
Data
analysis.
analysis.
So
Yeah.
just
Data
help
analysis.
me speak out, okay?
Yeah,
Data analysis.
So just like she said, when it comes to upskilling,
Go ahead.
when it comes to upskilling, what you're looking at is you already have your core, you already studied something. So how can you apply the use of technology? Because you see, technology is a disruptor. There's no field that is spared from disruption of technology. That is why you see that in
Apart from my field now.
no, even your field. So you are multidimensional. But if I'm going to talk about radio presentation, you and I know that even the equipments that you started with, right now it has been transformed. Right now you could do a whole lot of you alone. I remember in those days, radio, there will be like something like a glass that will separate the presenter. So some other people are controlling the equipment from the other side, and somebody is presenting. But right now you could have one equipment, and right now you could even do podcast whereby you cue in whatever you want to say, and somebody doesn't even know you're not in the studio. So that's technology, and technology has taken us to a place whereby people can just stay in front of their phones, and they don't need to go to radio station and command crowds that before you have to pay a lot just to speak to those people because of social media, because of platforms. There are people who, when they turn on their TikTok live, you have 5 million people instantly following them. That's technology. That's disrupted everything we do. So upskilling is that coming to that awareness, because Nigeria, we're a consumer nation. So you find out that a large percentage of us just consume content online. So, but when you come to Terra Skills, we teach you how to be a producer of content, not just consume content. Because if you find out that Nigerians consume one of the highest content, we follow stuff online, but other countries make the money. Just very few people in Nigeria make significant amount of money when you compare to other countries that their focus is not just to go online and consume content, but to raise people. India, for example, if you know, and then one of the things we teach people again is to set up our own platforms. Nobody say we cannot have our own Facebook. You go to China, you discover they don't even use Facebook. They don't use Instagram. So they have their own platforms. And we have the population. So why not encourage young people to set up the platform so that we are creating the platform, because we also have the population. So if we have the platform, it simply means whatever adverts, whatever things are coming from those platforms, they're not going to Facebook in the USA. Because what we're doing at the end of the day is for every ad we do, the money goes back to the USA. We may make a little from here, but we're exporting the money back there. So why not form the platform? So upskilling is teaching us to be creators, not just consumers of content online.
All right, evening. When you talk about Terra Skills, is there a school?
So it's an edutech. We're in the edutech space. Yes, we're in the edutech space. So we teach, we train people. So we're not a school. I wouldn't call us a school, but we're a training center. Basically, we're a platform. We have the platform.
More like you have a physical structure?
Yes, we have a physical structure, but we don't want to be limited by that physical structure because there's only so much you can take. So primarily, most of our programs are online, and again, dealing with young people, that whole convenience, and because we want to be able to take a large number of people, most of our programs are online to give people the opportunity to join from any part of the world.
It's okay. And what you do web design,
Web development, yes.
web development.
Data analysis,
Okay.
digital marketing, back-end development, and UI UX design.
I'll just register and you do it free for me.
We'll give you a concession. VIP, so why not? We'll give you VIP.
I'll just come and register. You do it free for me.
VIP treatment.
Which one is VIP? You want to Google me here?
No. VIP treatment.
Which one is VIP?
You already have a
treatment?
record under your,
Eh?
so we'll give you
Let's
VIP
see
treatment.
this guy. Good one, anyways. It's a good one. Looking at the times we're in, that people need to upgrade.
Yes.
People need to add more skills to themselves, at least, so you don't just get stuck. Like me now, I'll come to your place now, man.
No, why not? Why not?
That's what I'm looking for the venue.
Our headquarters are Use 2, so off Monrovia. That's our corporate headquarters. But just like she said, and recently we even secured a partnership with the NYSC. So more like we have license to go to their camps every time they're in camp, to actually catch them young, technology-wise, because they're in a phase of their lives whereby they're the ones that really need that upskilling, because they've come out of a structured academic structure, but they actually need skills that is sellable. So you find out that some of these people who may take a 3-month intensive bootcamp courses, before they finish the NYSC, they're making money in dollars. They're making a lot of money that they are not even, they become job creators instead of job seekers, because they have a 1-year span, and so if they use the first 3 months to take our bootcamp, because we have a bootcamp that we call the tech bootcamp, by the time they are 6 months into their youth service, they're already making a lot of money online. So they are not the people that will come out and they are submitting CVs everywhere. They may just decide, okay, let me even set up my own hustle whereby I will have assistants and other people working for me. So with that structure, we're reaching a whole lot of young people, and we have partnership with certain banks in Nigeria coming on stream. So a whole lot of young people are going to be captured in that partnership too.
Okay.
And especially, with the issues of unemployment in Nigeria, you come out of university, people are saying there are no jobs. But the truth is, there are opportunities out there. But a lot of people, there's a gap in terms of skill sets. There are opportunities, but you find that sometimes you find that people are not even, there's a gap. You don't find organizations, and even if you look within HR departments, people are saying that there's, this person does not really fit the criteria. This person doesn't really have the skill sets. So there are so many opportunities out there. We talk about remote jobs, talk about online jobs, we talk about physical jobs here as well. But we are encouraging young people to harness those skills, build the skills that are relevant to what organizations are looking for.
Okay, let me give you
Any
an
age
example.
limit?
No, it's like she said, 18 to 40 is the usual target. But at the end of the day, you could find a 50-year-old who believes that I need to transition. But that's what we're seeing these days. Sometimes you see white people in Abuja and you're wondering what they're doing here. These are remote workers, because it's even cheaper to live in Nigeria. So they come, stay here, they're earning in dollars, they're spending in naira because of the economy. You get. So because of how flexible they are doing remote work. So there are no age limits, just that our target is young people. So sometimes typically we even find people less than 18 who have the passion. There are some parents who will send a 14-year-old to learn the same skills. So, and then we have kiddies bootcamp, and we have program for teenagers too that happens annually. So no age limits. And just like she was saying about jobs, people may say there are no jobs, but there are jobs. Like this morning, a colleague of mine is telling me about a job that was advertised under our platform. They're looking for an accountant, but the person must have data entry skills. And out of all the applicants, none has data entry skills.
What do you mean by data entry skills?
So data entry is actually a specialized kind of skill that people need to be able to do a lot of stock keeping and stuff like that. So a lot of these people do not have it even when they graduate from core accounting. They don't have the practical knowledge of it. So when you take some of our courses, these are things they teach you. So before you know it, you have the job simply because you stood out because of a particular skill. So
that's basically what the gap that we intend to bridge, or that we bridge.
As it stands right now, because that was why I asked your work, if you have a physical place where people can actually come, but you said it's rather an online stuff than you two. You are into content creation.
Yes, it's under my.
You people do
Field.
content
Yeah,
creation.
we do.
We do.
We're with our social media
You want
manager.
to chase people out of the market?
No.
Eh?
We're with our
Kilo
social
dey.
media manager.
Eh?
She's seated over there.
That's what I'm asking. You want to chase people out of market?
No, we actually want to empower people in the
Yeah.
market.
That's good though.
So we do it not, we do it just for, to empower others, not necessarily for our company, but that's because we are at the end of the day, we are the trainers, so we need to be up our game so that we can impart the skill to other people.
So I should still come again and learn content.
Why
creation.
not? And you mentioned physical location. Yes, we have a physical location, number 4 Kudang Street, off Monrovia, Usetsu. That's our office location.
Okay, that's where me I will come to.
Yes, we're expecting you.
That's where me I will come to.
Yes, break this together at the end of this, so
I'm
we won't mind you.
No, celebrating it.
Yeah, we will come on Sunday, hopefully, and then we won't mind a visit to our headquarters to have you in celebration after the trophy comes.
Nah, she's not even saying anything because she does not want me to come.
No,
Please, by all means, feel free.
It's okay. Oh.
she really likes train parties, so I'm sure she can throw one for you. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're actually currently now we're running a master class. So we're thinking of more ways to bring more people into our space, because a lot of people now with transportation issues and all of that. Yes, we're allowing people to join online. But we're looking for ways to bring more people into the space. And so we're having
A free masterclass.
free masterclass, free of charge.
Masterclass in what?
So the masterclass is titled Ignite Your Creative Spark. So it's a tech masterclass. So we basically are teaching you how to harness the opportunities in the tech field, in the tech world.
No specific course.
So we have a range of courses, as I earlier mentioned, 5 different courses. But we more want to open your eyes to see that there are opportunities. So the people coming in are not, well, Gen Zs will refer to them as techies. They are not tech inclined. So these are people who are basically just looking for opportunities. You know, aside from a 9-to-5 job, what is out there? What other streams of income can I make? And so we are opening up this free masterclass to share with people and say, okay, there are so many opportunities within the tech field. This is how you can harness them.
It's okay.
So to say something, the tech masterclass is more like a taster session.
Exactly.
So
Taster.
yeah, so you just come, taste what the 5 courses look like. So we touch a bit of everywhere, and it's actually an inspiring session. So there's a lot of team bonding among the participants. Just you expose yourself, just like she said, so that you understand what eventually you're going into. So at least just give you a bit of everything, so that you can now choose what part of what we do excites you, and which part you want to enroll for. So we've done some editions this year. We have 3 more to go for the year. So we have one coming up incidentally tomorrow at our building that will start by 9 a.m. We also have another one coming up on the 6th, and the last one for the year coming up on the 13th of December. So those are so most of the time people just come to have a good time, relate, eat. We have an eating section, do competition, team
Eating
bonding.
session.
Yeah, there's an
There's only
eating.
one person I'll send for that eating session.
Okay, send us the person.
His name is James.
Okay, send us the person.
James, if you're hearing this, you're invited.
Yeah, so
James, tomorrow go there and eat.
you can come there and have
Likes
his food.
food.
Yeah, nice
He
food.
has bad head.
I don't know about that.
I'm just describing him for you, so when you see him, you won't
Okay.
chase him away.
Okay, so basically all young people are invited. They can come around.
Yeah.
So that happens in our building, and we can take as many as possible.
As many as possible.
Yes.
1,000, 2,000.
Well, if you have the number, we'll find a way to cater for them.
Okay, any other thing to say?
No.
Yeah,
But
okay.
you have
Okay, so in conclusion, we just want to appreciate PENIEL DIALA for this awesome challenge that you're taking. I must say, this is, for me, very, very inspiring. So to do this sacrifice to actually do this. I know this is beyond you. It's not just for you. Generations to come will reference you because already your name is on that Guinness Book of World Records. So at the end of the day, a lot of people are going to be inspired because many people do not even know this category existed. So, but you are bringing limelight to it. So I would just love to say Terra Skills is proud to be associated with you. And then any day, anytime, we can do partnerships together. So, and then we can take things higher to empower young people because that's already what you are doing. And a lot of people that will be inspired will be young people. And then they will chart a course for themselves to do. They may not do this specific thing you're doing, but at least they will find the courage to say, if somebody that I know is doing this, then I can also do same. So and that's also what we stand for at Terra Skills, to tell them that these skills are not as scary, because that's part of the challenge. People think tech is scary, tech is difficult to absorb, but and that's why we bring you to a space and tell you that within 3 months you could become a master in any tech course that you decide to take. And we are not that tech company that will say, oh, within 2 weeks, within 3 weeks. No, we know that we have people who learn at different pace, but that's why we assure you that within 3 months you could master anything you want to master and go on to break your own records, just like PENIEL is doing.
Thank you very much, Victor.
Yeah.
And thank you very much, Evelyn Akaka.
You got the name very well.
Evelyn Akaka.
Yes.
And then
you got
Victor
it.
Matthias.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I wish you guys all the
So-
best.
Thank you for having us.
And then this is my person. And
We look forward to the celebration.
Thank you so much.
very much, Evelyn.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much too. And thank you very much, all of you, for coming around today.
Thank you so much. We'll keep in touch.
I wish you all the best.
All right, sir.
Okay, we'll take a minute break and then we'll be back. I'll take a minute break and then go for my medical.
Okay. My name is Charity Benjamin. My name is Nurse Charity Benjamin. The blood pressure is 126 over 70 millimeter mercury. It's still normal to continue. Yes. Yes, the blood pressure is normal for him to continue. It's good to go.
Good afternoon once again. This is still PENIEL Diala longest marathon live interview. Today is Friday, the 29th day in the month of November 2024. It's an amazing moment, I must say. My last guest, awesome people, and I have a new set of guests that I'll be speaking with at this point. He's an economist by excellence. He's a disruptor, I tell you that. He's a man of great knowledge. Prophet Manasseh Dogon.
Thank you.
I said I'll be hugging everybody now.
You did it. You did it.
Thank you.
It's therapeutic. You did it.
It's very good though, I need it.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, boss.
Please now. Please now. Please now.
So delighted to be here. So delighted to be here.
I'm glad to have you this afternoon.
The honor is all mine, sir.
It's
The
a
honor is all
privilege.
mine. Thank you so much, sir.
Gracias,
Thank you so
gracias,
much, sir.
gracias.
Thank you so much.
They don't know. Oh, goodness me.
Oh, so good to meet you.
You know, wealth making, power of wealth. How should we take it? Is it power of wealth or wealth making?
They both are two different perspectives, two different concepts. Wealth making talks about the process, the human factor go through in order for you to be able to attain certain dimension and density of wealth. Why? That's wealth making, right? The power of wealth talks about the influence of the end result.
We'll combine the two.
Yes.
Okay, so for the purpose of what we're doing, you introduce yourself to us, please.
Well, my name is Manasseh Dogon. I'm a disruptive marketplace mentor. I'm a pastor. I'm a coach, and I'm an entrepreneur.
I told you.
Should I go further?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Don't stop.
I'm an historian too. So
Okay, and like you heard him say, he's an entrepreneur. He's a kingdom marketer.
yeah.
So many things. But then, let's start with he's a writer also.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
an
I'm
author.
a writer. I'm an author.
He's an author.
Yeah. I'm an author.
And his book is selling
Yeah.
like wildfire.
Yeah. We're just building on a daily basis.
Like wildfire. Okay, talking about wealth. How to create wealth. How do we create wealth?
Okay, the whole concept of wealth creation must be approached from two different perspectives,
Okay.
externally and internally.
Okay, let's start with
Externally has to do with addressing certain material factors around our environment.
Okay.
How to be able to identify market, business model, business idea that can be taken advantage by an entrepreneur. While the internal factors speak so much about instincts, courage, perseverance, insight, foresight, and everything. So, our human intelligence, that's basically that. So, in the whole concept of making wealth, if you must really, really get to be able to attain certain level of mastery, you must approach it holistically. You must have holistic approach to the whole concept of wealth creation, which should first of all begin from within, internally. You must learn to identify what are the potentials, what are the giftings, what are the talents, what are the things, what are the experience, what are the knowledge, what are the instincts that God has given to you inherently that you can be able to harness it. And after you're able to identify those potentials, those skills, those talents, those abilities, then you can now say, okay, let me identify the market and
how can I be able to maximize opportunities in these various external hemisphere that will enable me to be able to maximize wealth. And so you begin to identify opportunities. When talking about the concept of opportunity is endless. It's as infinite as time itself. You know, when you talk about opportunities, everywhere you go to as an entrepreneur, you must understand that there are opportunities, there are problems everywhere. So your ability to be able to see those problems and be able to identify them not as barrier to achieving success, but as raw resources that can be maximized. Even identify your potentials, your skills, your instincts, your talent, you maximize it.
Can we separate between chasing money and making wealth?
The dichotomy is very wide. It's as wide as the heaven and the earth.
Because for some people, the moment you talk about wealth, the next is a man, I want to go hustle, chase money. So can we just draw that line between chasing money and making wealth?
You can actually chase money without really making wealth. You know, and the whole concept of hustling, when I hear entrepreneurs or businessmen use the word hustle, it speaks of desperation, the extent to which one can go to in order for him to get success by all means. So if you're to approach the whole concept of wealth making with the spirit of hustle, you can go to any extent, any law. You can violate anything. You can do anything that is either good or bad in order for you to be able to amass wealth. So the hustling spirit has been one of the reasons why most Africans, we are hustlers. Instead of when we're expected to be like wealth creators. You know, when you begin to hustle is the extent to, as I said earlier, the extent to which any man can go in order for him to be able to get money. So we can steal, we can do anything, in order for we to be able to get wealth. But making wealth, there are protocol to making wealth. There are protocol. I'm a theologian. I'm a pastor, and I've understood that concept from the biblical perspective. You get what I mean? The scripture that influenced my whole concept of wealth creation. I said something earlier. I said there is a protocol to the whole concept of wealth making. In Genesis chapter 2, after God had created man, Adam, God didn't give man a car or Lamborghini. God gave man an ecosystem. He carried Adam and put him in the Garden of Eden, and he told him, till it, cultivate it, unearth it, cultivate it. And we saw it was in the cultivation process. It was in the tilling that Adam was able to amass wealth. So there is a protocol to the whole concept of wealth creation, and it is in the process, and the whole process of wealth creation is what word would I use? It's very dynamic. Dynamic in the sense that you don't just stand up one day and just make money. You must begin from the first, just like the way we have. If you want to be educated, you have to go through primary school, you have to go into secondary school, you have to go to tertiary level and everything. So also, in the whole process of wealth making, you must understand the protocol that is involved. Number one, you cannot make wealth. You cannot become very successful in your endeavor if you are yet to identify the industry that is connected to your wealth, the whole process of wealth creation. You must understand the concept of industry. You must understand the concept of ecosystem. You must understand the concept of product. You must understand the concept of services. So I said there are protocol to the whole process of wealth creation. Number one, you cannot just go pick money in the market and say you are making wealth. You must identify what are you giving in exchange of this wealth. What are you giving in exchange of this, to this money? Number one, you must identify what are the products that is required. What are the services that must be rendered? What are the brands? You cannot make wealth if you have yet to identify the set of brands or the product or services that is being needed by a specific demography or an ecosystem. You get what I mean? So basically that. So I haven't identified the brand or service or product that is required. You must understand what are the strategy, what are the marketing strategy, or what are the branding concept that must be adopted in order for you to be able to package these ideas? Everybody has an idea. Everybody has idea, brand, but it is not just enough for you to have an idea. You must understand that having an idea is just a step into the whole protocol of making wealth. So, anyone that you have seen that is successful, for instance, you can identify either a brand or a product attached to this whole wealth equation. For instance, if we talk about Bill Gates, what comes to your mind? Microsoft World. You talk about Elon Musk, what comes to your mind? Tesla. You talk about Dangote, what comes to your mind? Dangote cement and everything. So, wealth cannot be mastered. The whole process or concept of wealth creation cannot be mastered until you as an entrepreneur, you're able to identify the set of ideas, set of brands, set of products or services that should be sold. I don't know if I'm communicating, sir.
Sure, you are.
Yeah. So that's just basically that. So God understood from the biblical point of view, God understood that his whole purpose of creating man is for man to have dominion on the earth. In fact, God, the Bible says in Genesis chapter 1 that God created man after his image. And after God had finished creating man, the Bible says that God gave man an ecosystem. God understood that he's going to violate his principle of wealth creation if he hadn't given Adam an ecosystem. So God gave him a garden for him to till. And the Bible says that Adam began to till it, began to cultivate it. He began to till it. We can see when we get to Genesis chapter 4, 5, we discover that when Cain and Abel were given birth to, we discover that they were able to continue to be able to extend that protocol of creation. So you must understand that. So that's all the whole concept that is involved in wealth creation. In making wealth, you must identify that there are certain protocol that must be observed. You must understand that. You must identify ecosystem. You must identify the market that God. What is ecosystem? When I use the concept of ecosystem, it speaks about market. For instance, if you go to Abuja, we have different markets. If I want to buy fish, for instance, there are markets that I cannot be going to. What's the market, the other market they sell materials and furniture? Kubo market. You cannot go and buy fish there. Every market has a particular, is reputable for a particular product. So you must understand that, okay, what product am I designing? What brand am I designing? What market is that very brand or product needed? You identify that and you'll be able to take that to the market. That is basically that. So we saw that in the scripture how that Adam was able to master that very act. After God had created him, God put him in a garden and he began to till, begin to cultivate it. And we saw that how he was able to create that wealth equation generally.
Wow, quite interesting. You know, there's a reason why I asked the question. You know, for some people, they believe that the issue of wealth and chasing money are synonymous, sort of. And then we should be able to separate the two, chasing money and making wealth. Afterwards, how do you maintain wealth?
Okay, it is one thing for you to make wealth, it is another thing for you to retain it. It is another thing for you to not just to retain it. Wealth, the beauty of wealth is not when it's retained, it's when it's multiplied. The beauty of wealth is not just when it is being retained, but when it's multiplied. You know, no matter how wealthy, how rich you are as an entrepreneur, as a businessman, as rich as Dangote is today, is still generating ideas. As wealthy as Elon Musk is, or as wealthy as Bill Gates, they are developing softwares, they are bringing ideas. So wealth, our objective as entrepreneurs is not just to make wealth. Neither is it for we to retain it, but for you to be able to multiply, replicate it over and over again. The principle that is required for you to make wealth, it is not equal with the principle required for you to retain it. The principle and the habit that is required for you to be able to multiply wealth is not equal with the principle that is required for you to retain it. So you must understand at every level as an entrepreneur or as a wealth creator, you must identify the set of skills that is required in that season or in that level and master it so that you can be able to take advantage of the opportunity that comes with that. When talking about the whole concept of retaining wealth or sustaining wealth, you must understand it takes high level of discipline for you to be able to retain it. In fact, the discipline that is required for you to make it, to be able to attract wealth, to be able to create wealth, it is not the same with it. principle that is required for you to be able to retain it. You must understand. If you must be, you may not be able to retain wealth if you fail to understand the wisdom or the set of skill that is required for you to keep it. Number one, personal discipline is very key to retaining wealth. Personal discipline. The reason why everybody cannot be wealthy is simply because not everyone has the personal discipline for you to be able to retain it. You know, one of the things that goes side by side with making money is that you'll be tempted to live a life of luxury. You must understand that you cannot be able to gather to retain wealth if you're one that spends money on things that don't matter. You must understand that. You will get to a certain dimension as you begin to make money that you must understand that even the people you spend time with should be part of your strategy on how to be able to retain it. If, for instance, I make money and I'm able to hang out with friends and the only thing they are known for or reputable for is for me to go and eat pizza, to go and eat shawarma, to go on a vacation in Dallas, to go and pass 3 nights in Transcorp and everything. You see, it's just a matter of time. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when the money is going to finish. So you must understand that to retain wealth, there are certain level of personal discipline that must be adhered to. You must learn to be a discipline, and you must learn to understand, separate between what is important and what is not important. There are certain needs that you want to spend your money on that may be important, but it's not necessary. It's not necessary. As a matter of personal principle, there are certain times when I want to spend money, I ask myself, is this thing I'm spending money or this thing I'm spending money for, how important is this thing? If it's important, the next question will be, how is it necessary for me to spend the money on those items? If it's necessary, I will ask myself, is it urgent? So the whole concept of retaining wealth, there are high level of personal discipline that you must put. And I personally learn to also create certain protocol. I have certain number of banks, but as a matter of personal principle, in an attempt for me to be able to save, I decide to use only one ATM in all of the banks. I have only one ATM. The protocol I create around certain account, he's so very strict, so much that the thought of even going to pull the money, the process that I will follow to go and pull the money from there is enough reason for me not to even do that. So you must understand that retaining wealth is the most difficult. In fact, the more you make wealth, the more you discover retaining it requires certain level of principle and personal discipline. So much that every one that you eventually have, the relationship you keep around you should be part of your goals or part of your strategy of empowering you to be able to retain this wealth or to manage this wealth as supposed. Because as soon as you begin to make certain level of money, wealth start coming into certain millions, you must understand that your needs automatically increase. If formally you go to shopping to go and buy a shop, you enter a shopping mall to buy a shoe of 30,000 naira. Eventually you start making money in certain figures. You discover that the market, in fact, your taste changed naturally. But it takes only a man that is personally very disciplined for him to be able to understand how to be able to channel his resources on what matters. There are several things that will eventually begin to call for attention that are not so much of importance. I don't know if I'm communicating.
Sure, you are.
Yeah. So that's just basically that. So the principle that is required for you to make money is not equal, but the principle that is required for you to be able to gather it. The principle that is required for you to be able to multiply money is not the same. You know, when you talk about when you're in the state where making wealth is your first priority, you must understand that you must work on competence, personal competence, you must work on your skills, you must work on your social capital intelligence, you must work on your marketing strategy, you must work on, but by the time you begin to make money, after you begin to have certain level of result in your wealth, you discover that you must start to acquire skills around management, around accounting, around human resource. You begin to, so these skills are very vital. It enables you to be able to understand, okay, it is not as much as I've made money in this very dimension of density, there is need for me to be able to understand the techniques, the ethics, the principle that is governing me multiplying the money. Most entrepreneurs get to that very point, they get stuck. After making money once, hitting one or two. Somebody made money through one of those reality TV show, and he said he's going to short Lagos. And in less than 3 weeks, the money came, finished, vanished. So that's basically that. So you must understand that at every level of business as an entrepreneur, you must understand that what are the skills that I require for me to make money? What are the skills that are required for me to be able to manage it? What are the skills that are required for me to be able to multiply these things? And the more we begin to be able to do that, the more we can be able to sustain the longevity of the wealth that we're able to create over time.
This is quite deep, man. It is deep.
Thank you.
It's deep.
Thank you.
It's really deep. There's a reason why we're doing this, because we're kind of trying to create a standard so that younger generation and people watching will know that wealth is not just let me make the money, spend it, and boom, we're gone. It's one thing to make the money, it's another thing to plan it.
Yeah.
Just like you said, you must understand the principle of accounting and all of that. So if we're going further now, because this one I'm loving this one now.
Okay.
Going further, right? At what point do you draw some line? At what point do you have to draw some line? It's okay, this money is for this money is for this money is for this money is for this. Like you said certain protocols, some accounts you don't have ATM to it. Some can survive it, but at what point do you say, okay, this money is for this, I'm saving this, I'm keeping this for this, I'm keeping this money for this, I'm keeping this money for this, and this is where I'm going to.
Okay, you must understand that. You must learn, the first thing you have to must manage your wealth. You must learn to remove your emotional sentiment. Because emotion is a very good tool, but it's a very bad master. Because when you begin to make wealth, I've been trying to pound out on the puzzle of why do a lot of entrepreneurs haven't, after acquiring certain level of success, eventually decide to change their seku? Because there's when you get on certain dimension or certain level of life or success, you get to discover that your association play a very vital role. So at every level of life and success, you must understand how to be able to deploy strategy and principle that will enable you to be able to retain wealth. For instance, when you begin to make money, you discover that your need naturally grow. Your need grows up to meet up your present state of wealth generation. If, for instance, you used to spend money, you go to normal market and go and buy things shopping for 20,000, 30,000. The more money you begin to make, your taste change. You get me? And you must understand that every wealth that enter your hand has a purpose. That is my psychology. Every money that comes to my hand has an assignment. There are money that comes into my hand that I realize that the primary purpose of that money is for me not to scatter it, but to gather it. So each of the accounts I have specific purpose. There are accounts I save for future project. There are accounts I keep and everything. So I have an understanding that every month, there are money that when they come into my hand, I know that this money is not even to be kept in savings. It's for them to be thrown into a system or a project or into an investment where I'm not just investing in someone else's company, but I'm investing in my own dream. So if, for instance, I have $1 million idea to develop a brand on dropshipping, and eventually I have up to 5 million naira or 10 million naira. Now it's going to be wrong for me to carry the money and go and keep in savings. Because the money I use, when I invest that money in my dream, it has a capacity with little time to be able to multiply it. So for instance, one of the greatest investment I always do, I understand that in as much as It's good for me to carry money and go and put in a system somewhere and to do this and do that. I understand that. The first thing that needs investment is me, then my idea. So I begin to identify, okay, what are the knowledge that I need to acquire in my attempt to be able to evolve or to be able to develop my mental capacity. I have to start buying books, going on online courses, attending master classes and conference and seminars, with the primary intention for me to be able to build a mental capacity that can be able to help to be able to retain the wealth that is being generated. So much that when the money begins to come, I said every money or every wealth that God gives to you has an assignment. There are certain money that enters my hand. I know that 50% of that money goes to a particular account, while other percentage can be invested or can be, So as I said earlier, so you must understand that as you begin to go multiply money, you must understand that the kind of people you hang around will determine how fast. In fact, determine the longevity of the money you keep in your hand. When you see people getting rich and eventually avoid certain company, it may not be because they are very bad. For instance, I wake up some morning. Some days ago, I woke up and somebody dropped me a chat on Facebook. A random person, I've never seen him, I've never known him before, asking for money to go and buy a car. Imagine let's imagine, just a rough estimate, I make up to as much as 20 million naira every week. And the need of people that comes around me rises up to as much as 25 million naira. How can I meet it? So it's easier for me to hang around people whose predominant conversation is not how to eat money, but how to multiply it. I don't know if I'm communicating to you. So what I do basically is that every wealth that enters my hand comes with an assignment. So as the money is entering into my account, I understand how to be able to save the money to save in an account, the money to throw into an investment. I say one of the greatest investment I do periodically is to invest in myself, develop my skills, develop my mind, acquire skills, read books. Then second investment is that I believe that if I have a dream to sell a product or a brand, and I cannot throw ₦1 million into that project, then there's nobody that can be compared or should be compared to throw money into it. So most time when I have an idea, and eventually the idea needs as much as 10 million naira, and I have 3 million naira, what I do is that I throw the 3 million naira into the idea. Well, after throwing the money into the idea or brand, now it's up to when other friends or family eventually come and see how much of resources I'm able to throw now, they can be convinced to be able to throw that very money into it. I don't know if I'm communicating, sir. So that's basically that. So every wealth that comes, if you are yet to master wealth, if you are yet to decipher or discern the primary purpose for God giving you certain level of wealth. You must understand that as money is entering your account, there are certain money that enter your account that you must understand that touching it is you abusing the purpose of God giving you that money. But there are certain money God gives you that you know that it's not just for you. There are tools that God has given to you to express the love of Jesus to a community. You can be making so much wealth, making money, multiplying wealth, and if you fail to realize the destiny of men or people that are connected to that money, the purpose of it is abuse. The Bible says God gives seed to the sower, right? Then bread to the eater. There are certain things God gives you is not just for people, it's for you to eat as bread. Bread is meant to be eaten. Seed are meant to be sown. So there are certain, and the whole concept of seed as used in that scripture speaks about either you investing money. The Bible says cast bread upon many waters, you have it at time. So you using that seed as tool to be able to affect lives as a social entrepreneur. I don't know if I'm communicating.
Sure you are.
Yeah. Can I take this water?
Yes.
I'm waiting for the next question.
They'll be coming one at a time.
So that's basically that.
So, for young folks who perhaps planning on investment, how can they go about it?
Okay, young folks, if you talk to an average entrepreneur in Nigeria, they will tell you that what they need is capital. Capital is not just the first thing you need. Capital in terms of money is not just the first thing you need. There are other things more important than capital. And if those things are not in the right perspective, no matter the amount of money that enter your hands, it will develop wings and fly. Yeah. Number one, as a young entrepreneur, the first thing that you should be talking about is not just capital. The first thing you should be looking at for is a winning idea, a winning brand, a winning product. After getting a winning brand or winning idea or a winning product, you have to conduct, the second one is to conduct a market survey. Understand what are the competition? Who are your competitors? What is the future of this brand? Who are the people that are selling almost the same, your competitors in the market? You must understand that. Then you must you must learn to be able to develop an impeccable, world-class business ideas or marketing strategy. You learn to do that. Then I think one other factor that must be considered before getting money capital is that you must develop a good social capital intelligence. Human factors are very strategic in the whole success equation, or in the whole equation of wealth creation. No matter how gifted you are or how good the idea is, the brand is, if you don't have the right relationship, the chances of you making money is very minimal. So you must understand that social capital is very powerful to making wealth. In fact, it's one of the greatest strategies of making wealth. So understand that there are certain things that it's not everything that you must buy with money. Relationship is one of the things that is priceless. So I haven't gotten an idea or winning idea. Be able to understand the market, be able to develop social capital intelligence. You must be able to have an assistant of a mentor. The reason why the Jew are one of the most successful entrepreneurs around the world is that they understood the significance of mentorship. There is no any Jew that would throw his money in any investment without a guidance of a mentor. Mentor plays a very vital role in restructuring your perspective as a young entrepreneur. So having meet all of those requirements, then you now talk about money. Because if money is given to a man that does not have a business idea, a brand, does not understand the market system, does not have a mentor that will guide him, does not understand the whole concept of social capital intelligence, the money will develop wings and fly. So most entrepreneurs in Nigeria or in Africa, when you talk about business, the first is an idea. The first thing that comes to their mind is capital. And there are 80% of most entrepreneurs that are talking about capital in terms of money don't really need it. What they actually need is a need to put structure in their life, understood by getting a winning idea, identify the ecosystem or market that the idea is required, understand who are the competitors. After identifying the competitor, what are the strengths and weaknesses of the competitors? Then they have to understand what are the social capital intelligence that is required. You must understand that everyone that is successful has never succeeded alone. As gifted as Elon Musk is, all of the knowledge about rock science, about aircraft, about programming, about coding, robotics, artificial intelligence, is not, so he has the best of team working side by side with him. So social capital intelligence is very powerful. Jesus was able to demystify that when he walked the earth. The first thing Jesus did was not to begin to heal. The first thing Jesus realized that he needed 12 disciples. And each of the 12 disciples that Jesus had were actually 12 strategies. He knew that God had sent him to come and salvage the world. But he understood that he cannot do that alone without the help of the 12 disciples. In fact, in Old Testament, the Old Testament kind or typology of the 12 disciples are the 12 tribes of Israel. All of the things, the agenda that God was able to achieve in Old Testament were done through the structure, through the tribe structure. Each of the tribes that were captured in Old Testament, the Issachar tribe, the Judah, the Manasseh, and everyone, each of them are reputable for a particular revelation. They were able to demystify a particular revelation in God. So Jesus, when he came with the finest product. He came to sell the gospel of the kingdom. And the Bible says that Jesus understood that as powerful as his vision or his brand is, he needed to partner with 12 disciples. that tells you how important social capital is. So as an entrepreneur, when you're talking about diving into business, into entrepreneurship, the first thing you need is not money as in terms of wealth. The first thing you need, capital. The first thing you need is that you must understand what are the brand, what are the product, what are the idea, what ecosystem. If you say you are going to into the media, you want to go into media as an entrepreneur. What aspect of media? Media is a very wide industry. It's a very broad industry. We have the print media, we have the radio media, we have the publication, we have the graphic, we have animation, we have what part? We have cinematography. If you say you're diving into agriculture as an entrepreneur, what aspect of agriculture? Are you talking about fishery? Are you talking about production? Are you talking about the animal? Are you talking about seedlings? Are you talking about... So you must understand that if you're going that, these are the things that are required. You must understand that the first capital you need is not money. The first capital you need is not money. You must understand how to be able to understand a product, understand the ecosystem, understand social capital, get a mentor. When you have a mentor, 90% of your problem is minimized with the right mentor. There are several mistakes I would have made in business if I hadn't the right person. I've had people that at every strategic season in my life as an entrepreneur and as a pastor, the role of a mentor makes a whole lot of difference. Each of the mentors that came into my life at certain junction came to play a very vital role in structuring my ideas. In fact, there are seasons that I thought what I needed was capital, but what I needed was not capital, was just go and conduct a research. So I began to invest time and effort researching, getting ideas on YouTube, reading books, attending seminars and everything, and that really helped me to be able to achieve that in a great dimension. You get me?
And how do you turn ideas into wealth?
Now, turning idea into wealth has different perspective to it. Turning idea into wealth have different perspective to it. Like for instance, the advent of technology has made the whole things easy for us. It's easier for you now to make it now than ever. 30 years ago, the whole concept of artificial intelligence is not constant. 35 years ago, we don't have YouTube. Now, YouTube can be is as versatile than even a university. You can sit down on YouTube for YouTube, and you make money by self-educating yourself. So as an entrepreneur, the fastest way for you to be able to make money, to turn your idea into wealth, is that you understand there are several advantages that comes that work side by side with the evolution that is happening in tech right now. For instance, one of my proteges called me last. I did a lot of master class on writing. I do a lot of writing. I write a lot. So one of them was able to discover that when ChatGPT came to be, this guy went and started learning how to write with ChatGPT. He wasn't really writing manually like the way I do, but he understood that there are certain artificial intelligence that he can be able to adopt to write. When he writes it, he humanizes it, then edit it, then either convert it into content, YouTube content, and make money. Last month, I went to meet a friend of mine in Lagos. He came in outside the country. He invited me to come over to Lagos to spend some time with him. So I went in there to just go. And he was sharing with me how his brother made the first $1 million. What did he do? When ChatGPT came out, he asked ChatGPT to develop a particular course. ChatGPT developed a particular course. And after developing it, he has one of the artificial intelligence to generate a voice in different languages. So after developing the course, he recorded it with different languages with artificial intelligence. And he was able to use an artificial intelligence website that has to identify his facial pattern. He had this very recognize his face and everything. And in less than some days, he was able to generate the course, develop the course. And he sold this course in the space of 5 months or more. And he made as much as over $1 million. Over $1 million. So we must understand that in as much as we have idea, we must understand that the advent of technology or artificial intelligence has made a lot of things easy. even as you must learn to be able to learn how to be able to use this technology to make money. If you're a writer, for instance, you're a content creator, there are several AI or artificial intelligence website that enables you to do your work very easy. Then also, one of my greatest strategy was, I knew I had an idea to do business right from when I was the age of 10. I started learning how to read and write when I was 17, of course, but I started learning business when I was the age of 10. My mother was a born businesswoman. So I was involved in a lot of production, business, frying our selling popcorn, roasting corn and everything. But as time went on, I was able to, then I discovered that it's easier for me to become successful or achieve my goals when I partner with other people. So what I do is that, one of the greatest things I started doing was that for a significant part of time, not less than 10 years or thereabout, what I do, I identify any of my friends or family that is doing a project. So what I do, I volunteer to be part of the project. Upon volunteering to be part of the project, I get more exposure, I get more connection, and I make little money. So when I do that, I discover that it is easier for these friends that have volunteered to be part of their work. It is easier for them to also volunteer to be part of my own idea. Why? Because I've done likewise to them. So after getting a winning idea, you must understand that you cannot succeed alone. You must identify, okay, who are the people? Okay, Joseph is my friend. Amina is my friend. How can I partner with what Amina is doing? If Amina is already successful or achieving certain level of result, don't I think that by working with her, by volunteering to work with her, it will expose me to a lot of connection. It will expose me to a lot of knowledge. It will give me skills that I've not sharpened. It will even give me reward in terms of money. So after volunteering to work with different friends and different organizations for a period of time, it was easy for them to identify with my ideas. Because I was able to, over time, during that very period, to be able to show to them that I'm not just attempting to do this business. I have knowledge, the competence, the experience, the dexterity, and everything. So majority of the people that eventually made it very easy for me to succeed were people that at one point in time I played role in supporting their ideas. So we're in a generation where you see a young graduate will finish from university today, and tomorrow you see him writing a complimentary card, a consultant. I don't know if I'm making a point to you. Somebody just graduated from university today, and the next thing you see is introducing his or herself to you as a consultant. So our ideas will easily come to fruition if we're able to know how to be able to partner with people. You have knowledge in IT or in programming, and somebody is doing a project. Identify with them. Participate in their project. That will give you exposure. And by the time you're able to showcase your expertise or your experience, somebody will come and and ask you, who did this? They will say, it's John. How much can we have John do this work for us? Before David killed Goliath, he had killed the lion and the bear. But some of us now want to wake up from university, want to go and kill Goliath. David understood that his experience in killing the lion and the bear is going to be very significant to killing Goliath. He was able to predict that Goliath will fall, not because he knew that there was a time in his life in the past that he had killed a lion and killed a bear. If he can kill the lion and bear, he knew just a matter of time Goliath will fall. Mm-hmm. So the lion and the bear there can be somebody else's idea. Participate, partner, support people's success story, support them, push them. When you push somebody, you participate in project, before you know, somebody can identify you doing that very thing you're doing and decide to pay you for that very thing you're doing for free for the person you're doing it for. That is it.
Ouch. Let's still, we've done turning your gifting into wealth. You talked about certain wealth you get will determine your friends.
Yeah.
Right? But then let's look at case of being strategic with your friends in the place of making wealth.
In the place of making wealth. You know, you must understand, you get to a certain level as you begin to adventure towards success. You discover that relationship is a strategy. It's not just the coming together of more than 2 or 3 persons. It's a strategy. It's a winning strategy. If your wealth must be multiplied, if your wealth or your money must be multiplied, you must identify the circle of friends or people that have the intelligence to be able to create an enabling atmosphere for you to multiply the wealth. You must understand that. Because see, the conversation, our conversation is a summary of our perspective, levels of relationship or friendship. Every friend we have are in 3 different categories. The first are in 3 different categories. The first category of friends are the ones that are beneath for you to motivate them. Not just to give them money, to first motivate them. A job description for you to be able to believe in them, encourage them, challenge them, whisper to them. And when you do that, look at their body language. Level of friendship or category of friendship are those that are in the same cadre, the same level of reasoning, where you make money, you do things from the same level. We are not down, we are all up both. You've attained certain level of success. Now at that level of life, you don't just motivate them, you sharpen each other. So when the Bible is talking about iron sharpen iron, so does a friend sharpen the container of his friend. You cannot sharpen the friend that you are beneath, that is beneath you, or you are beneath him. You only sharpen. The first $1 million, I came back, I couldn't sleep. For 3 weeks, I couldn't sleep. It affected my sleeping pattern. 3 weeks, I couldn't sleep. It affected my sleeping pattern. And I discovered that most of us in Nigeria, we are very hardworking, but we're not smart. Most other guys in the US and UK that are making money over little things, but they are very smart. They're able to see how to be able to augment, how to be able to complement their intelligence with technologies and everything. So that's just basically that. So you must understand that relationship plays a very vital role. People that are deserving of more of your time should be people that inspire you. And let me tell you, in terms of success, the people are ahead of you must not only have money. There are people that they may be, because of their age advantage, their experience and everything, that they may not, the only thing they bring on the table may not be money. They may have experience. So you must understand that it's your job description to be able to identify the relationship that should be given more attention. So when you sit down with friends and you begin to have conversation that is not motivating you, it's not making you to believe in yourself, it's not making you to work harder. After leaving the conversation, what next? What comes to your mind? Are you thinking about how to develop your product, how to develop yourself, how to take the next move, how to achieve this dream, or you are thinking about how to be able to go and spend money? One of my friends became a billionaire like early this year. And he told me that in the neighborhood where he was staying, in Lagos, he discovered that he was the only one that was right when he became a millionaire first. He discovered in that particular neighborhood, he was the only millionaire. Every morning he wakes up, they will come and need this person's school fees, and he was meeting it. But one day he now said that if he end up doing this, the chances of him becoming broke is over average. He now have to move to a neighborhood that anytime he comes out in the morning, the car that people drive, the houses around the neighborhood challenge him. And he realized that as soon as he moved to that place, though it cost him so much compared to the environment he was coming from, but he realized that there's never a time he wake up in the morning that somebody will come and ask him they have not eaten. Rather, when he comes out, somebody is coming out with Lamborghini, another one with Phantom Rolls Royce, another one is coming out with power bike. And that unconsciously made him to start working, and in less than a short time, he became a billionaire. So you must understand that plays a very vital role. Friendship, there are certain circles that require more of our attention. There are certain circles that require less of our attention. So it's up to us to be able to develop the intelligence to be able to identify the circle that should be given certain portion of time and the one that we should be reaching. There are people that the best of help you can ever give to them is from afar, not very close. From afar. When, for instance, somebody come close to you and the only thing you're talking, the conversation is always tilting towards need. The conversation is need-driven. It's not talking about how can we maximize opportunity. Now you must understand that may not be an advantage in particular seasons. You must understand that there are certain relationships that are given to us by God as an advantage for we to be able to achieve our dreams in certain seasons. Am I still talking? I've hung around the wealthy. When they come, they don't talk about people. They talk about what next to do. How to move their business from point A to point B. How to move from point B to point C. They talk about opportunities. In fact, they even try to see how can they partner with you to be able to achieve your dream. So you will discover that the more you stay around such an atmosphere, the more your creativity is unleashed. You'll be challenged. In fact, you will not be thinking equally. You will not be thinking, when you go back to your closet, the first thing you start thinking on how to be able to, what to do, how can I do what I'm doing better in order for me to be more productive. That is what comes to your mind. You start thinking of what can I do? How can I move my business? You must approach relationship as strategy, as a winning strategy. Because the more productive circle you have, and you must learn to categorize, I divide my relationship into two, productive circle and unproductive circle. 90% of the relationship that influence me to achieve my dreams faster and better are the productive circle. Meaning that their influence in my life enable me to be to achieve my dreams or to be able to produce better, to be more productive and proactive. So there are productive circles, there are non-productive circles. You must approach relationship with that very perspective. That anyone that is coming into your life at certain seasons as an entrepreneur is not just coming to take from you, but is coming to add from you. One of the primary role or assignment of a productive circle is not to only take from you, but to add to you. They add to you, they inspire you, they motivate you, they encourage you, they challenge you into greatness. Some of the things you may not even see about yourself that you're capable of doing. Like, you begin to see, the more you hang around there, the more you begin to believe in yourself than ever before. That's basically that. So that's basically that. I don't know if I'm able to.
Plenty. I'm still trying to watch your time.
So that's basically that.
I'm still trying to watch your time. So I don't know I keep you.
Okay, stretch right. Yeah, that's a great one.
I know I'm a stretch.
No, I'm not complaining.
Okay, well, Jesus Christ. Okay, I think finally let's just let's go it this way. Let's do the case of, how do I put the word now? You know, you talked about seed, right? Which wealth do you keep as seed? And which wealth do you keep as bread?
Now you must understand that the Bible spoke to us now, but the Bible influenced my ideology in significant dimension. The Bible spoke about saving. Joseph, the king, had a dream, and he had 5 bumper years of harvest that comes that is going to be followed by famine, or what we call recession. And the Bible said when Joseph had that, God gave Joseph the wisdom to tell the king what percentage of grain should be kept in the midst of abundance. So we must understand that no matter how little the money we make, no matter how little the money that enters our hand, we must understand that not every money is meant to be eaten or spent. It must learn to be futuristic in savings. We must adopt the wisdom of Joseph. And the wisdom of Joseph knows that a trying moment will come. It's not that we don't have faith that everything. Of course, the Bible says in the book of Proverbs chapter 4:18 said that the path of the just is like a shining light that shines ever brighter to a perfect day. Of course, tomorrow is better than today, but we must learn to plan for the future. So in as much as money is given to, no matter how income and money enters your hand, you must learn to develop a savings. You must prepare for the future. Should tomorrow something happen and the income is not flowing as expected, what would you fall back to? And you see, most of the assets that we buy that are not They're depreciative in nature. There are assets things we spend our money buying, they are liability. For instance, when you buy a car, from the very day you bought the car, it's depreciating, the value is depreciating. But when you invest in landed property, you buy land, you buy property, it appreciates. It appreciates. There's never a time you buy a house that when you sell it 10 years later, you sell it less than the money you buy. It always multiplies exponentially. So every money that enters your hand as an entrepreneur, you must understand that. You must understand that the wisdom of Joseph implies that you must take certain percentage, as little as 5, 10, 15, 20, save it in a particular place. Peradventure, the income or the money where that money, the source where that money came from is not maintained over time. You will be able to have something to fall back to. As an entrepreneur, if 90% of the money that enters your hand, no matter how little, goes to your eating and to your spending, you'll be broke. You'll be extremely broke. There are several times I've saved money that when I want to do an idea, when I want to execute an idea, I just go right to my saving and pull the money without asking anything, without begging anyone for money. And when I do that, I put my vision in motion, and other people come to say, wow, I love this idea. How can I be of help? How can I support you? And they come to give, but the vision is already in motion. Why? Because I had already saved money, and when it was time for me to move it, put action to it, I had little capital for me to be able to put action into it. So no matter how, at every level of business and entrepreneurship, as money enters, you must develop the diligence to be able to take a little as 10%, 15%, 5%, 20%. So if you can save as much as 40%, save it. Not because you are trying to plan ahead to avoid maybe if something happens, no. Tomorrow an idea will come. A pastor was sharing a testimony with me last time, how that he became wealthy. His pastor had advised him, his mentor had advised him to be saving. For like 3 years, he was saving money in certain percentage. All of a sudden, he was able to gather the money into some millions. Guess what? Somebody was traveling outside the country. One of the people that were jackparing in Guzape and gave a land he bought, giveaway price. And you know what? That was the money he wanted selling the land was the same money this young dude has in his account. Immediately when this guy, because he need the money urgently, as soon as that guy paid the money, bought that land, when he was selling the money, the land later, it was over like 200% of the money he bought the land. So at every level of business as an entrepreneur, you must understand that saving is a necessity. You must save, no matter how little. Don't eat all of your seed. Not every seed is meant to be eaten. Some seed are meant to be saved. So when money begins to enter your hand, develop the discipline for you to be able to take certain percentage and save it.
Thank you, sir.
You are most welcome.
Thank you. And
You are most welcome.
Thank you.
You are most welcome.
Now, really, sir.
You are most welcome.
I'm very grateful, sir.
You are most welcome.
I told you guys that he's a wealth creator. He's an entrepreneur par excellence. I was just throwing out the questions so you guys can just be documenting them. Document and document and document and document and document. I've done my bit, okay?
Yeah.
I've done my bit.
Yes.
So it's up to you to make do of yours. Thank you very much.
You are most welcome.
Now go this, I appreciate it.
Thank you. We're done, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Peniel.
Well, we're still on 76, 51, and 22. Just Today, you know, it's Friday, the 29th day in the month of November 2024. We're still up and we're still running. 7 to 8 hours and we're still counting. Well, at this point, I'll be speaking with a distinguished individual who has made his mark. A whole lot we'll be talking about today, and it's my pleasure to welcome my next guest, Mr. Obiche. And I said, anybody that comes here from yesterday,
Yes.
I'm calling the person.
Oh, really?
No.
Well done for your impressive outing thus far.
Thank you very much.
And I hope we might get to exceed the 100-hour mark.
Huh?
You might simply exceed the 100-hour mark.
Let's stay with 100 hours for now.
Oh, thank you very much.
Let's stick with the 100 hours for now. Let's just keep 100 hours for now.
Okay.
When we are done with it, then we can think about the.
Impressive, impressive.
Thank you very much.
Record breaking in the process.
It's long though.
It has.
It's long though.
So how's it been thus far?
Good. We thank God. We thank God. We thank God. We thank God.
Well, I listened to your last guest, and that was a very long one and very incisive. The guest you had, I was talking about, I think, business.
Yes.
Yes, and I think it's good you're taking a broad spectrum of topics. So I'm ready to go.
Okay, for the benefit of those who are joining us right now,
Yes.
you introduce yourself and then tell us who you are.
Okay, my name is Emmanuel Obiche. I'm a journalist. I'm at present working with the Cross River State government. I have been in the Nigeria Union of Journalists as an official, first as Secretary of Council for 6 years. That's 2 terms. I've served as chairman 2 terms, and it was in my 5th year. I was appointed as Chief Press Secretary to the Governor of Cross River State, His Excellency Senator Prince Bassi Edetutu, and I was later redeployed as Special Advisor Media, and I'm presently working from Abuja. I've been an editor at the Abuja Inquirer newspapers. That's about the longest running weekly newspaper in Nigeria's Federal Capital Territory. I am a public affairs analyst. I'm a father to 2 handsome boys. And that is about it.
Okay. You know, at some point when you got your appointment and then you spoke to Calabar and said, wow. So that's good.
Well, it's part of the job. We just keep moving and hoping that we make our mark. And going to Calabar was basically about serving my state because that is what public service is about. And it was an opportunity for me to get a hands-on on public office and how to contribute my quota to the development of my state, Cross River, and Nigeria by extension.
All right, should I ask, are you back to Abuja finally?
Yes, I am back to Abuja for the meantime. Nobody can always tell what will happen next.
Oh, that's okay. You know, this period, it's more like the way journalists are moving from journalism to politics is just pam, 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 pam.
Okay, let me just talk about that. You're very correct. In this dispensation, we've seen a handful of journalists, being appointed into media positions. That speaks to the fact that journalists are required to handle professional roles. It's in recognition of the very vital contribution journalists play in managing public information and in coordinating the communication needs of government officials, you know, and it's a good thing that that recognition is spreading. Before now, you find a situation where non-professionals are appointed into such sensitive positions because managing public information is a very critical role. You must have an understanding of the media space for you to be able to manage, you know, a state government or a governor's media needs. And appointing more journalists. Just only recently, a journalist was also appointed to the newly elected governor of Edo State, Mr. Freddy Twa. That was with the Sun newspaper. And if you were to take, you know, statistics across the 36 states and the FCT, you find out that perhaps we have about 67 or more journalists that have been appointed, you know, by state governments and here even in the FCT to manage the communication wings of government offices and especially of governors. So it tells you that we're doing well for you to find us. You don't lobby for this job. Using myself as an example, I haven't met the governor before. I don't know him. We've never had any interface. He simply wanted a professional. And that was how I was approached. And that was how I was appointed. And that's how I have served. And I think for most of my colleagues that are serving in various government houses across the country, our stories are almost similar.
You know, for journalism, it is believed that in journalism, you must not be biased. That is number one. But then when you have journalists being appointed to serve as, you know, special assistant to politicians, what happens to their job?
Okay, now...
Their reportage in particular.
Well, I think we must make a distinction. You know, when you're appointed, you drop the garb of a reporter. Yes, you're a journalist, but you're no longer reporting for the benefit of the public, as it were. This time you have a principle and you have a government you must report for. You understand? And you're reporting for the government to the people. But as a journalist working in a media house, there is a distinction. And that distinction is that you're reporting for the people. You're holding government accountable to the people. That's the constitutional guarantee. That's the constitutional demand. But in this instance, once you're appointed, the distinction is you're reporting for the government to the people. But when you're working as a journalist in a broadcast or in a print media, or wherever you find yourself that is not government, you're reporting for the people. You know, you're holding government accountable to the people. This time, you're reporting for government to the people to make an informed decision, to help them understand government policies, government programs, what the direction of the government is, what they need to know. But you must be truthful, you must be honest. That is your training. That is your professional calling. That is the demand that has been placed on you, on the profession you chose to practice. So that is the distinction.
Can you separate these two lives now? Because when you're employed by government, people don't see it from that angle. They see it that, look, see this person, no? This person is a journalist. So how do you now manage these two lives at this point? Because whatever you report, people will always judge it from their own angle. And you're reporting or you're writing, you're working for your boss. You must always protect his interests.
Of course. And that is the distinction I just made. Because accurate and reliable information is the soul of government business. It is your duty to be as honest as possible
without jeopardizing the interest of your principal. You're not just serving the individual, you're serving the people, but in government. You understand? You should be able to provide an understanding of what government policies, programs, actions are. And you do that in a manner that is not without clarity. That is the distinction. The distinction is this time you're holding government, if I were to be in private practice or to be in a practice that is not government as a journalist. The distinction is it's a constitutional demand. I think section 21, yes. It is a constitutional demand that places on the journalists, on the mass media, to hold government and its officials accountable to the people. But once I become the spokesperson, like I am to the governor, I am no longer operating under that constitutional guarantee. What I am doing is outside that, but it does not detract from the fact that I must be professional, I must be objective, and I must put the interest of the generality of the people first. The problem we have in this country is that people assume that once you're speaking for government, you're lying. It's just like a lawyer, for instance. A lawyer has a duty to his client or her client. And when I am in court, I am working based on facts as a lawyer. It does not necessarily mean, even if I were to be defending an alleged murderer, that I am in support of the alleged crime. No. I have a duty as a lawyer to defend my client in recognition of what the law says. So when I become a spokesperson, that is how similar those functions are.
Seems like the job is getting better now, unlike before.
Well, I wouldn't know what you mean, that it is getting better.
When I say it seems like the job is getting better, we had, at some point, we had a journalist as a spokesperson to Mr. President.
Yes.
Before he resigned. But just of recent, an appointment was made, Edo State.
Yes.
Someone, a journalist, has been appointed as the head of Edo State.
Broadcasting, yes. TV and radio.
So if you, a lot of journalists are being picked now. At some point, someone was picked from one of the TV stations, I think Channels Television, to work with Mr. President. So it
yes,
seems like
Linda Higbe.
Yeah, seems like the business, the profession now, is beginning to pay off for journalists.
Well, I do not know if political appointments are payoffs, but there is a worry that when journalists are picked at such fast pace, there's a tendency that the good hands are being lost to public administration, which is good for the country, but for the profession itself, it doesn't brood well.
Why?
Yes, it doesn't brood well because when professionals, for you to be picked, that means you're good at what you do.
Sure.
And if you're good at being a journalist and you're appointed into public office, what it simply means is that journalism has lost a good hand to public administration. One aspect of public life has gained, the other has lost. And it takes time to breed a good journalist. It takes time to train a good journalist. It takes time to be a quality journalist. And when more journalists are taken into public administration, what do you think happens? The young ones are given the opportunity to grow, but mentorship is lost in the process. So we must find a way to create a balance.
Anyways, this is an opinion, anyways.
No,
Because for the person who got the appointment, as far as he or she is concerned, these prayers answered.
no, it's an industry concern. There's a conversation around that. Yes, for the individual. Well, the assumption that because you're in public office means that your life becomes better doesn't necessarily follow. There are people that have gone into public office and they have come out poorer, except you're doing something other than what you went there to do. It's a thankless job, I can tell you, because you have more demands, even from your constituency, from journalists. You have more demands from society, from your village association. You understand? From your old boys or old girls association. People assume that once you're in government, you have hit a gold mine, and then the demands begin to come. Remember what Dr. Ruben Abati once said when he left office. Now the phone lines have stopped ringing. Why? Because when you leave public office, then the reality dawns on you that all the people that used to wake you up at 2 a.m. with their calls or text messages, people that used to call you at 5 a.m., all the town hall meetings, all the village associations, all the launchings, all the donations people require from you are no longer there. Then you begin to realize perhaps the little you were getting, just because you needed to appease people, you donate them away. But when you leave office, how many people will call you? Now the phones have stopped ringing. Ask how many journalists have gone into public office and they are out of it. What has become of their life? The only thing you get, perhaps, is your peace of mind, because nobody wakes you at midnight with endless phone calls and text messages. Nobody tells you, my wife is in the hospital, my child is sick, I need to pay school fees, I need to transport myself to work, because they know the pay is poor. But the assumption generally is that in public office there is free money. But you and I know there is no free money anywhere, not even in Freetown.
But then, going into public office is one. When you're done with it, you already have a profession, you have a career. So you're not looking for a job. So it's not like when you're done with it, you're going back to the streets to start looking for a job. You already have one that is waiting for you.
Well, depending on where you worked, depending on the arrangement you have, because sometimes you leave that office and you begin to imagine, do I have to come sit on a desk? Do I have to come walking on the street looking for the news? You understand? Sometimes some people go into consultancy, media consultancy, public relations, but quite a number of us, we come back to the job we love, being a journalist.
Being a journalist in Abuja, what was the experience like?
Whoa, being a journalist in Abuja is something worthwhile. It isn't what you get in the States. You know, because Abuja provides you with a lot of opportunities to meet the who is who in government, in business, in policy, in the diplomatic community. These are opportunities you don't find in states. You understand? It's you have to beat deadline. You don't have to miss exclusive, because this is the heartbeat of government and of governance in this country. So you have to be continually on your toes. You have to be resourceful. You understand? You have to bear the cost, because we know in this country, being a journalist is a tough call. The pay, the remuneration is poor. Media owners are unwilling to invest in their reporters. So you have to be innovative and creative to ensure that you stay relevant. It's a mixed bag, but by and large, if I were to use my experience, it is something everyone should cherish because it exposes you to a whole lot of things that happen in government. The National Assembly is here. The federal government is here. Most of the high commissions and embassies are here. The decision makers are here. The military chiefs are here. Just name it. Commissions, agencies, departments that are of value in this country are all in Abuja.
If you look at the life of a journalist, it's a little bit dicey, kind of, especially in the area of remuneration. Their pay is not too good. Why?
Well, you see, on the matter of pay, that is what journalists associations, especially the Nigeria Union of Journalists, has been conversing that there is the need for us to have legislation on a living wage for media practitioners in this country. It is poor, and we've made the point that if you intend to be rich, if you intend to live comfortably, then journalism isn't the job for you. Every single journalist that is committed to his or her craft is motivated by a higher ideal, and that ideal is to serve society, to hold government and its officials accountable to the people, to pursue social justice, to ensure that there is the rule of law, to ensure that there is human rights. But if you get into this job, this profession, by accident, by the desire to become rich overnight, to become somebody even within a decade, then you must be willing to put your hand upon the plow and do not look back. That means you must be above board like Caesar's wife. At all times, you must not be found wanting. You must not compromise on the integrity of this profession, which is that the ultimate aim is to better society, is to expose corruption. That if a politician, a public servant, has taken more than he should from the public till, that politician, that public servant must be exposed. And you must not play hanky-panky. You must not be corrupt. You must not be caught in blackmail. You must not sell an information that could change a community for pittance or for personal gain. Imagine, let me ask you, you're fully aware that 10 million naira was budgeted for a public health center, and you came across the news that the 10 million naira was actually released and it was stolen by government officials, perhaps civil servants. Will you keep quiet? If you do, you're an accomplice to mother. You're an accomplice to that child, to that woman that would die because of maternal mortality or infant mortality. If you do simply because you have been promised a certain percentage of that stolen funds, it will be on your conscience. Society would have retrogressed. perhaps by a decade, simply because you're a collaborator with a thief, with a corrupt politician that has stolen money meant for a health center, for the people, for a community. So that is why in this job that we do is a thankless job. I am persuaded that you are fully abreast of the adage that says a teacher's reward is in heaven. A journalist's reward is in the satisfaction of the people that you serve.
But there are two ways to it. If I want to agree with you, yes, you should not be found compromising, but on the other hand, also for the sanctity of the job, will it be out of place that a journalist is paid measurably in such a way that he or she has nothing to do with public fund or going into the business of calumny?
I agree with you completely. And that has been the agitation for decades, that the journalist needs to be paid more than a living wage, to be dissuaded from being corrupt, from easily being swayed by corrupt businesses, by corrupt politicians, by religious frauds, and by those that do not mean well for society. We agree, it's an agitation. But the challenge is that the politicians that make the law are aware that when a journalist is paid well and will not be compromised by unethical individuals, that they will be held to account and society will be better for it.
What of the owner of the media house? Because it cuts across, it goes beyond politicians. We begin to have individuals who are running private media houses, and it has nothing to do with the politician.
You should wonder why I am smiling.
Well, maybe.
Because when you take a statistic of the number of media houses in this country and those that own such media houses, you find out that 80% of media houses are owned by politicians or individuals that are affiliated to politicians. That is the truth. That is why there is need for a legislation for a media salary scale, MSS, media salary scale, that sets out the parameters wholly, fully for media practitioners in this country. We cannot hide under the existing structure to find a living wage for media practitioners. It is impossible because there are many loopholes. But when you have a law that is designed specifically for journalists, just as we have in South Africa, then this conversation won't be necessary.
Let me give you an example. Okay, I'm a media practitioner.
Yes.
And this is what I'm doing. Right? This place is lovely. You like it?
Absolutely.
People come and say, Penny, this place is lovely. We love it. But it's money. I'm paying heavily for it. For the period, for the number of days I will stay here.
Yes.
Right? It took me a lot to do this. So if a journalist is not well paid, one, if a journalist is not looked after, how would you expect him not to dip his hands into something that will malign or will jeopardize the safety
No.
of...
We must not make excuses because of poor pay to indulge in unethical practices.
No, I'm not saying, no, I'm not making a case, but in the
Yeah,
overall, right?
I
In
understand.
the overall, people, we are human. And then if someone, it's more like, it's like the case of the police. There's a gun in a man's hand and he's poorly paid. And you tell the same man, look, use this gun, for the peace and sanctity
You must not
of
be,
this
you must
country.
not be a policeman, and you must not be a journalist. While we continue to advocate for commensurate pay, we must resist the temptation to make false equivalence. Because when you begin to create an environment that says you have these powers in your hands, you have the gun in your hands, and your pay is poor, even for the honest policeman that has never imagined that he should use that gun to terrorize citizens, such an individual will be persuaded to use that gun to terrorize individuals for personal gain. So when we begin to say, oh, you do so much, you serve society, and you're not being properly remunerated, you begin to create doubts in the mind of even the most ethical journalists to do what is wrong.
I know we are human.
And yes, that is why we must not create a fertile ground for individuals to begin to go against the grain of the ethics of their profession. Journalism has a code of ethics.
I agree with you.
And that code of ethics makes a demand, once you call yourself a journalist, to abide by it. We know that in every profession, you cannot have 100% adherence. It's not possible. Even in climes that journalists are well paid. Let me remind you, there was a reporter for the CNN covering West Africa and Nigeria in particular, Jeff Konenge. He was fabricating stories, was taking pays in the Niger Delta, and eventually he was sacked. That is the consequences. This is somebody that was working for the CNN, that was being well paid, but he was corrupt. Even if you pay very well, an individual that will be corrupt will be corrupt.
Of course.
But we must not create a false equivalence and create an opportunity. Poor pay is not a reason.
I'm not saying, but
No.
Sometimes,
Yes, the
you see,
argument.
sometimes the reality of life is this. It's just like when, at some point, doctors started agitating. And look,
We
look
have
at-
been agitating for decades.
look, we cannot be placing our lives on the line. I'm just quoting doctors, where they say they cannot be placing their lives on the line.
Listen, we have been agitating for decades. The agitation of doctors and of every average worker in Nigeria has no end. Initially, it was 30% minimum wage, or 30,000 naira minimum wage. When they achieved it, they started agitating again.
That's doctors, right?
No, generally, workers in Nigeria, they started agitating.
But not journalists.
No. Yeah, journalists, that is why we have made the point. And let me reiterate that there must be a media salary scale for journalists in this country.
Good.
That is the starting point. When we get that, they'll say this is the basic. Perhaps in 5 years, it is reviewed. Now,
Workers generally initially started with 30,000. Today, across most states, except 4, it is 70,000 to 85,000. Perhaps 3 years down the line, there's going to be another agitation that this 70,000 baseline isn't enough. We should do 150, perhaps 200. My point, I reiterate, is that agitation has no end. For us, the starting point is a media salary scale. When we get that, then we will move to the next line.
I'm just making case for journalists. That's all I'm doing.
We thank you for that.
That's all I'm doing. I'm just making case for them because you cannot have someone who places his life on the line, or places a life on the line on 24 hours basis. We saw what happened during the COVID. We were more susceptible to that disease compared to every other,
profession except medical personnel.
Except medical, personnel. We are more susceptible, we are more exposed to it. And at the end of the day, they did not even care about journalists. All the monies they paid was, the health hazard money was given to doctors. And then, if we place side by side, that's why I said, if we place side by side, probably journalists are not better taken care of in this part of the world.
Absolutely. No argument about that.
So that's why I'm just making a case. It's a case I'm making.
It's a very wonderful case. I agree with you completely. And this is part of the agitation, and we will continue to make it.
Anyways, well, let me keep that for now. We'll come back to it. For us as a stand for the FCT, some have complained that, mentorship amongst us is really not working. Where some cap is being placed and people don't feel like pulling others or trying to help others meet up, especially here in the FCT. That rivalry.
Rivalry, how, who? But I think it's a human condition. It isn't just about journalists. For me to mentor you, I must be close to you, perhaps work in the same environment where I can actually know your potential and help you grow, hone your skills, and assist you. But there is a challenge. Sometimes you see a young reporter and you want to mentor, you want to hold the person by the hand and lead the person, on this journey. And it becomes, oh, he wants to use me. Oh, he wants to take advantage of me. Oh, he's looking for a house help. Oh, he's looking for an errand boy. Oh, he's looking for a sex object. You find such accusations abound. Sometimes they are genuine. Most times they are not. For you to mentor any individual, the individual must be willing to be mentored. And I tell my staff that you have a choice to learn from me, to follow my dictates to better yourself, or you put up a lackadaisical attitude and you pay the price 5 years, 10 years down the line because you will know next to nothing. So it's a human condition. It isn't just about the FCT. It isn't just about journalists or journalism. But you will find out that those that have given themselves to mentorship or mentoring have done well and have grown under a decade
to higher positions, to be award winners, to understand the craft of journalism. You must be willing to learn. You must be willing to be, let me tell you, when I started this job, we didn't have transcribing apps like we have today. I used to transcribe, they are doing well, but some I have seen are not doing well. They had the passion, but they were unwilling to put themselves to task. It doesn't work that way. Mentoring is your willingness to submit to even unpleasant situations without necessarily devaluing yourself, your self-worth as an individual. But these days you find people, oh no, I just came back from one assignment. Why should I go to another? I can't do. Sometimes you find reporters that will turn off their phones. You find reporters, their data is off. In this age and time when instant messaging like WhatsApp is an in thing and you can't get a hold. How do I mentor somebody that doesn't want to be mentored? It doesn't make sense. It isn't an FCT thing. It isn't an Abuja thing. It isn't a journalism thing. It is a human thing. In every profession you find, there are people that simply believe or are simply lazy. And those individuals cannot be mentored.
You know, it's a two-way thing. You know, this thing is a two-way thing. I agree with you completely that there are people who are very lazy, one. Secondly, I also agree with you that some of the younger ones don't want to pay the price. But on the other hand also, we also know that there are people who are ready to do whatever it takes, but even at that, that parity is not there. There seems to be some sort of wall. That's where I'm headed.
Well, perhaps you have a statistics. Perhaps you have a percentage. I'm unaware of any study that has shown a percentage. I like working empirically. And
no, I won't want
while,
to
no. While I do not discountenance your personal experience, while I do not disagree with you, because in every industry there are individuals that are wicked, that are malicious, and are willing not to assist those beneath them to grow. In the academia, in schools, if you will find lecturers that will say you can never make a 2-1, you can never make a first class. It used to happen. In some departments that I attended University of Calabar, there were departments that never had more than 1 or 2 individuals making 2-1. Let me not mention them. There were lecturers that will vow you can never have an A. Nobody will have an A in my course. Yes. So I agree with you as well. But you see, we must put it on a scale of 1 to 10. What does the scale show? I do not have a study to fall back on, so I will not say 1 to 5 or 5 to 10. Perhaps, because you've mentioned it, it is worth the while to undertake a study.
There's a very serious issue going on, especially for radio stations.
Yes.
They've been selective. People have been selective to work there, and they will tell you why. No, see radio station, no, they don't take care of them. No.
That people have been selective in working in radio stations?
Yeah, they're not
as on-air personalities?
Yeah, no, they don't take care of them. just more like once they push them there, they forget about them. One, on the other hand, you see owners tell you, okay, the fact that I'm giving you this ID card is a meal ticket I've given to you. Go find how to sort out your life.
Well, that's regrettable. If you find individuals that say, this is an ID card, this is your meal ticket, you see, that is why we keep insisting that there must be a law. You know, it reminds me of a certain media owner in Nigeria that went to South Africa to establish a TV station. And that fellow was driven out just after about 10 months because the operating environment did not support what he was doing in Nigeria. You know, he took this sort of anti-progressive, anti-ethical stance and went to South Africa and said, oh, in Nigeria, this is what happens. But that's a society that's governed by laws. That's a society that has a media law. And I said, no, everybody, this is the basic minimum for everybody in your employ, in your radio, in your TV station, and in your newspaper. If you cannot adhere to this standard, you cannot operate here. And he packed up and came back to Nigeria. That is why we keep insisting that the fundamental, the basic grounds to move from point A to B is that there must be a law. When there is a law, then we will fight for its implementation. But in an environment where you allow media owners to operate without checks and balances, except when it comes to the content in their newspaper or in their broadcast station, it is dangerous for the health of that journalist or of those that are working there. But I know, for radio stations in particular, what people do, all these on-air personalities, they take a time belt and operate it in a commercial manner. But that in itself isn't also good. But I think also that when you work in a radio station, when you work in a TV station, and its condition is unfavorable, resign, walk away honorably and with your honor and with your dignity than to slave away, to grumble, to feel dehumanized, and every other day or every single day, whichever applies, you still show up to speak to hundreds, perhaps millions of Nigerians that listen to your station. You're doing a disservice to yourself. You report for other categories of workers, for the NLC, for senior staff, for agricultural workers, for medical workers, but you cannot speak for yourself. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't.
But you know, at that point, you're just in between. This is my meal ticket. I cannot afford
There is no meal. There is no ticket for you to even use it to get a meal. That is the truth. You can't be living a wretched life, a miserable life, and you say it's a meal ticket. There is no ticket to get the meal because it is the ticket, your pay, the working condition that is your ticket.
Let me look at our energy secretariat.
Yes.
The story is there. You did well, sir.
Thank you.
So what's the way forward for them now?
Well, I've left, it's over a year I left there as chairman. And my hope and my expectation is that whoever comes is going to improve on what I've done. I've done my part. It is for the journalists and the verdict of history to look at what I met in 2018 to where I brought it to in 2023, and those that are there that will soon be leaving. And I think the joy of every true and any true progressive, or like a father, will pray that his children are better than him, that they do well, that they exceed whatever legacy he has left. So for me, we took it from an uncompleted, ramshackled, dilapidated, rodent-infested, weed overgrown, abandoned, decrepit structure, uninhabited for a good number of years, and we took it to a modern complex. We've played our part, like Shakespeare would say, that life is a stage. Every player struts on it, and when the candle is blown, you leave the stage for others. We've done our part, and the verdict of history is out there that we did well.
I've come to realize, but in all honesty, bravo. That was a good job you did.
Thank you.
That was a good job you did. For the Abuja chapter, is there any mechanism of reward?
The mechanism of reward is in the satisfaction I have as an individual. Okay, you know, before I leave office, I had a plethora of recognitions, of awards, of honors, you know, that were given to me by my colleagues in chapels, radio stations, TV stations. For me, those bear testimony rather to my legacy, and that is my consolation. In terms of financial reward, no. In terms of building monuments to you, no. But when I look around my home, when I used to look around my office, the number of plaques, the number of certificates, the number of statutes that I have on my cabinet were all, each bore a testimony that this is worthy of your effort, of your endeavor. This is what you did to deserve this. They were not paid for. They were not lobbied for. They were not asked for. I think if I look at my resume, because I have them there, I used to count about 30 or thereabouts, you know, awards and recognitions and honors that were bestowed on me by my colleagues, by organizations, you know, that recognized our effort. It wasn't just about me. It was about the team that I led, because each individual, each official contributed to making the administration thick. It just so happened I was the captain of the ship. But there were other recognitions that were for the union, for the FCT Council, and those ones are there for them. But the ones that were personal, the ones that were conferred on me, their testimony to our industry and our commitment. And there is no greater satisfaction than those.
For young and enthusiast journalists who are watching you now,
Yes.
what message would you have for them?
Well, for me, you must be ready to work hard. You must follow the code of ethics of
Followers in social media, it wouldn't happen. So through plays, monologues, and performances, the audiences they're exposed to human and societal costs of corruption. It helps to foster critical reflection of who you are. The theater is able to help raise awareness, in trying to shape the society, and people become truly very conscious. Yes, TFD, Theater for Development, using them to empower the grassroots communities so that they can engage with issues of governance and corruption. They can begin to tell themselves so that they can recalibrate and see how they can, from themselves, by themselves, begin to help themselves before that help from the outside will come in. Like they say, heaven help those who help themselves. If you have not done anything yourself. So let's just say charity begins at home. So with community theater initiatives and we are truly able to penetrate rural communities and empower the individuals. First, to know that they can find help in themselves. They can use the theater, drama. I say grammar produces results, but drama produce better results. So when you get into communities, empowering communities, the theater does that, and it is helping to shape society, helping to transform society. What about, you talk about advocacy and policy influence? It is a form of advocacy, with which you can pressurize policymakers and our leaders to implement anti-corruption laws or measures. The theater can be used in all of these forms to help shape society, to help, recalibrate society, to help redirect society or reorientate society, as the case may be. With the theater, like I said from the beginning, to help promote ethical values. From the beginning, that as a who be the beginning of thief? Nobody wants to be the son of a thief. You don't walk anywhere, you don't go anywhere. Good name, they say, is better than riches. But these days, nobody cares. But if from the beginning, I'll give you an instance. I said corruption has become endemic, and that is why we are where we are. We are stagnating as a nation, as a people, because we have condoned corruption. We don't frown at corruption or other vices, as it were. People carry out all sorts of crime and they walk free. And our judiciary is not helping matters. So with the theater, if we're able to, truly put up productions, live, even with the coming of the internet, there are skits everywhere. People watch skits everywhere. I said it one time, as a performance aesthetic expert, I major in solo performance. So I look at, when you talk about solo performance, you're talking about one-man performance. And it is the easiest and the cheapest form of performance. They say solo was grafted or crafted, designed to save money, designed to make money for the solo artist. It's why a lot of stand-up comedians are out there on their own making money. So under solo performance, you have the types of solo performance: stand-up comedy, spoken word or performance poetry, and then solo acting or monodrama. These are people the government can truly empower. I said it in one of my books, I think my first book, which is the first book on stand-up comedy in Nigeria. I said, look, stand-up comedians could be engaged. If, for instance, I'm given that task, what can you do with the theater? I will just focus on only stand-up comedians and then give them a topic and tell them, design your jokes around this topic with your jokes. Of course, we know that, of course, comedy has been used over time to reprove societal vices, especially corrupt leaders. Stand-up comedians can talk about anybody. They can talk about the king and or the carpenter. They can talk about the rich and the poor. They can talk about virtually anybody. It's why a lot of pastors are angry with stand-up comedians, because the stand-up comedians, they have put them in under the light in public. But who says they shouldn't? If as a pastor you misbehave, the stand-up comedians have reason to talk about you. So it's why you must straighten yourself. So if stand-up comedians are engaged, for instance, solo actors, even spoken word artists are commissioned deliberately under every, let us say, the major cities in this country where these performance acts are thriving. Lagos, for instance, Abuja, Port Harcourt, I don't know about Kano, the northern states are truly not open to, but of course, Kaduna and Jos are sometimes open to such performances. But deliberately, the 6 geopolitical zones, deliberately, the East too, commission them and then put them. People go to watch stand-up comedy shows, not because they want to learn anything, but if deliberately 50 stand-up comedians are empowered to talk about corruption, deliberately, and what I mean empowered, both financially, say, look, you have been paid for the next 1 year, make sure your jokes are on corruption, the effects of corruption, the dangers of being caught. I am telling you, people would hear, the social media space will be flooded with such things, and people will begin to sit up. People will begin to fall in line. It's one of the things I talked about in my book, Stand-Up Comedy in Nigeria. That's the title of the book. The first book on that subject in this nation, in this country, Stand-Up Comedy in Nigeria. So if a comedian can do that, then you talk about commissioning playwrights that can go down even to our crèche, primary school, nursery school, where creative dramatics will be employed. You know, it's one thing to hear, it's one thing to listen, it's another thing to participate. What somebody said, what I hear, what I am told is different from what I do. Once you give children a script and they play the role of a thief, you know, when we were small, growing up in the barracks, we used to play, one of the serious plays we used to play was police and thief, because our parents were police and of course thieves. It is why it is difficult for a policeman's child at that time, not these days that policemen themselves are, most of them are the thieves that we have around us. When those days when we were small, of course, most of the plays, the movies that we used to see, Starsky and Hutch, you know, Man from Uncle, James Bond was just coming in at that time. You know, there's Mark, this first man from Atlantis. I'm talking about these people who dealt with corrupt characters, especially the criminals, you know, the protagonists. How do you call them? The villain and then the hero, stuff like that. So we, as police children, we love to play the police so that we can deal with the thief. So we grew up knowing that a thief is a bad person. Now, if you go to primary schools and you give them scripts and let them begin to understand the effects, the dangers of stealing, and of course when caught, if they grow up with such nature, it will be difficult. It will be difficult for anybody. Hello, are you hearing me?
I'm with you.
Okay. It will be difficult for anybody that has grown up participating in that kind of drama continuously as a child, and then when you get into secondary school as a youth, you know, talking about youth engagement and advocacy, you just let them know that this is not the way to go. I'll tell you, you know, children have this kind of mind where in this kind of innocence is why the Bible says such as this that belong to are the ones that will go to heaven. You know, blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Because children have this kind of pure heart. I'll give you an instance. When I had my show, in one of the first monthly shows, stand-up comedy shows in this country, Laughter on the Loose, I used to do it at Sheraton at that time, mid 2000, 2006, 2007, 2005. You know, we did a show and we say adults will pay at that time, or not today, that we are here 20,000 for gate fee. That time gate fee was 2,000 naira. We now say children 6 years and below will pay, I think 500 or 600 naira. It was how I was by the gate. A woman came and said no, and they say 5 years you can carry them on your lap, so they don't need to pay. It was how the woman was saying, "This my son is 5 years." The innocent child who must have been schooled before getting there, he started shouting, "No, mommy, I'm 7, I'm not 5. Right there. That is the innocence of childhood. The mother slapped that boy like, you know, see this pikin, you won't put me for trouble. Because from 7 above there, you can sit on a chair. We say, just pay the 2,000 naira or 1,005 for children. But the mother wasn't willing to pay. That innocent child took beating that day because he was trying to say the truth. So if it is instilled from the beginning, children and youth engagement, begin to make them understand the fact that crime and punishment, once you do the crime, be ready to receive the punishment. But in Nigeria, unfortunately, so if our plays are couched like that, if stand-up comedians are empowered to deal with that topic, and then, of course, playwrights are empowered to put up plays, and then all the theaters, most of the theaters, not all now, because it would be difficult giving them resources to do productions. Not ordinarily, Nigerian government, it is difficult for them to give theater money, funding. I run a private theater. For the last 1-2 years, we've not gotten a penny from any government agency to say to go and do a particular production. I know that there are, but it is truly very difficult. If the theaters are engaged and given this, they are commissioned to do this. And like I talked about, creative dramatics, people who know, like people like myself, not necessarily me, are engaged. Okay, they begin to go to school where creative dramatics are taught, and the children begin to perform. It will be difficult for their parents to come home. A child will go and ask the parents, if a play is put together, Daddy, where do you get your money for? I know that you are a civil servant and you are on level 14 or level 12. How come you have 15 houses? How come you are able to go to Dubai, go to America, all inside this your salary that is just 500,000 naira? A child can be bold to ask the father, but whose child wants to do that now when they are enjoying the whatever comes out from? In fact, the mothers make it even worse. But when we're able to make sure that that space has been taken over right from childhood, the theater begins to bombard the children. They participate in plays, and they know from that childhood, their brain begins to think, about crime and punishment, the causes, the effects, of course, and then the dangers involving in crime, which is one of the biggest challenges. What is the reason for insecurity? Corruption. Monies that have been scheduled or designed for certain purposes are diverted. And so people are hungry. People have gone into insecurity. Terrorism is growing. So it is a big problem. If we don't curb corruption, it will be difficult. People just loot at will. A lot of people go into politics not because they want to change anything, because they want a boy or girl who is well dressed, neatly dressed. You can see decorum and discipline in how he carries himself. So somehow, I don't just understand how we got to this point. When we were growing up, it was difficult to see some kind of people in some kind of dresses. But these days, my God, I don't know what happened. I don't know how we got to where we are. But these are the things we can talk about using the theater so that people can begin to refocus, recalibrate, and re-strategize to see how we can begin to see and then tell people that, look, it doesn't pay to be called a thief. It doesn't pay to be called a corrupt person. So just still, Peniel, it is sad. Playwrights have written a lot, but unfortunately, we don't have the means of seeing them. In educational theater in the university, we see a lot of plays, and I'm amazed that those plays are there. But how can we get it into the larger society? How can we get into the larger society without funding? So it's why a lot should be done. If we go into gender abuse and all of that, again, the theater can help. The theater can help. These mental health challenges we're talking about, the theater can help. Whatever, the theater can talk about any topic under the sun. And I mean any topic under the sun. I don't want to focus on only corruption. With the theater, whatever ails society, the theater can help to be able to bring about the change so that society can be a better place for us all, for everyone.
Doctor, this is really, really insightful. Hello?
Yes, I'm with you.
Yes, I said really, really insightful. I must say that. Really insightful from Ter. So many things you said. We also know that back in the day, satire was actually used to correct kings, just to tell them their wrongs to their face, but in a more comic way. And that's exactly what you just explained.
Yes,
like we do say all the time, we just pray and
it's something the government should know, that they need to pump in more money into the theater, into this department. Unfortunately, it is the poorest sector of the economy. You know, culture, I'm talking of arts and culture, you know, especially the dramatic arts. The funding in that area is truly very, very poor. Very, very poor. Where you have, it is very poor. In most cases, they are next to nothing. We don't have anything in this sector. But we are kept there by passion. People who are in the theater are people who are passionate about music, drama, and dance. You know, they use their talents to be able to reach out to people. Whether they are singing, they are dancing, or they are acting sincerely, or they are doing performance poetry, the theater needs to be.
Go to other clients and see how to take care of a city. And now the worst thing is that, in the first place, a lot of us don't even have, you know, business coming to Abuja. Because the kind of federalism we're supposed to run from our local government. Be your local government in your state. Create wealth from there. Pay to the state pay to the federal government. But instead, they brought the whole money to Abuja. Formerly, it was Lagos. The money was in Lagos before. But because of perhaps the Gideon Oka coup, you know, that forced IBB to shift the federal capital sharp to Abuja. Because before Gideon Oka was executed, Gideon Oka made a comment. He said that if the low-ranking military officers are still in the military, that IBB's government does not have a hiding place. And IBB became intimidated by that statement and had to rush, you know, bringing the federal capital to Abuja unprepared. And they brought a place that was built for less than 1 million people. We have over 10 million people here. So how would they be able to control it? In the first place, you depopulate this place. Take some of the ministries to some of the hinterlands. Since we cannot run the real federalism that we're supposed to run. Because we are supposed to be in every power was supposed to be in their states. Go to US, go to some of these state climes. Many people are not even in the capital. They are in the states. If you are running the United States kind of democracy or federalism, excuse me. If you are running that kind of federalism, then let's run like the United States. People should be in their state, create wealth. We don't have any business being here. This place is just for maybe administration, for politics and all that. But you brought all the money here, and human beings are wired to survive. So they all ran to Lagos to survive, because that was the federal capital then. You all took the money there. Lagos, everybody ran to Lagos. You now brought it to Abuja. Everybody came to Abuja. Most people came to Abuja to survive. That is what brought this population. And now you now cluster everybody in one middle, and now send the poor to the hinterlands, to Nyanya, to Pape, to Kubwa, to Gwagwalada, and now you call those ones masses. Those ones are the masses. When they want to give in, those are the poor masses. You know. So this kind of system of government cannot work. You decentralize this thing, you allow people to, when the states are working, people don't have any business coming to Abuja. So, but when we continue like this, and you say, okay, because Naso in the door, we just continue like that, and the next election, you must win, because Naso you do, because 9 people there, the INEC have been said to that. See, if Nigerian youths are not angry enough, we will remain like this. So I think Nigerian youths to be angry enough for us to be able to vote in leaders that will give us what we want as the youth. We don't have any business buying fuel at 1,000 naira and above. When Libya, because in Africa, Libya has the highest petroleum, followed by Nigeria. Libya is selling at less than 100 naira Nigerian money, and we are buying at 1,000 naira in Nigerian money. What was Jonathan's crime? 141 naira per liter. 141 naira per liter was Jonathan's crime. And Jonathan was, they say, crucify him, release Barabbas, give us Jonathan. And the same people that crucified Jonathan came to power and increased it by 1,000%. And Nigerians are still comfortable. And we are not angry enough. Nigeria is not the parlor of any politician. Winning election must be free and fair. Our electoral process must be cleansed. Our electoral process must be put in place so that the right Nigerians will vote and see their vote. Look at what happened in America recently. Did anybody go to court? Did anybody say it was rigged out? These are systems. We need to put in systems. And the day politicians now discover that we now have systems that works when it comes to winning election, politicians will start doing the right thing. Because they will know that Nigeria will not vote them in if you don't do the right thing. So these are the issues. But when we sit down and continue the way it used to be, and we have already given up that it's going to win because it has INEC. See, we buy for a 6,002 per liter. If we are not angry enough in this country to start voting out leaders that have kept us in this quagmire, leaders that have choked us, leaders that are so rich, they are so rich that they don't even know what, when they say, do you know that when you tell an average Nigerian politician that there are adults, there are family men that don't have 1,000 naira home and away, they don't believe. That there are people in this country that don't have 1,000 naira, in short 500 naira home and away. They don't believe. Because they are already in money. These people are in money. They are billionaires before they came to power. They now came to power. They have taken whatever they want. Everything about them is money, money, money. So when you tell them that there are people that don't have 1,000 naira home and away, they don't believe. So they don't know what Nigerians are going through. When you talk the rebel youth, rebel, you talk they say because you hate. It is not about hating anybody. When you do the right thing, Nigerians will applaud you. But we cannot sit down and buy our own fuel. If Nigeria was not an oil-producing country, we would have understood. But we cannot have the quantity of crude oil in this country that we have and be buying petroleum at 1,000 naira plus in an administration that crucified Jonathan for selling fuel at 141 naira. Is that not juju be that? Is that not witchcraft? No, is it not witchcraft? I used to say something. I said, look, the people who are managing this country, if they manage their personal business the way they are managing this country, will they be happy? Will they be happy? If they manage their business the way they are managing this country, will they be happy? The Nigerians are looking for what to eat. People are looking for how to survive. The first thing was to get yachts for the president. We will start talking. Do you need this thing? Before you know, they took 21 billion to go and build a house for a vice president. And I asked them, the former vice presidents, where were they living? Were they living on that bridge? When we have the Abuja house already, the house of that was supposed to be meant for all the vice presidents. You now took another 21 billion to go and build a house for a vice president, a man that is rich enough to have a house of his own, of which in other clients, people who are that rich, they can even get that house for themselves and let that money be used for the betterment of their people. But here, for where? Profligacy, that is the order of the day here. The next thing was to get a private jet that we don't need. When the Queen Elizabeth was flying economy of in British Airways, and we will now fly presidential fleets and go to countries that don't have private jets for their president and be begging for money for loans. No, you check out. You want to come and collect, I want to come and collect loan from you now. And I come with private jet. You don't have private jet too. You don't have private jet too. Then me, I want to come and collect loan. Loan me 5,000 naira. And I came with jeep, with jets, with convoy to come and meet you on your keke napep. I should borrow me money. No, how do we sound? How do they look at us? How do they look at us as a country? So are we happy the way we are? When we are still glorifying, these are the people. These are the people we think are the best. These are the best leaders that we have. And people are glorified. And I'm so shocked that look, people will still vote for this set of leaders again. For peanuts, for 5,000 naira, rice, some cup of rice and all that. So if Nigerians are not angry enough to voting leaders that will take us out of this, quagmire. I think when I say quagmire, it's like I'm being, liberal this time. We are being choked. We are suffocating. In case we don't know, we are suffocating, and we are already giving. And average Nigerian youth have given up. That na so it be. Then na so I they do. See, Peter Obi. I'm not a good fan of Peter Obi, but that man shocked me in that last election. In the history of this country, even PDP, the time of PDP, have you forgotten that time, whenever they go for election, they take everything, almost all the states. If they had put it in an exam that Peter Obi will come and split these votes, I will not believe. He came, took 12 states. Atiku took 12 states. President Bola Tinubu took 12 states, and now Kwankwaso took 1 state. Whoever believed that a man that has never contested election can do that thing? Because the obedience were angry enough to be able to drop something on the sand of time. That is possible we can do this thing. If we repeat what happened in 2023 again, I am telling you that the voice of Nigeria is going to work. It's going to, whatever the Nigerians want, the person Nigerians want, will emerge as the president of this country. And nobody will be able to stop it. Not even the people who want to rig election. So I want us to be angry enough. Because this thing we are living is not life. Peniel.
Well, I just wanted it to exhale. Exhale. I needed you to just exhale, right? And after exhaling, we can now have conversation.
All right.
Yes. What's going on with your Yaya Bello?
Yaya Bello?
Yes.
These are the issues we'll be talking about too. Of course, he was arraigned, and but I will tell you that at the end of it, except they claim, I doubt, that nothing good will come out of it.
Now that's what I'm asking. What's wrong with your what happened to your Yaya Bello?
First of all, why did it take long for him to be arraigned? Of course, he was the one that presented himself.
Fine.
Because if Yaya Bello had said, I'm not going to that place, nothing would have happened in this country.
You cannot be. What if it was a bargain?
How do you bargain with somebody that has been accused of misappropriation?
But anyways.
Of the commonwealth of the people.
Anyways. I just want you to exhale, Exhale. It's been a while I left this part of the world where you are. For the past Thursday.
Okay, you are now okay.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I've taken under route, you understand?
Okay.
So, but don't worry. This is Nigeria to the world. That's Victor Kingunse. Not happy with what is going on in the country. Would you blame him? Obviously, no. You know why? Nigeria is a blessed country. Nigeria is rich with arable land. We are blessed with the best of natural resources. Columbine, bauxite, gold, just name it, oil. Unfortunately, we are just swallowing in penury. So sometimes it's good when a child is crying, you allow the child to cry out. Just cry. So I had to allow Victor King to just cry and feel himself. But for how long shall we continue to just...
See, Penny, let me tell you something. If you leave me, I'm not saying I'm rich, but I will never be hungry in this life again. I know myself. I will never be hungry in this life. So when I am crying, when I'm talking, I'm not talking because I am hungry. I am talking because at my age, I am very close to 50 than 40. At my age, I cannot see a country and be proud and say, this is my country. The way a Danish, we see Denmark and be happy. The way a Finnish, we see Finland and be happy. The way an American, we see America and be happy. The way Britain, we we see Great Britain and be happy. That is my pain. It's not because I just want, see, let me tell you, if you like, carry 10 billion, give me, I'll call it money, I need them. I'll put them my, but I want Nigeria to be good.
We're
So,
still,
most
still
times,
saying the same thing.
What I'm
You know,
saying.
Dr. Mo was here earlier today, and he was just spitting fire, spitting fire, spit. But you see, at the end of the day, it still boils down to the fact that this is our country. One, to start with, nobody will change this country for us. Two, if we still decide, like you said,
no, we are not angry enough. See, the only way we can change this country is for us, the youths, to be angry enough.
We are not angry.
We are not angry enough.
It is when we get angry and we are truly...
And when I say angry enough, I'm not saying people should take the laws into their hands and start attacking anybody. I mean angry at the polls. There is a way you vote. Do you remember what happened at Kano State during when the judge wanted to give the final verdict? Whether or not there was money that passed through under the, the water that passed through under the carpet, or how they always put that thing.
Water pass under
under the bridge or whatever. When the judge discovered the kind of people the numbers of people that were outside waiting to hear the verdict, nobody told him to do the right thing.
But you see, until Nigerians wake up from their slumber, like I do say, and I'll say all the time, we'll still be having this whole issue. Okay. See, we just have to keep quiet now. Until we wake up from our slumber, we'll keep having this issue play out. But the thing is, also, Victor King, in as much as we are not happy, Nigerians, are we ready for a change? That's the question. Nigerians, are we truly ready for a change?
Now, where are we know that we are not ready? Look at the past election, the two elections that just took place, one in Edo State, one in Ogun State, right? Ondo State. Now, some of the people that shot those guns and snatched ballot boxes and, that were involved in those electoral malpractice, they were young people.
Of course. Have you ever seen a politician's son snatching a ballot box?
So when I still see young people involving themselves in this thing, it means that we have not learned our lesson.
As I asked, are we ready?
And if we are not ready, see, if we continue in this madness and we are not ready, it means that, see, our suffer just the start to. Our suffer just the start.
The people passing judgment are the judiciary, older people.
Okay.
And then, if Nigerians are really serious, I do ask, now I'm asking with calmness, does Ahmed Lawan have any business in the House? The President of the Senate, does he have any business in that Senate? But you see, the judiciary passed a law that is against our Constitution, against the Electoral Act, and they stamped it.
No, it all boils down to, when you vote in people that do not have Nigeria at heart.
It's still the judiciary.
That's what I'm saying.
You pick
because
someone...
when you have, see, the number one thing is the president. Get that one right first. When we get the president, when we get Aso Rock right, most other things will take shape. Because when we have a president that is ready to change this country for good, you discover that even the judiciary will follow suit. The legislature will follow suit. But when we keep voting along religious line, they say, now my religion, we are supposed to be. Some people say born to rule. Some say it's our turn. Some say it's our son. Some say these people should not be able to rule. And some people have the mentality, the mentality that it is better for somebody in my religion to be there and not performing than somebody in another religion to be there and is performing. Because we have not suffered enough in this country. If Nigeria and Nigerians is able to pick somebody, even if the person may not be the Messiah, but let the person be a lesser devil. Let the person be a lesser devil. and get there and let the change start little by little. Not all these ones we are seeing. Not greedy politicians in power that just want to take and take and take, and they are never satisfied of taking. So if the youth are not angry enough, we will continue like this. Remember, look, for us to know that, look, we are in a deep trouble. We are in a very big problem. I remember in the 90s, they used to have something they called Vision 2000 then. And we are anticipating Vision 2000. We're saying, by year 2000, Nigeria will be okay, blah, 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 2000 came, nothing happened. No. They now shifted it to Vision 2010. We're now waiting for Vision 2010, that by 2010, Nigeria, everything will be fine and all that. From 2010, it was now shifted to Vision 2020. 2020, now it has been shifted to 2050. 50 years gone. 50 years of shifting the goalposts. Peniel, if you add 50 years to your years now, another 50 years of shifting, because they are indirectly telling you, in short, not indirectly, they are directly telling you now that, look, in your lifetime, Nigeria will not be good. That is what they are telling us. And the earlier we correct this thing, the better. Because if we continue to say, now so it will be, so let it continue to be like that, that means there is no hope for the country. And we cannot continue to sit down and say, because these people are there, they have the money, they are money bags, and that. Let me tell you, the leaders, they fear the people. Because one thing they fear most is the unity of the people. And that is why most times they try as much as possible to divide the people along religious lines. And I believe, let me tell you, I think Nigeria have also learned the lesson to a very large extent. Because have you noticed that northern Nigeria is not talking? They're just keeping quiet and waiting for the election. Have you noticed that the northerners are not even talking again? They're just waiting for 2027. Of course, you know that the southeast, that one are no-go area for this administration. So don't even go there. They are not for this administration. And now even the people that even gave this present administration that sympathy vote, because of the kind of suffering that has been going on in the country, which is even what we were thinking. I remember that time when I was, speaking for Buhari, I was trying to defend some of Buhari's policy. People came for my head, and I was telling them, look, we are not suffering, no. I think it is now that people will understand what I was doing then. That, see, we have not suffered. We're buying Gary at 200 naira, people will say we're suffering. We're buying rice at 600 naira, 700 naira, 500 naira per mudu, and we're saying we're suffering. Now that we are buying at 3,000 rice, buying Gary at 900, 1,000, 1,200, buying fuel at 1,000 plus. This Christmas that people will be traveling on, I don't know, people will pay as much as 50,000 naira to go to their village from here to the southeast, to the south, and to so many parts of the country. It is now that the suffering have actually emerged. And now the northern Nigerians don't even want to talk again. They just went and sit down and be waiting. So the southeast, they are also waiting. The people that gave this administration that sympathy vote, those ones they have divided. So when people tell me that if things continue this way, that this administration will still win election, I'm finding it difficult to understand how they will win. I'm not campaigning against anybody, but I'm only telling us that, look, we cannot suffer like, you can't suffer me like this and expect me to vote for you again. You can't. No right-thinking person will go through what we are going through in Nigeria and expect that person to go to the polls and still vote in the person that put him in that place. Do you know how many people cannot pay house rent again? Do you know how many some landlords have given up on because they know the tenants cannot even pay? You take them to court. They know court, they get adjourning case, and all this one you are paying. So you spend more to even remove somebody that is not even paying you. So you are even losing. You open a business, the government use policies, they use either demolition policies, some kind of taxes and all that, and they destroy this business. Sometimes you have a very good business, you have a very good idea, you set up a business, people want to patronize you, but they don't have the financial capacity to patronize you. Then in 2027, I will now go and stand under the sun and voting the people that put me in this. Is it that I don't have sense?
So you not vote.
I'm not saying I will not vote,
So
but I will look for somebody that I know will not allow me to continue in this kind of suffering.
So you not vote.
And vote.
So you not vote.
I will vote.
So you not vote.
I will vote.
So you not vote.
But I will not vote for people that make me to suffer.
So.
Because we cannot continue in this kind of things. There have been, people have been saying Nigeria have been suffering, and I think this is the. See, I wish. See, all this one fella was singing that time, suffering and smiling. You know, and Idris Abdul Karim sang Nigeria, whatever, Jaga Jaga, whatever, and you know, the likes of African China sang food, no, they are not. So if it was now, what would they have sang? If it was now. Or sometimes, is it that they wrote those songs for this time?
They looked into
they
looked into the future.
They were Nostradamus of Nigeria.
Nostradamus. No, they were beyond Nostradamus. They were the village people of Nigeria. So they went there, looked into the future, the crystal balls. They now saw it and sang it. But anyways, Victor King, just be calming down.
Wow. I can't be in this situation and calm down.
Be calming down for now. Don't worry, this conversation, we're not done yet. We're not done. We're coming back. We'll revisit this conversation just some moments to just calm your nerves down. You know why? This is us. This is who we are. We are people that we are diversified. We are multifaceted. In as much as we feel pain, we'll also do good. You understand? We'll feel bad, we'll feel good. We feel good, we feel bad. We just try to balance our lives up so you don't die before your time. All right. So my name still remains PENIEL Diala. Don't worry, we still have how many days to go? We still have tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday early hours. So we're 81 hours down and we're still counting, man. My name still remains PENIEL Diala. All thanks to my backstage crew. They're the ones pushing me, man. They're the ones pushing me. As I'm calm. I'm calm because I need some massage today. But Victor King, just be calming down. Be calming down. Be calming down.
No,
we're bringing Victor King back again, but for now, we want to. There's this young babe. But the thing, hunger and toast style, because you don't know what you will get in return. As this young babe, she's the rave of the moment. Trust me when I say rave of the moment, she is the rave of the moment. She's about to just pull the roof down. She want to pull the roof down. When I say pull the roof down, she's about to pull the roof down. And then by the time she steps up here, bam, 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 bam. Ladies and gentlemen, no other person than Pep.
Well done. You're doing great.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm fine.
I said everyone that comes here, I'm going to hug because I need it now. The only person I won't hug is if he's. I won't say it before they'll come for my neck. Pep, how are you?
I'm good.
I talk very well. Let me hear you.
I do okay now. I'm good.
I think say one form level for me.
Wait.
I'm good. How far, Pep?
I'm good.
Okay, use your mic.
Okay, so I should come closer?
Yeah, just come closer.
Okay, yeah.
Or better still, give me my tag mic. See what they're doing to me, bro. See what they're doing to me now. Can you hear me now? Okay. Pep, how now?
I'm fine.
What's up? What's up?
I'm good.
Don't mind me. I've been talking since Tuesday. So.
You're doing a great job. Trust me. It's not easy.
Don't worry, you've come now.
Yeah, now let's take it to another level.
Let's take it to another level. Now begin the level now. You sing tired today.
I'm ready now.
You sing from now till Sunday.
I'm ready.
So how far?
I'm good, man.
Yes, Pep. Pep, Peb is an artist. You know what? Just introduce yourself by yourself.
Okay.
The world is watching you.
So my name is Peb, and Peb is an abbreviation of my full name. So P stands for precious, E stands for Egebo, then B stands for blossom.
P stands for what?
Egebo, that's my surname.
Egebo.
Yes.
Please, what tribe is this?
It's Edo.
Edo, no, they
Yeah.
carry last.
So I'm a musician.
Okay.
I've been in school. I just completed my NYSC October 10th, and I'm doing music full time. That's entertainment as a whole. I'm independent, alongside with my manager, and we've just been doing the music. You know, it's been a crazy journey, but yeah, I'm a big baby.
I don't understand a big baby.
I'm a big baby now. Can't you see my cheeks and?
Yeah. It's okay. You're a big baby.
Yes. So, and also, I'm into entertainment. I am big on entertainment space, and how the industry can be way better, especially in this new current age. And also, I'm working on my album coming out in December 31st.
This December.
Yes. I also had my first headline show last year, the Peb and Friends. So this is the second edition, and it's also going to be my exclusive album listening. And I'm just
the same
1
December
year,
31st.
Yes, and I'm just 1 year into the industry.
Wow.
When I was 15, I got a record deal, but I was told to choose between school and the record deal.
Right.
So I chose school, and that's why I just came out of school now. And
No wonder you are claiming a big babe.
I'm a big baby, big baby.
That's why you're claiming a big baby. Because they gave you option between school and...
So, well, I mean, it wasn't like most people would go for the record deal.
You can't tell.
Yeah, because it's an opportunity. But at the same time, it was a sacrifice, me choosing to go to school. Because it's just like saying, all my life, I've always wanted to be an artist or be like the top guys out there, them Davido and Wizkid. But getting that opportunity to record it, and my career would have started at 15, but I had to sacrifice going to school, because if I had not made that decision, one, I would have not been ready. I don't know what would have happened. I don't know if I would have become this person that I am now. But in choosing school first, I've happened to go through school, learn a lot of lessons, and become this person I am. And now I can do it differently from every other person out there. And that's what will make me stand out. Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
So what's the genre?
So Afrobeat.
Yeah. Which one do you want me to give you? 100? Which one do you want me to give you?
That was same day now. Come on. Lovely. I mean, yeah. Yes, it was.
I was waiting for you to flow now.
Oh. You got to pay. He's been talking from Tuesday, and now he's chilling with the top girl. Pene. Oh. Yeah, man.
Hey, that's good. So, how many songs do you have now?
Okay, so I have 2 singles out. Yes. So that's just the project I have out. But I'm working on my album coming out in December.
Okay.
Yeah. So
You are Abuja-based artist?
actually, I'm Lagos-based, but I'm thinking of moving to Abuja. Well, it's still in the works.
What are you doing in Abuja now?
I actually came for my cousin had a wedding, so I came in for the wedding, and also we had like a few radio tour at Beat FM, Love FM, and so that's what I've been doing until now.
Beat FM, Love FM, PENIEL TALK-A-THON.
Yes. So,
that's good. How are you enjoying Abuja?
Oh my God, the ambience, the environment, the weather. Because I think it's cold here. Because coming from Lagos is really hot. Yes, so Abuja is really cold. The environment, people are actually very welcoming and embracing. It's not toxic like Lagos.
So Lagos is toxic.
Everybody is angry. Everybody is calm down, relax. But Abuja is just chilled. Everybody is just chilled, living their life, okay with what they are doing or what they find themselves doing, and it's really a very cool ambience. Especially being a creative, that's the space you want to be in if you want to think and create. And I really like the space. I like how it's easy. The roads are not so busy with barriers and everything. It's just seamless. So yeah, Abuja is really cool. I'm enjoying it so far.
Artists, I hope you guys won't come after me this month. See, it's very unusual. Most times Nigerian artists are not fluent.
They don't throw in a shot, so.
So you see, that's good. It was
Thank
good
you.
it was good you went to school. See though you're fluent. Like, I'm just watching you. Am I sure I'm still talking to an artist? when you're talking there, you know what I'm saying.
Oh my
When
God.
I know vex, I'm just speaking, but that's nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your drive?
Mm. So it's what makes me pay who I am, and because purpose is my drive, and this is a gift, a skill that God put in me, and seeing it through in order to be productive and be fruitful in this gift that He has given me, which is the entertainment space, is what is my drive. Making sure that I can go from one top to another top, like no rest for me. Is that's what just keeps driving me in the entertainment space, because I can act, I can sing, I can host.
You
I'm a
can
YouTuber.
act, you can sing, you
Yeah.
can come and sit here and let me see.
Oh,
No,
oh,
come and sit here, let me sit there. So,
don't let me take over.
yeah, Shebi, you go talk from now till Sunday.
Okay.
You will talk from now till Sunday.
I'm ready.
Please come now.
Yeah.
That's good. That's
Yeah,
cool.
so-
So let's hear your song.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
What's she singing?
Go ahead now.
Oh, so it's, you know I've been waiting for ya. I've been wanting, I've been praying for ya. When will you find me, my love? Don't be scared, baby, because I'm loyal. So that's a song about yearning for love.
I'm still waiting. You know.
Give me peace of mind, please. You know I'm rare. How will I survive this? The other night I see her talking to Bolanle when she no fan reach me. Is Bolanle finer than me?
So na beef.
Better beef.
So na serious
Better
beef
one.
song. I've not seen Bolanle now, so is Bolanle fine?
Men never agree that they've seen Bolanle. They
I've not
always
seen.
have never
Have I seen Bolanle? I'm not. It's only you I'm seeing. So where's the Bolanle? Bolanle, where are you? I've not seen any Bolanle.
So Bolale is like a metaphor for women, like any other girl apart from the one that you should be after or you should be with. Because everybody is destined to be with just one person. But you know nowadays people go for different 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s. Everybody wants to be King Solomon. King Solomon.
Yeah. And then if you want to be Queen who?
I just want to be the queen, relax and be taken care of.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So if I ask you now, where is he?
I mean, I'm waiting. That's why I'm telling him to find me. Bro, don't keep a fine girl waiting.
I don't understand. So you mean you're telling everyone that you're single?
I am. I'm single. I've never been in love all my life.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe I've always been the problem, and because I've gotten to realize that why waiting for the right partner to find you, you have to be the right partner yourself. You have to heal from your scars. You have to discover who you truly are. Then you can now find the right person for you. If you don't discover that part of you, you can't. You keep making mistakes and dating around guys that keep falling in the wrong circle. So I've never truly healed up until now that I find myself. Because while I was waiting, I figured that I had some traumatic experiences that I had to heal from. Then now becoming this person that I am now, I'm able to see clearly what I want, what I value. Then if I see somebody that has my top priorities or something, I can say, oh, let me work with this person.
How many is it?
How many?
Call the list.
Man, it's still in the works. So, well, one, the person has to be God-fearing.
2.
You know, God-fearing, emotionally intelligent. You know, yes, person has to be kind, compassionate. Person has to be, you know, good in the other room. Person has to be.
Only one person.
Yes.
God-fearing, emotionally intelligent.
Yes.
Good in the other room.
Yes.
4.
The person has to be family-oriented. The person has to know how to be a friend, how to make me like his partner, how to be a friend. You know, the person has to be courageous, bold, and confident. Because they are. Even though I'm a woman or I'm a strong woman, I also need a man that can be stronger than I am. So that together, yeah, that's how it's supposed to, just like a lion and a lioness.
Yeah.
Yes, we both have our powers, but he's supposed to be way stronger than me, not me. Like,
So
now you've been the boss.
yes, yes.
You should be the boss.
Yes.
Okay.
So then they stay in the works as I'm discovering every day. I'm unleashing.
Only one man.
Yes, that's
Only one
possible. We have to do the work.
Only one man.
We have to do the work. It's personal development.
Kill him now.
No, it's not killing. No, they're just priorities. Because every other thing now, with your strengths, every other weakness can become strength if you can identify like all the strengths. It's easy to, let's say, it's easy to convert every other weakness into a strength. I know that personally because I've not always been this person. I've not always talked this fluently. But the willfulness and the intentionality to say, I want to become, that's what is helping me grow. And I'm still this is still my foundation. So I know I'll still be greater than I am now. And it's just because of my choice. So it's not too much to ask. It's just, he's supposed to see that and want it for himself. They need to come.
So what if he wants to make his own demand?
I mean, of course, that's where partnership comes in.
But you need to open your heart now.
Yes, you open your heart.
Open it now.
My heart is open.
No, you that say you are still boxing up.
No,
boxing up.
my heart is opened, but there are, will I say, it's just like, it's open, but it's not everything that can come in.
It's not open. It's not open.
No, it's open though.
No, you're still saying it. You're still boxing it like you're giving him condition, but you're not open. Like, okay,
No.
I'm here or see me or.
It's just saving time, and because of this space that one is entertainment space, there are a lot of guys, and being a fine girl, there are a lot. So how do you separate them? You have to have like values or priorities that can easily shuffle people. You can easily know the kind of guy you want to be with. Then you see that this person is not even. It's just like now. I know that if I want to be with somebody, the person would have to be in this entertainment space as I am, so that working can be seamless. Imagine me getting married to a banker. I already know that I was already out of it. Because how will a banker and a musician combine? Like, it's just too far fetched. So all those things are like, I know I cannot date somebody that's in a corporate sector, but if you're in an entertainment space, maybe an actor or something, but you're in the entertainment space, something that I know can go out, you understand what I'm doing and all those things. Easy for me to say, okay, let me now try. So it's just streamlining what I want.
So if a doctor comes to you now, you say no.
I know it depends. It depends on the kind of doctor he is. If he's a consultant, there are doctors that they are not like too far at the hospital. You can consult and then they can travel to get job done, then they can come back home.
My own is if a doctor come knocking at the door now, you say no.
It depends. So let the will of God be done.
Okay, let me ask you, what has been your high and what has been your low?
So far, well, my low has always been, growing up as a kid, because I stayed with my aunt, and I was really maltreated badly. And
You were stubborn.
No, I wasn't stubborn, but it's just, this thing when somebody's not really your own child, it's just an experience differently. Not everybody knows how to care for people that are not really theirs. So not everybody knows how to care for people that are not yours per se. But that was a low moment for me, because when I had to, that's why I never had friends, because I wasn't really always out. But growing up now, I've gotten to understand that it was my own, the same way Joseph went through the pit and everything, was my own story to shape me to become this person, so that I can do it differently when I'm there. When I also have an opportunity to be with somebody that I have to take care of, I can do it differently. It was heartbreaking, it was really hurtful, but it has shaped me to become this person that I am. Understanding what love means, understanding what emotions means. Because a lot of times we don't pay attention to our kids' emotions. We just think, because I was just out 12 or 10, I should put my school bag in the water, I won't go to school, beats me, I almost even died in the kitchen. But God saved me, and it was really crazy. I was bullied in school, it was really, really a lot. But now, coming up now, my high point is knowing that I've transitioned into this person that I've, all the weaknesses I thought I had, they were my strengths. Because growing up, they always tell me that I talk too much, I'm talkative. Well, it was my strength, because our parents only know corporate jobs. They don't even know that there's something like podcast now, or hosting, or interview, all those things. But now that I've seen that my weaknesses, they just didn't see it, but they are my strengths. Now I've become this person that I am. Will I say,
achieving things, performing on stages. Like people are like always referring me. They like my songs. Like so those are my, and I'm still experiencing. Being a very young girl, because I'm still very young, and I'm still experiencing so far. And yes, there are still more highs to attain because I'm only just starting. But the first high I would say is this transitioning into this strong, powerful woman that I am.
Powerful.
Now. Yes.
Powerful.
Yes.
Well, that's good. You just gave me the lows. What of the high?
That's the high now. Oh, okay. I think first off, I did a show at Supremacy. Same stage with Charlie Poppy, Tenny, Madekuti, Flavor, Young John, and I was on the same stage. That was really incredible for me. I had my own headline show. About 100 people came. They watched me perform 10 of my own released songs.
Wow,
Yeah,
good.
so that was really, really eye-opening. In NYC camp, I performed to about 2,000 people, and they loved my song. Even if they didn't know me as Peg, but they knew me for my song. And it was from there I converted audience that came through for my own headline show, and that was really, really, really good. And also, even the love I've been getting so far for my new release this year, July, it's just been crazy. And so far, those have been my highs. And recently, I drove on power bike like that. That was a crazy experience. Oh God, that was really good. I'd never done those kind of adventures before, and I'm really big on adventure. So yeah, and there's still more highs. Like I said, so far this year, the highs for me has been discovery. Basically, down to discovering that I have to work on myself to be the right partner, so that I don't even go when the right partner comes, I don't go into that relationship broken or like scarred from my traumatic childhood experience. So that's healing from that, and I was only able to do that through Christ. He was the one that healed me. Yeah, nothing. My mom could not. Nobody could heal me. He was the only one. He was the only one. So that's why I know that. Me, I have to sing of his praises. Yes, so.
Okay, that's nice. That's nice. I didn't know you're a church babe.
No, I'm very spiritual. Don't play. Don't play. Don't play.
I didn't know you're a church babe.
That's the first. That's the first for me.
Okay.
Yes, it's the first for me.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that too.
Thank you.
I'm glad to hear that. When you mentioned Christ, I was like, wow, okay, let me allow her land.
Yeah.
Let me allow her land. That's cool.
Yeah, man.
Now, so far, let's say in the next, who would you love to do collab with?
So, hopefully, I actually want to work with Udumodi Black. I actually want to work with Manny Wells. I want to work with Olamide. Yes. And that's when I'm looking at the Afrobeat space, because I feel like we'll be able to create something very unique and original. Even Faith, the female artist, like I really want to collab with them, because yes, it's going to help me propel my own, let's say where I am now, it's going to propel me into like another level. And with the uniqueness of the sound that we're going to make, I can tell that it's going to be great. So yeah.
If we are asked, what are some of the things you'd love to correct in our music industry?
First off, I feel like there are no platforms for independent artists, because people that have come before us and they've thrown a lot of money to the industry, and now we don't have structures, in the sense that in Lagos, now where I come from, for you to use a radio station or anything, you have to hold your money, because money has driven the playlist and everything. And even now, you don't even have good songs anymore, because everybody just have money and they pay. But before, like I remember the time of the Kennis, it was more like if you have a good project, they can collab with you and put you out there. But now it's money. So I feel like if there can be structures in a way that listen to what somebody is dropping, if you like it genuinely, put it on airplay. Everybody is money, especially in Lagos. Like everybody is money, which is valid, because it's a job at the end of the day. But it's not supposed to be like that, because if we have like a radio sector now, okay, what are you doing to help people that are upcoming? What are you doing to help us? So I feel like it should be worked on, and not just the radio, even every other. When it even comes to streaming platforms and all, we don't even have our own. Everything we are doing is imported in a way from international. We don't even have our own Nigerian. Like everybody is just, you know, trying to live off of what is already existing from the outside. Nobody is really doing something from the inside here. That's Nigeria as a whole.
Okay.
Yeah. So I feel like a change is coming because with content creation now, you can stand out differently from you just have to you're only in competition with yourself basically with social media now because now you do your video, do your content, put it out there. People like how you look, like how you sound, they follow you, they like you, they support you. Now, though there are still a few because people are gatekeeping because people that have the plugs and everything, if you don't go through them you can't make it, something like that. But because of content now, it's quite easy, but it's still hard because now there's saturation. You now have it's a pool now of too many people. So now it's all about creating your niche and standing out. So it's still just like a whole battlefield, but it's way better than before that, as a girl, if you meet somebody, they will be asking you out or trying to go down with you first before they can offer you opportunities. And it shouldn't be like that. I just feel like what's lacking in this industry is structure. We don't really have structure. Everybody's gatekeeping, no blueprint, even when they host camps and say, oh, indie artists should come and show their talent, the camps are already rigged. Like they just do the camps just to collect money from sponsors. When artists come, they'll do their project, sing the project and everything, keep themselves working on the project, and after everything, you are not making any process. Like you are no progress. It's sad. Everybody is just after their pockets, and I wish we can come back to where there was like genuine passion for the music. The time of the P Square and all, it wasn't the money, but now it's been a lot of people are in it and have corrupted the system. But hopefully, this new generation would do better.
But like you said, seems like Lagos is it's toxic.
Yeah, it is. From fake friends to everybody hustling, everybody trying to reap you, everybody is just after their own benefit, everybody trying to use you, nobody is genuine about visions, everybody is just out for themselves, everybody is angry, trying to get where they're going, everybody is just relax. Lagos, the hustle and bustle is too. I mean, it has its pros in the sense that you cannot be in Lagos and just be calm. Like Abuja, I can easily sleep off and forget. But Lagos, you're active, the horns in the mornings, to everybody shouting, who they there, oh, Agbero. Like you just be active. That's the good side of it. But it's also when it comes to maybe depending on somebody, or it's hard to find people that you can trust. Everybody is out for themselves. Everybody's out for themselves. So you have to be careful. If you come to Lagos good, you experience and turn bad. So that's it.
Any label yet?
No, I'm still independent for now.
Why? They've not scouted you yet?
Well, not yet, because now everybody is careful because the industry now is quite really, really capital intensive. So I guess everybody's trying to take their time before they invest. But also it's still a plus for we independent artists because now we're able to create ourselves. Like, because when you have people invest in you, they automatically have like creative control. That's where you see somewhere like if I'm dressing like this now, they can sign me and I'll start doing open my breast or like that kind of thing, or the kind of music I make might not be original from how I initially sounded. But being independent, you can create your own thing, your own look, your own style, and when you've built it to a level, it's easy to now get sponsors or attract people to say, oh, I like what this girl is doing. So now, because there's a lot of competitions, there are a lot of talents out there now. So everybody's like, how am I sure that if I put money here, it will go? If I put money here. So everybody is just calm. Nobody wants to invest anymore because it's capital intensive, and now it's really, everybody's eyes have opened. Now they know that if they see you popping, they know that, oh, you put money there. So because of that, it's just best to be independent. Keep doing what you want to do because regardless of sponsors, this is what I want to do. So it's better to just keep doing it. Then the right sponsor will see the value and come on board.
Those days when we were growing up, they always ask us, who is your mentor in music? who is your mentor here? So if I ask you now, in Nigerian music, who are you looking up to?
Oh, so I actually like Thames. I've followed Thames from Mr. Rebel to Lukuluku. I really do like her. I like her journey. I like her story. I really connect to it because it's kind of like similar in a way, in the sense that she, she used to just freestyle and write her beats like from the house. It's not as if she went for like any particular vocal training or not or something like that. So it was same thing for me, just freestyle, write my own songs, and I like how she creates. So she's very original. Then also, if it's just the Afrobeat space, I actually like Asha too. I used to listen to Asha a lot, but I stopped because I noticed that I started sounding like her. Yeah, so I stopped, but she still has that influence in me, and in a way added to my sound. So there are times that if I'm working on a particular project, I can sound like Asha just to give that nostalgia feeling.
Okay.
And yeah, so yeah, I'll say those are my like two top. Then also, Davido has actually been very inspirational to me because growing up, I loved his hard work. He was one artist that I've watched grown above the insults, above the calls, frog voice, this, that. But he's been persistent, he's been consistent. He's one person that has inspired me so much because despite everything, yes, we know that maybe in the beginning his voice was not so good, but he was still there making bangers. And even till now, he's still in the game. So I love that hard work, and it just shows me how if you can do this, like somebody that can do that, why can't you? So I really love the video so much. He's very inspiring to me. He inspires me so much.
Which one do you do?
Yeah.
You read
Mm.
or you watch a lot?
In terms of books and
Which one? Do you read or you watch a lot?
I watch more than I read, but I read a few. I read a little, but I watch more because yeah, I'm very practical, so I watch more than I read.
Home video or abroad?
Home video or abroad, which I didn't get that.
No, there's a reason I'm asking. So
Yeah.
you do reading more or you do watching more?
No, I do. I'm watch more than I read, but I read a little. Just very, very interesting, unique books I read. Then for watching, I watch a lot of YouTube videos more.
The book, what line of book do you read?
Books that have to do with personal development, that has to do with growing and opening one's mind. Yes, even some Christian books, but majorly rising above mediocre. Recently there was a book I saw about how poverty mindset and a rich mindset. So all those things that just helps in personal development. That's to transition into the person that I want to be. I just had to change my mentality and mindset. So yeah, but watching videos too, I get to learn from people's experiences. Even if I know people's experiences can never shape mine, because I must experience my own experience. But I get insights on how they were able to scale when they were presented with some kind of issues too that might be similar to what I'm experiencing. So yeah.
It's just telling. Yeah, I've been listening to you. I've been quiet listening to you.
Yeah.
Pam, 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 pam. As I asked you, you read, and it's obvious the kind of books you read. Nice one.
Thank you.
Nice one. Because no, but seriously,
Yeah.
Before music people will come at me now. But that's the truth, man. Nice work.
Thank you.
Your words. Yeah, choosy.
Yeah.
Yeah, choosy. That I've been listening to you. Okay. That's why I asked you that question. Do you read or you watch movies? Now so they're telling you read, okay, self-development books, okay, rising above mediocrity. Which one again? That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
I just want to evolve because I know I have so much, God has showed me so much that He puts in me, but I cannot unlock them if I'm still here. So I have to grow for Him to keep revealing more to me. He's only He reveals things to me according to where I am. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm at His own pace because He has given us everything we have. He has told us to be productive and to be fruitful. So
Preach for me. Preach.
I'm not preaching. It's the truth.
Preach.
It's the truth. Like He has given us everything that we need here, and it's left for us to build. He's not going to come down from heaven and build you. the only thing you can do is to ask for prayers, but you need to walk. That's where the faith with works, you know, and also hearing the word, because the Bible is like a manual. Everything we need is in the Bible.
Yeah,
Yes.
just preaching.
It's just my reality. Like,
Open it, open it, open it, open it, open it. That's
it's
cool.
my reality. It's what has shaped me. Yeah, like, it's what has shaped me. Like, words from the word heal. Like, you just see a word and it heals you. Like, you know.
Now to for next 10 years.
Yeah.
Where will Pep be?
Man, Pep is gonna be great all over global. Don't play, like don't play. A city built on the hill cannot be hidden, like
gang,
to the top, and it cannot be put under
No,
on that
for
best
what
stand.
now?
So that's my light is gonna shine above, like globally, like today. Max, like, is fact, is done.
No, the world is watching.
Yeah, and that's what they should know. Pep said this here today.
See, they're watching you.
Pep said this. Like
At 82 mark. 82 hour
82.
mark.
Nah.
82 hour mark, they're watching you.
In 10 years' time, my light is going to be all over, shining, making sure that every other light shines too with me. It's not just about me, but making sure that everywhere I go, that my light reflects and shines, and so that people around me too, their light can shine. Because it's beautiful when you have a flashlight on and every other person has their flashlight on. That's what makes the room really good. And that's the purpose, that everybody is able to shine their light, you know, and to be a leader is to be the light yourself, and which is to serve. You know, leadership is not by, it's by servanthood, like serving, so that every other person too can shine their light, and by leading by example, people follow, and everybody's light to shine. And when you call people and people with heart too, you see the difference, you see the greatness that they are doing. And even in this Nigerian space and everything, that's like the purpose that God has put in my hands. And I just want to make sure that every day I'm improving and doing my best to make sure that I meet up in everything I found myself doing. Because that's what true purpose is. That's why we're here on earth. And that's how we reflect Christ. Yes.
You're a choir bee.
Me. Funny enough, I used to actually be a very loud person, but now I've learned to just take things calm. I feel like I've talked all my life, so now I'm just in my action phase and I'm just chilled. But I feel like there are also times that I will talk when I'm meant to talk, like talking now, I talk. But in a normal day, I'm trying to just be calm. Because some things are not really important to be talking about.
Are you a choir? Are you a choir bee?
Oh, choir. I thought you said quiet.
No, quiet.
Oh, choir. And not really. I used to be in choir, but it was like forced because my mom and my dad, they're like pastors. So you know that kind of thing. As a pastor's child, automatically. No, but it wasn't really. Even myself, most times they stay like the congregations. My dad would be like, "I'm preaching, you're creating melodies," because I was not really interested in it. But it was because parents now, you have to just obey them. But I was never really a choir person. But I mean, I joined a few choir, like, yes, I sing alto, so.
You sing alto?
Yeah.
Okay.
But even my vocal improvement and all, like, it's just been God, because if I say it's a miracle self that my vocal levels keep increasing, because I don't even do as much work as like training. That's just the truth. Even when I was doing vocal training, I mean, it helped me, but also from prayers and all, there's a dimension my vocal has entered. Then I'm serious, like, I know it's crazy when I say all these things, but it's my reality.
Why?
You know,
As
because
in
Nigerians
are.
are.
Prayer, your vocal is just open.
Yes, from speaking in tongues, I just knew that I could sing better, I could hold notes better than even when I was going for vocal training. It's my truth.
That's good.
It's my truth. Like, but it doesn't stop that I should now relax. I mean, it's our duty to attain mastery, yeah. But the fact that God increase your projects you to a level, it's our duty to make sure that, okay, now that we're here, what can we do to improve better? That's just it. So yeah.
So you have a trainer?
Currently, no, I don't. I just watch a little bit of videos, some vocal videos on YouTube, and yeah, YouTube is where God always just directs me to the right the right video I need to watch, and I just.
People like to dodge this question. How many hours do you go for training?
No, I just do minutes. I do minutes. Though since I've been in Abuja, I've not been able to really do training. But back home, I used to do about 10, 15 minutes for vocals. Yeah.
Every day?
Yes, I started every day, like for like a week or so. Yeah.
For the people watching you now, what do you want to tell them?
Man, I just want to say it's okay to be broken. It's okay to have past experiences. It's okay to have scars. It's okay to, you know, feel neglected, feel abandoned, feel bullied. It's okay to maybe whatever experience or story that you may have. Maybe your mother was not there for you, your father was not there for you, or you lost your dad at an early age. It's okay to feel those things, but it's. I saw a post that says, "Today is the youngest you ever be." So it's now your duty to now get up from that. You acknowledge these things. These are your stories. So what can be done differently now that you now know that is life that happened to you? It's now your duty to change that. And that's where find me comes. Find yourself in the sense that choose to change and choose to be different from how your upbringing has been. And that decision is only up to you. You know, God is with you if you commit your plans to Him, but you have to make that choice. Some people end up just living in accepting that, oh, that's where I be, but no. It's your choice to choose to find who you really are and change from who you used to be to become the person that you want to be. So, yes. So, change today.
Yeah. Who is this bad guy that broke your heart?
Why does it have to be heartbreak? Why does he have to
See,
be
you've been
heartbreak?
repeating this thing for like 10 times. Who is this bad guy that broke your heart?
I mean, I feel like I've just had a lot of. The thing is that I don't put myself down to a level that somebody will break me that will be heartbroken. No, if I see one or two signs, I move because I already know I'm a very soft person. So that's how I guard myself. I can lower my boundaries, I can lower myself to like 1-2 level, but I will never put myself to a level that I'm broken, that I can't stand up again now. If I see 1, 2, 3 signs, I move on. That's the kind of person I am. So yes, I would say that I've had a few experiences that have touched me, you know, gotten to me from maybe a friend that I trusted for about 10 years and the things he did to me just because I didn't know who I was, you know, and even down to somebody that was close to me and the way he treated me and all. But I've gotten to know that it does not define me. They don't define me. I'm the only one that have the power to define who I am or how I want to be. So, and that alone is always gives me, that's my strength every time I know that, oh, I can move from whatever situation I am. If somebody's not treating me right, I'm moving. If I tell you 1, 2, 3 times and you still do the same thing, I'm moving. Like that's just it until I meet the right person. So
that guy is a bad guy.
I mean,
a very bad guy.
You know the thing about this thing is that people don't. The thing is that they might not intentionally be bad. It's because them themselves they've not healed. Them themselves they've not found themselves. Because some people they are broken, but they'll use anger and all those things to do somebody. Meanwhile, how will I put it? How will I put this thing? Like they are the ones that are having problems, but in a way to feel healed or feel like maybe you feel like a man or feel bossy, they will tend to try to make you feel low instead of them working on themselves. So, and that's where it comes in.
No, you're defending him now.
No, I'm not defending him. It's because I've gone through that. You can only try to get me pissed off. I mean, I have emotions. I can just be pissed off. I can walk out. Unlike before, that I'll try to be defensive. Do you know me? Do you know me? No, no need for that.
Boss bottle.
No, I know the boss bottle. But yeah, I mean, Nigeria is so focused on. We are so focused on, let's say, spirituality in a way. But we're not really focused on our mental. Even our parents, they don't really care about children's emotions. They care about their own. And so it's just traumatic transferred. You know, when it comes to like global experiences now, they have people that are talking about these things. They have therapies, they have things like that. But here in Nigeria, we don't really appreciate that. Everybody, they hustle and they go.
We have them actually.
Like, I mean, now, Sharp.
We've always had them. It's just that culture where people are scared. Go and say, if it's
Nigerian mentality.
No. But then I forgot to ask you.
Yeah.
Your journey in music, how far has it been?
So professionally, I've been in music a year plus. It's going to be 2 years by December.
This December?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so 2 years professionally.
How has it been?
Oh, it's been good. It's been really good.
Bad, ugly?
Yeah, it's been good. You know, it's just that I started with a few set of my friends that actually loved me and they wanted to see where I'm aiming at, but now they are no longer here because everybody have like moved on into different things, because not everybody will be able to wait. It's not easy to support somebody wey you no know whether na 5 years you go blow or na 10 years time. You go come dey dey follow person, no money, like, so it's quite understandable, but it's also heartbreaking that maybe people that you trust or you wanted around you, the kind of life you imagine, and maybe they are not there to do it with you, and you just have to like move on, change circles, and start like living a different life entirely. Then also getting support from people that see the vision and see that, oh, I love the way you performed. Can you come for this next show? Can you do this? Can you do that? It's just been very beautiful, but and also it's been seamless being an independent artist, because a lot of independent artists out there don't even have the platforms and opportunities that I've gotten. So it's also really good that God is really on my side. Like that's why, there's something about when you are doing your God-given purpose, things work out for you. If you are doing what God has called you to do, if you know say it's a bit talk and that's your skill, you are doing it, God is with you. That's it. That's what people don't know. And he has been with me because this is what he has always wanted me to do. Even if my mom used to say I should do gospel and all, because that's what they know. But the fact that I'm in Afrobeat doesn't mean I'm any less in Christ, But our parents, the way they see it is, oh, if you're not, nah, that's not how Christ, like that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Because Afrobeat is still the same thing as a banker. So if somebody can go to the bank and you're okay with that, so I'm in the music business, you're not okay with it because it's music business. See, it's devil that owns the world. How? I beg you, it's my own Jesus that owns the world. Don't be devil.
Wow, that's cool. 3
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
And it's been going pam, pam, pam.
I'm telling you, like, it's been growing. And we've been moving organically because we don't, just a few, the little funds we have, we put into the music. So we're just moving slow and steady, but progress is progress. However, there's progress, and we know that by God's grace, this album coming is going to change everything. By God's grace, it's going to be different,
Are you doing your full album in December?
Yes, and it has about 13 songs.
Okay.
Yes, so it's gonna be different, a new sound, a new wave. All the songs are just me, and
You're not featuring anyone?
No, nobody.
Just want to introduce yourself.
Yes, so
a banger.
The foundation.
Boom.
Don't play.
Yeah, Abuja here or Lagos?
So actually Lagos, but by God's grace, we might work towards having like an Abuja experience. Yes, so.
That's in 2025.
By God's grace, yes.
She's been also to sideline us.
How now?
Now you have just pushed us away.
We don't sideline.
And that's true now.
How now?
So you go and do your album launch in Lagos and bonus here.
No. It's because since I'm coming from there, it's good the transition happens from there.
Yeah.
But definitely the promo of the album is going to be on the road, so we can spread to. Because with the single, the major single off of the album was really promoted in Lagos, and to an extent it got like people are aware of it, so it's good that if the album can also like use an opportunity to expand to different cities too, and starting from Abuja won't be a bad idea at all, because people are really welcoming so far here in Abuja. So yeah, that's good so far.
What's your followership like?
I mean, it's coming. So I think I think I have about 8 or 7 on my IG.
8K.
Yeah, so is it 7.6 or so on my IG? Then my Twitter have 1.6, and we're building. TikTok is also going to have above 1K too. So yeah, we're just growing because it's organic. It's quite slow. We're not doing farming. We're not doing streaming. Nothing. We're purely building. So building takes time, but that's the beauty about it. When you have a very solid foundation, the rest becomes strong, and that's it. For the vision of the brand, which is the Top G brand, so the vision of the brand, there's no rush.
No rush.
No rush. No rush. I have the rest of my life to do music.
Like you're just in for it, you're in.
Exactly, because that's it. So don't going back.
No going back.
No going back,
bring 5 billion and say, Pep, come and do this work.
I go first invest like some kind percentage into the music. I mean, you just can't take it away from me. Like, I breathe entertainment. I'm an interesting person. Like, I am. That's me, and it's how I show up. That's how I know that I'm giving glory to my God, because that's just how I show up in this space a lot of people might be in this space doing different things, but what I am doing and what I stand for is what, my God is going to be proud of. And that's it. So it's how I show up. And that's what I'm after, like how I'm going to show up. I'm going to do it differently. But entertainment is it. From even my music now, I'm trying to think of how I can fuse it into movie making, and I just want people to they will experience me differently. That I know. Yes.
Just like us, we're experiencing you now differently.
Exactly.
From bar level.
Don't play. Don't play.
What's your handle?
So at Top Girl Peb on all. At Top Girl Peb, like TOPGIRLPEB.
Say it again.
At Top Girl Peb.
Say it to them.
Oh, hi. At Top Girl Peb. Bro, you better find me. Don't keep a fine girl waiting for long, okay? Don't let me carry this mic. Vex for you.
Please, who is the bro you're talking to?
I know he might be watching somewhere, so let me just remind him.
But you've not done the song
Well, I've done one of the songs.
now. You just you do it now. Now that you have done the advert, you do the song.
Oh my God. Okay.
Why are you looking at me?
I should do it now. Oh, so bro, when will you come? Find me, baby, I no lost. I no won't wait for long. I know they waiting room once they talk. Attention on me, oh. If you want to do, baby, you're lost. I no won't wait for long. I know they waiting room once they talk. You know I've been waiting for ya. I've been wanting, I've been praying for ya. When will you find me? When will you find me? Don't be scared, baby, because I'm loyal. So find me, bro. Find me, bro.
Because you're loyal.
I'm loyal. Like, I'm a very committed person. Yes, so. I feel like maybe that's why maybe I can be hard at my early stage. That I've gotten to, like every day I get to understand myself. Because I know I'm a kind of person I am. I'm a very committed and loyal person, but I have to be sure that before I commit to anybody, I'm gonna be saying, if you're not gonna commit to somebody that will now fuck with your mental health now, like it's just crazy. What was that? So yeah, that's it.
No, they are singing and they're watching you.
Oh, okay.
So, you don't know we're out?
That's good.
So they're watching you. Sing what you're singing.
That was just okay. Sing the song
Yeah,
again.
sing what you're singing. They're watching you.
Another one.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You got fans now, man.
On the road 424, finding that nigga we go give me love in return. I've been waiting 1,000 years. I've been trying to fix that. When are you gonna find me, bro? Oh, somebody's saying he's here. Are you sure you're the one? So there's another thing. So this Find Me song here is actually the album is going to be in like 2 phases. There's a part where I'm talking about myself, and there's also a part where I'm still talking about waiting for the person. Okay. So yeah. So
you see, you got fans, man.
Right.
Someone has found you.
Woo!
Eh?
I hope he fears God, child.
Eh?
I hope he fears God.
Someone has found you with plenty behavior.
Oh my God.
Someone with plenty behavior has found you.
Yeah,
I didn't say, hey, here I am, man.
After the interview, I would check him out.
You gotta check him out.
Yes.
That's good. Don't worry, they will show you the road.
No problem.
That's cool. That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. I don't feel like letting you go.
I don't feel like going. I don't feel like going.
I don't feel like letting you go.
I don't feel like going.
Really?
Yes, so I'm
Really?
here.
Okay, so what do you have to say to us today?
Man, I just want to say shout out PENIEL. Wait, sorry, I have to interview you now. How did you get the name PENIEL? I'm curious. Because it's like, tell me now.
I should tell you.
Yes, no. Should we switch it or should I?
See, now I'm shy.
Oh, no, you can't be.
See, now I'm shy. So you want to interview me now?
I just want to know. I'm also your fan because I love what you're doing. You're doing a great job. This is 80 hours in, 80 hours plus. This is 82 now, like 82, 30 minutes. That's great. Trust me, like it's not easy with the whole economy and everything happening. You're able to pull this off. Like it's commendable. You know, I appreciate your efforts. Like it's not easy. So yeah, yes.
Gracias. So what's the question?
Penny, penny. How did you get it? How did it come about penny?
Peniel.
Oh, it's Penel. Oh, sorry.
my
Oh,
name.
that's your
my
real
name,
name.
yeah.
Oh, like you just doubled it.
That's my name.
The two like that. Like Penel Diala.
Peniel Diala.
Oh, so it's like your name and your dad's name.
It's my name and my dad's name.
Come on. Hey, voila. That's good. That's really good.
It's Peniel Diala.
Oh, Penel Diala. That's a really cool name.
So, and I made it two. Peniel
Penel Diala.
So it will sink inside your head.
You don't sink. I don't know if you forget them again.
It will sink. When you hear it, it will sink inside your head.
Yeah. I love it. It's a very cool name.
So I dash you the name, don't worry.
Yeah, so I'll be Pep Penel now. Call me Pep Penel. Penel, Pep.
That's all good.
So yeah.
That's cool. Okay. It's Peniel Diala.
Oh.
And,
Okay.
and it is the Peniel Diala TALK-A-THON.
Don't play. Period.
Longest
Interview.
marathon interview.
That's crazy. It's 80 hours. It's 2
100
hours.
hours, man. So
you
let's
have
take
like 3 more days?
No, now.
Oh, how many more days do you have?
82 already.
Oh, just one day? Because 24 hours.
Started on Tuesday.
Oh, so just tomorrow left.
Sunday.
Wow. That's
so this
crazy.
is 82. We have about 18 hours more to go.
Yeah.
And
Whew.
so you'll be around on Sunday.
I mean, Sunday. We were supposed to be out of Abuja, but I mean, if you.
So you can
let's
come
see how
here
it
on
goes.
Sunday then.
Let's see how it goes. If
That's
I'm
what I'll be saying. Hey, gracias.
okay, if we're still in Abuja, definitely I will.
If. Now I'm keeping you. I'm telling your manager now, so I'm keeping her. She has kept me here, right? So I'm keeping her.
We did.
Huh? Okay, where's that photographer, please? All right, Abuja. It's me, Peniel Diala. And this is still the longest marathon interview with Peniel Diala, your Ninja boy. 82 hours, 82 hours, 36 minutes, 23 seconds. And we're still counting. We're still loading. Trust me. We're still counting. We're still loading. I want to say a very big thank you to everyone that has been on since Tuesday that we got started. And today is Friday. It doesn't feel like it, trust me. And to all my back crew members,
shout out.
2 fingers in the air for you guys. You guys have just been it. You guys have just been it. You guys have just been it.
Shout out.
You guys have just been it. And well, I made a friend today. Pep.
Penel Pep.
So I made a friend today. I just got a friend today now. So Peniel, Pep, right?
Yeah.
Pep, Peniel. Okay, so let's do.
Okay.
Delete that picture.
No more.
All right, Pep. Enjoy yourself. I wish you all the best. Okay, there. Wow. Been an interesting moment, I tell you what. I've been having the fun of my life, enjoying myself here. And it doesn't look as though we've gone 4 days and Is it 4 days? It doesn't look as though we've done 4 days. Okay. But like I've been told, we'll just take. Like I've been told that there's this guy. There's this guy. But before I bring this guy, before I bring up this guy, we'll just do a minute break. It's called a pee break. On our return, I will introduce to you my next guest. Thank you. Okay, you're welcome back. It's still the Peniel, the longest marathon interviewing show. And it's on Friday, the 29th day in the month of November 2024. I just got off the show with one of Nigeria's finest and the person of Pep. I got a new guy on the block, man. How am I feeling? I'm feeling like one kind music. But then I'm about to bring up a guy on stage. Is this stage? I'm bringing him up in the studio booth. NBC where? Okay, he's my friend. He's my brother. Call him Sugar, man way, dripping way, man. Sugar. One of Abuja's finest. Sugar.
Wawa koi.
Wawa. Shaggy Wawa.
Sugar.
Congratulations, my G. So proud of you.
Thanks, man.
You're not just a record breaker,
Not just you don't just set the record, but you're about to break the record. So I just
We've already broken the record.
you have already, as a matter of fact, since Tuesday. I've been following on the socials. I've been following on YouTube and on Facebook, and I must really applaud you for what you have been doing. You got so much energy.
Man.
Energy. Oh, Peniel Diala.
No, Peniel.
Peniel Diala. Shege wawa. Shege wawa. It's good to be here.
Man, welcome, man.
Yeah.
Good to have you, bro.
Thank you, my
How
bro.
have you been?
I've been good. I wouldn't complain, even if I complain. If I
Gucci?
complain to you right now, you have your own problems.
I'll give you this. After giving you this, I'll give you this. I'll give you this.
Right.
And I'll give you this.
Right.
Yeah. So.
But it's all good.
Just make your choice.
It's all good.
That's all. Make your choice. 82, 44,
Hours
09.
are still counting. Now, first things first is your energy is electrifying. Believe me, I was watching earlier, and then I was like, how did this guy manage to scale through from the 5th hour to the 10th hour, 50th hour, and it's over 80 hours and still counting right now. And the energy, your pace, even especially at night, I don't know, but more power to your elbow. That's just all I have to say to you.
What do I do?
I can't wait for us to get done with this phrase so we can celebrate and marry. And let's celebrate this. Let's pop something. Let's toast and celebrate together
Sunday
to
is
this
the
great
day.
achievement.
No, I'll raise this glass on Sunday.
Yeah.
With plenty, with plenty smooth inside. Well, I've been surviving on smoothie, man.
Right, but it's actually a good one. At least it's better than the other drinks that we take. So this is actually healthier.
Yes, I've been surviving on smoothie. All thanks to the kitchen crew.
Right?
Yes. All thanks to the kitchen crew.
I thought by now maybe if I do see you, you're going to maybe emaciate, maybe you're going to lose weight. But I don't think you're still good. You're still good. Maybe we should carry on till next weekend.
No, don't worry. I'll hand over to you when we kick off from there.
But nice one. You're doing a good job. You are doing a good job.
Man. Thanks, man.
You're doing a good job.
All thanks to Love FM. Love FM all the way. Man.
Yep. Yeah.
All thanks to Love FM, man.
Absolutely. You know how it is at the Love Station. We are one big family, and that's why they say we are your family love station. So
I've missed that environment.
Right. We've missed you more. Missed you more.
I've missed the environment.
I've missed your troubles. Not seeing you on Tuesday.
Please. I'm putting out a disclaimer to this, man. Disclaimer. But I've missed Love FM, truth be told.
Right.
I've missed Love FM. Yeah, I've missed Love FM.
Yeah.
I can't wait to just come and say, hey, what up, people?
Right.
Hey.
Don't worry. When you come, I guess the family is going to welcome you. We're going to give you a warm reception, giving you the best of it. And whatsoever it is that you want, we're going to make it available on
I
that
love
day.
chicken breast.
You talked about this when Mama came around. You talked about chicken breast. You made emphasis on it.
I love chicken breast. Why won't I tell the world what I love? I love chicken breast so much.
Then chicken breast it is for you.
Huh?
How many would you love to eat?
Well, I just bring all the chicken breast in the world. Okay, well, that's sugar, one away.
Yes. It's been a long time coming, and we're not where we want to be yet, but we're growing, and we're moving the pace. We're moving it, to where we want it to be. Gradually, I think we're going to get to that very point.
Sure we will. Sure we will.
Absolutely.
Sure we will.
Yeah.
Sugar.
Yep.
Abuja music industry and Nigerian music industry.
Nigerian music industry. Okay, let's start with the Abuja music industry.
Okay.
The Abuja music industry is, before now, there was a time that the Abuja music industry was pretty right at the top. We're talking like in the early 2000s.
Okay.
When we had the likes of X Stranger, when we had the likes of
That was
Spy Plus.
2009, right?
Yeah, Mode 9 was, way after, Cyprus, Extranger, 6 foot plus, Mode 9 was amongst the SWAT route then. We had Mode 9, we had Terry the Rap Man,
Yeah.
we had Overdose, 6 foot plus, Jeezy, then we had Impact Records, we had, what other record label? KD World Records, the record labels that were really big here in Abuja. That was in the early 2000s. Shout out to producers like McCoy, Sunki on the beat.
Sunki on the beat.
You get me? Shout out to Ill Touch. Which other producer? Gospel on the beat as well. TY Mix. These are the pioneers of the Abuja industry when it comes to music. Alright, but it evolved from that very point. We had the likes of Ramdas in the late 2000s. We had the likes of Five Mics. I don't know where those guys are right now.
Honestly, I don't.
Metronomy. We had a whole lot of guys then. SLK. A bunch of them in the industry.
Abuja was bubbling then. Actually.
Yes, it was.
Abuja
Yes, it was.
bubbling.
Yes, it was.
We had a number of producers there.
True. I think the biggest gig in town then was Rhythm Unplugged.
Yes.
They used to have their gig then here in Abuja. And then one of the biggest concerts in Abuja then, of course, A Night of 1,000 Life for the comedy, and then the Star Mega Jam.
Star Mega Jam
was like the biggest concert in Abuja then. Right? If you want to, a few nightclubs, Fellas Nightclub. Rita Lori was quite big then.
Rita Lori was actually bubbling then.
Yes. So we had a few entertainment spots in Abuja. The Doom, and then a few entertainment spots in Abuja in the early 2000s as well. So the city was bubbling to an extent, and then it got to a point. If you do not relocate to Lagos, it now makes you feel like entertainers started to relocate to Lagos in search of greener pasture, because you would blow to a certain level, but you wouldn't get to hit the peak of your career or something. The Lagos guys wouldn't get to regard you as someone who has been able, an A-list artist who has been able to conquer the whole country. Because once you sell in Lagos, you're big everywhere.
You're big.
Now, Magneto said something that it's just like someone who sells, tomato. You sell tomato in front of your house, and then someone who sells tomato in the market. So who's going to sell
more?
More. So that's what it is like. That's why we have most of these guys relocating to Lagos. The likes of Techno. Techno was here in Abuja before.
Techno was here in Abuja.
And then Magneto is still here in Abuja as well, but he still travels Lagos, Abuja. He travels a lot. You get me? And shout out to Odumodu Black right now, who's definitely putting Abuja on the map. We have the likes of Psycho YP, Soundboy BME, First Class, E19, David Ace Keys, Ellie Man, a bunch of guys in the industry, Louder, Witchy Skills, a bunch of them in the industry here in Abuja, and they are really, really working hard, believe me, and shout out to, now that it's actually the social media era, it's not like, gone are those days when it used to be the mainstream media, where you have to, promote, you have to go to
You
Lagos.
have to tour around the whole radio stations.
You have to go to Lagos. You need to also get your songs on Alaba Mix. And then when you get to the market, the guys there, the market's filled with lots of scammers. You don't know who to trust. Some of them would actually tell you that they can make your CDs available in the whole federation, and then they can also make probably 20,000 copies, but maybe they print 200 right in front of you, and then when you leave, that's it. It ends there. All right, and then so that's the whole entertainment industry in Abuja, because the guys then used to go to Lagos to see how they can promote their works and promote their songs on these platforms. But it's pretty easy right now, where we have digital streaming platforms, where we have the social media, where we have all of these platforms available. So, and like I always say to entertainers, that your social media is more like your radio and your TV station.
Now, honestly,
so put out content every now and then, and
be consistent at it, and then the quality of what you put out is pretty much important.
Yeah, that's
So you
true.
need to strategize, and then in order for you to do entertainment, you surely do need money, and that's why I always tell up and coming artists that you need to have a plan B. You need to have another hustle aside. You're chasing your
Music.
dream, you're chasing music, but you still need to have.
You need a side
another-
hustle, honestly. You need,
Yeah,
you need
yeah.
a side hustle.
Absolutely.
Else, you just get to the middle of the road and you'll be left alone.
True that. Because I remember back into time, I used to be an artist. I used to, be, I used to do online live music back then. I used to rap back then.
Make I rap.
So you get me. So I used to freestyle. I'll go, attend events, attend gigs, and I remember when I started music back in 2002. I started started miming songs at first. Started miming songs, and then later on, I started, I fell in love with hip hop. I started rapping, and then I moved on from that very phase. And of course, African parents, they will not support you. They'll be like, my son wants to turn to a wayward boy. He wants to turn to an Iska. You get me? So they wouldn't, my parents never supported. They were like, nah, they don't want that. My oldest brother, I remember then, he would pick up my music book, tore it, and then he would tear my music book and trash it. That's what he does. And then I'll be like, why? This is just what I love. I love music. And, gradually, I remember in 2006, I made my first recording. And I think I paid Gospel on the Beat 17,000 naira then. Then I was working as a waiter in an eatery here in Abuja. So I think my take home then was 12,000 naira. So I was able to save my salary for 5 months, because I have to also pay transport fare from my home up into my office. So I was able to save 17K. As a matter of fact, at some point, I think I even had to pause in order for me to be able to. I paid Gospel on the Beat, and then I couldn't pay him completely. I had to wait in order for me to save up to pay the remaining balance. Because imagine someone who earns 12,000 there, and then your transport fare is like 6K, and then you have 6K to take care of yourself, take care of your needs, and every other thing. So I had to. When I recorded my first record, I became the biggest boy in my neighborhood that time. Everyone was celebrating me. They'd be like, "Yo!" Then my name was Serious Kid. You get me? My name was Serious Kid then. Everyone was, celebrating me like.
Serious?
I don't even know why I gave myself that name.
Who made you serious?
I just like the name. I just gave myself Serious Kid. From Serious Kid, I moved to Serious Boy. I said, I don't like the kid. When Whiskey came out, I said, I don't like the kid. Let me change it to boy. Because it looks like Whiskey is not dragging back into me. Who knows? Someone that is not even known anywhere. So that was how, we started. When I
know
did
you just
that,
shot yourself in the foot now, right?
what's that?
And I know your name.
What
Serious Boy?
that was my name way back. As a matter of fact, when I started radio newly, right, my name on the radio then used to be Serious Boy.
Oh, I know now.
You get me? But over time, if I say, what's your name? Is it Serious Boy? People will always ask me, why is Serious Boy? And then I used to add the AKA Sugar. You get me? Sugar baby. And then, so over time, I evolved my brand.
From Serious Kid to Serious Boy.
I started up as a gospel rapper. So when I was a gospel rapper, my
Say
name
it
was
again.
a gospel rapper. When I was a gospel rapper, my name was the lyrical preacher. The guy that preaches with his lyrics, you get me? So the lyrical preacher, DLP for short.
Like you got that name from the children's class, right?
I don't even know how I got it. So then I was pretty young, and then when I started, rapping back, when I did my first recording, that was when I used Serious Kid. That was in 2006.
For gospel.
Yeah, it was a gospel song. It was produced by Gospel on the Beat.
Okay. And then you Serious Kid.
And then I met this guy who said that he wanted to introduce me to a marketer, and then that they needed me to record street songs. So I said, street songs. I said, from the lyrical preacher, And I found myself singing about women, singing about bomb, singing about almost everything.
So that's how you wandered.
So
away
I just
from
said,
the Lord.
guys, what am I preaching? I'm no longer preaching with my lyrics. So I changed my name from the lyrical preacher to serious, kid, and then from serious kid to serious boy, from serious boy to sugar, and it's been sugar since.
My brother, your name has been changed by a serious boy.
So at some point, when it got to a level when I had to decide that I don't think this music thing is for me, because one, coming from the grassroots where you guys can even barely afford a 3 square meal, and then music, you still need to pay for a studio session, pay for this, pay for that, promotions and all of that. I just said that I should just focus on focus on my life. So I had to quit music, and then I enrolled into school, and that was how I continued the journey, and then moved into radio, and that's why we're where we are, where we are right now.
Yeah, sugar, money away.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that I've always wanted to be a broadcaster right from my tender age, right from when I was in primary school, because way back in primary school, I used to read the news on our assembly ground every Friday.
You were the superstar then.
I was a superstar from primary school. So I've been a star from day one. So I would read the newspaper. My dad used to buy newspaper. So I would get the news, I would write it into my own exercise book, and then come to the assembly ground and then get to read it and do the presentation of the news. I'll just take one story. It might just be the first paragraph, and then the whole school would just clap for me and they celebrate me. I used to feel like a star then when I was in primary 4. Star boy.
Serious boy.
Yeah, name of my school then, I don't know if the school is still in operation right now. Abdulaziz Nazir Primary School in Kano. Right. So at some point,
where in Kano, please?
To the Mutala.
It's okay.
So at some point, my parents couldn't afford the fees of that very school, so they had to enroll me into a government primary school. So I continued from the government primary school into, and then I moved, when I was done with my primary school, I moved into another government secondary school. It was in Sabongeri in Kano, Mekwatashi.
Where in Sabongeri? In Kwatachi?
Yeah, in Enugu Road. So I was there up until my GSS 3, and then we relocated from Kano to Abuja in 2001. So in 2000 rather, we left Kano as a result of religious crisis. Yeah. So we luckily escaped death, and that was how it was for myself and my family. And then my mom was like,
never again.
We're not staying back in the city again. So we sold our properties and we had to relocate to Abuja. That's how we came